All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2024 New York State Motocross Championship from High Voltage Hills MX, live for day 2. Zach Herron here alongside Rodney Tomlin. Going to catch up with the third member of our team, Wes Kane, in just a little bit. Rodney, it is day 2 of racing actions, which means it's championship day. But first, we're starting things, talk about a make-or-break situation. Last chance qualifiers, the first 3 motos of the day, and they're sitting on the line right now. Open mini, last chance qualifier. Only the top 8 going to be able to do battle and compete for a state title.
It's a high-voltage situation, no doubt about it, as the open mini race, consolation race number 1, getting ready to get underway. And like you said, Zach, it is we're donning on moto number 2 and getting ready to crown some of those, all the state champions for New York State Motocross. And, I was pretty impressed with, the contingency of riders that are out this weekend, nearly 900 New York natives. There are a handful of Canadians and other statesmen that are out with us. I've seen some Vermont folks. I've seen some folks from Rhode Island, but probably 95% of competitors here today and this weekend are all from the great state of New York. So we definitely are going to be crowning Empire champions here at the end of today's motos.
Well, it's certainly going to be fun to watch. We had so many great races yesterday, over 10 races coming down to the final stretch, several of which coming right up to the end of the finish line, winning by less than a full bike length. So I cannot wait to see what these title fight motos have in store for us as we are getting ready to drop the gate on Moto 1, the open mini consi. As you can see, a little bit of moisture moving through the area overnight. Don't think it's going to be anything that the track crew can't handle. And here it is, gates down, day 2 underway of the New York State Championship, open mini consi 1. On the track, it looks like it is a KTM leading them in and out of turn number 1. Got the white jersey, the orange helmet out on the front of the field. Like we said, the top 16 taking from the divisions yesterday, and then those that did not make the top 16 in either one of the divisions move on to this consi, and only the top 8 are going to even have an opportunity to fight for an overall state ranking as they make their way up and over the shocker for the first time, up into what we call the Lowville Honda Highlands. This section right here, Rodney, was one of the most interesting throughout the day yesterday. Changed drastically and gave a lot of riders some fits.
It absolutely did. I mean, it was a major contrast from the rest of the racetrack. A little more hard-packed. It was also, you see a lot more stones and a lot more rocks start to show their face. And though, you think, what kind of big deal is that? But these river stones, kind of, so to speak, they're round, and they do a lot of rolling around, and they can get under your wheel. They can be thrown from rut to rut, and they can cause some problems. But overall, this track was one of the most amazing racetracks I think I've ever seen. Probably 99% of the racetrack was raced upon all day yesterday. I was amazed. There was passing all over, and one of the best motocross tracks I've ever witnessed.
Oh, absolutely. We were talking about it after we stopped going live yesterday, just how impressive the raceability was. Riders making passes along the outside. Look, as we speak, we got one trying to be made right now. Riders had the opportunity and the ability to use every square inch of this high voltage hills track. Battles in corners, passes over jumps. Really just a fantastic race track, which made for some fantastic racing as well. Green flag flying here for lap number 1 of open mini. Consi 1, the last chance qualifier. Like we said, this is the last opportunity. We thought we were maybe going to run these LCQs at the end of the day yesterday, but we had so many motos, and we had a couple of instances that put us just a tad behind schedule. They said, you know what? Nobody's going home today. Nobody's pops are upset. We're racing on day 2, and you got a chance to battle first thing in the morning as this super high-speed section headed towards the shocker, this big uphill double. Believe it or not, actually been tamed down over the past couple of months. Was a humongous quad at one point. And, man, it's a really fun step up. We actually got some great shots yesterday of riders at speed going up and over that thing. And really fun to watch. As now we're looking at the battle for second. It is Davin Peck leading out front on the 409 with Ethan Plaza and Cesar Pazmino battling. Look at this, side by side for second place, up and over the step up, down the hill. They're getting ready to go. Going to click up a gear and send it off of this ski jump. Now, it's super smooth right now.
Yeah.
Not too bad. Maybe a little bit of moisture where they're landing, but Give it another hour or two, Rodney, and we're going to see some big bumps, some ruts all the way up that face, and really, riders going to have to be careful and know exactly what line they're picking as they make their way through.
You know, I think it'll be even more interesting. I know we had a little bit of moisture yesterday, but, you know, with the moisture we had overnight last night, or early this morning anyway, and any moisture that we have going on right now, it would be very interesting to see how this track breaks down. Will it break down any differently today than it did yesterday?
Well, and we talked about, you know, Mother Nature always hanging out, enjoying the races with us, throwing us a couple of curveballs as well. But we talked about Nick Zielinski and the entire High Voltage Hills crew out here. As soon as the checker flag flew yesterday for the last time, those guys were out on track. They were getting ready, and I think they've got this track prepped to deal with the rain we got last night as we see the white flag coming out for Cesar Pazmino. Davin Peck already taken the white flag. But I think they're obviously well aware of the radar. They know what might come through a little later in the day, and I think this track is ready to handle it as we're watching the 409 make his way through. Davin Peck, the top of the pecking order right now, getting ready to head up and over the shocker once again as he is going to find himself up at the front of this last chance qualifier, and this is a good way to start your day too. Obviously, if Davin's in this LCQ, it means he didn't have the result that he was looking for in his divisional race. This is a great way to kind of reset, get a little bit of confidence under the belt, and get ready to do battle in the second moto.
You know, and Davin might be one of those players that had some misfortunes in that first moto, and he could be a major threat for the second moto. And it could, with his coming through in an LCQ situation, as we said, we took the top 16 in Moto 1. So if he wins this LCQ, he'll be going into Moto number 2 with a 17. So he's going to be fighting for everything he can when gate drops in Moto 2 later this morning or this afternoon, whatever the case may be. But Davin is going to be one that I'm going to keep an eye on. And yesterday, for some reason, I felt like that something went awry, and I felt like that he was one of those riders that we likely should have seen in the top solid 16 going straight into the second motos without much issue.
Well, and it's kind of hard to tell. We talked about the depth of competition here in the New York moto scene, this District 3, and it's been really impressive to watch, but the body language of the 409 here as Davin makes his way up to the checkered flag, I agree. Seems like he should have been up inside that top 16, but nonetheless, he's not worried about it now. He's rolling in with an LCQ win. He's going to go get rested and get ready for battle for the second moto of Open Mini. Looks like we're going to have Cooper coming across the line maybe next. Going to try to get you a top 8 rundown. And while we got the checker flag waving, we talked about the state title. Let's toss it down to the third member of our team, Wes Kane, who knows exactly what these guys are fighting for.
All right, Rodney, down here. Here's what they're fighting for right here. Get a look at that. A High Voltage Hills #1 plate right there. AMA Championship, New York State, the Empire State. So these guys, once we start getting our second motos in, the winner will be coming to the podium, and this is what's at stake right here.
Rider.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's going to be amazing.
Don't run off
these
with that
riders
thing,
that
Wes.
won the first moto get down there and capitalize and get a championship. Or there'll be a spoiler in the crowd, a dark horse that jumps up and grabs this #1 plate.
I'd love to see it. Wes Kane setting the stage for us.
Yep.
You never know what you're going to get. Ain't that right, Wes?
Well, you know what I say. All this right here, practice and the first motos, those are the appetizers. Those are the hors d'oeuvres. This right here is when they settle in for the main course right here.
Absolutely, sitting down for the feast right there. So I do want to point out something there. We see a little ponding of water behind the starting line. I do want you to know that is not from rain.
Correct.
That we didn't get heavy rain showers or anything like that last evening. That is actually early this morning. They went ahead and washed the sand off that concrete launch pad. The grate pad there, I guess. So basically, that's where that ponding water is coming from there. So don't think that we've taken on that much water. But we have taken on a little bit of water. As the gate drop is down here on our second race of the morning. This is our college boys 17 to 24-year-old consolation race. Again, the top 8 will be transferring into Moto number 2. And I believe that might be the number... Well, it was a Kawasaki. Thought it was number 17. Let's see if we can get a better scope on that number. Number 18, I guess it would be, and that would make a little bit more sense there, as that 18 Kawasaki rider out there with us today is Hunter Cleveland out of Erin, New York, another rider that one might think would make it easily into the top 16, but as we know, the competition is stiff. This racetrack was relentless and unforgiving yesterday, as I'm sure it will be once again here in the battle for the Empire State Championship.
And if I remember correctly, I believe Hunter Cleveland on the number 18 went down yesterday. I think we saw him get together with another rider, find himself on the ground, possibly even late in the moto. And we know how tough it is to make that ground up when there's only a lap, maybe even less left than that. So glad to see him responding, recalibrating. It's kind of hard to shake that off sometimes, especially at a race like this. Like you said, going to be coming into Moto 1 or Moto 2 with a 17th if he wins this Conti race. So maybe not in the overall picture, but we love those spoilers. We love the dark horses. And best believe you can still make a statement by going out and putting in a good result in Moto 2.
Well, the statement that I made just a moment ago, relentless and unforgiving this racetrack is, and the competition, the field is deep. And the number of things that are possible are endless, obviously. Absolutely. Especially when you got this kind of competition. You're going to have a full gate of riders in this college boy class. So, a 17 might fare a little better than what you expect on a day like today.
Absolutely. Hey, we do have a couple of announcements here for everybody on site. Yesterday's race 21, 50 senior, has now been moved to race 12. Once again, 50 senior that was race 21 yesterday has now been moved to race 12. Also, our plus 30 B class was race 33 yesterday. It will now be combined with race 24. So plus 30 B, you are now race 24. 50 senior, you are now race 12. Back to the college boy action on track as Hunter Cleveland out front leading the way on the number 18 Kawasaki. Looks like Scott Lindholm and Alex Harris rounding out the podium for the moment, with Jarrett Stables, Joshua Smith, Sean Walter Jr., Jaden Quentin Barrett, and Jonathan Dumblewis rounding out the qualifying top 8 at the moment. Taking a look up and over the breaker box, they go 3 riders in the air at the same time. Best believe we still got some close racing even in these consies. And you can see the braking bump's not quite as formed yet. The ability to slow down not quite as easy as we'll see a little bit later in the day. So some of these riders sliding a little further into the corner than I think they were expecting. But look at this. Still, these guys are still grouped up, passing back and forth.
So you got to wonder what it's like after racing yesterday's Moto number 1 and then coming out on what appears to be such a smooth racetrack. White flag out on this one as Hunter Cleveland has checked in. He's got somewhere in the neighborhood of about a 10-second lead right now over Scott Lindholm and Jarrett Stables, as well as Alex Harris, who are battling it there for the number 2 position on the 822, the 99, and 805. A little further back, we got Joshua Smith in 5th, Sean Walter Jr., the number 0 machine 6. Jaden Quentin Barrett is still in the number 7 spot, and Dumbluski, the 777 Honda-mounted rider, trying to hold on to that 8th and final qualifying position. We'll see if he can do that. He's got Woodall and William Clark right behind him as well, 9th and 10th.
Here we go with the Lowville Honda Highlands. A lot of speed being carried into this section right now. And enjoy the smooth real estate that you're seeing on your screen for the moment, because by the end of the day today, that thing is going to look like a small Chatterways. I mean, rougher than the sands of Iwo Jima, as our man Wes Kane likes to say, because it is. Look at that. A little bit of style there from Hunter Cleveland, tossing it out over the breaker box. No short-circuiting there, but it is so crazy to see the way this track breaks down, the whooped-out nature. I believe it was Trevor Schmidt that was talking about that yesterday, the way this track almost naturally gets a rolling wave motion by the end of the day all the way around from the acceleration bumps. But right now, smooth sailing for Hunter Cleveland as he heads into the final corner. They're going to try to bring home this college boy Consi win.
Man, look how wide this track is. Beautiful this track is.
I was about to say, I could tell he was setting up for a whip there. Got a nice straight shot at it.
Had a little whip contest there last evening. There was some guys throwing some pretty good ones last night.
Yeah, absolutely. Very impressive. And ladies. I believe they were telling me there was a girl out there competing as well. Yeah, so huge props to all of our contestants. I think we'll talk about that a little bit later. Maybe get some shots from that. It's and we talked about this yesterday as well. Obviously, there's a lot of good races, but this is a true event, right? You come in and everything from the parking all the way to the evening festivities is great. As we take a look, Hunter Cleveland grabbing the win with Scott Lindholm, Jarrett Stables, Joshua Smith, Alex Harris, Sean Walter, Jaden Quinton, Jonathan Dummelwicks, your top 8 qualifying to that second championship moto in the College Boys 17 to 24 class. That is going to be a fun final moto that we will catch up with just a little later today. Here's another one, 27 entries.
This is almost like a regular moto race here. 27 riders in this one, Zach. Again, only the top 8 going to transfer.
Man, this is almost like a Loretta Lynn's qualifier type situation. You got 20 to 30 riders on the line, and only 8 of them are going to walk away with an opportunity to show what they're made of. And we've got several riders. I believe we had a couple going down late in the motos yesterday in this class, so that were in qualifying position. So best believe they got a chip on the shoulder. They're a little upset with the results yesterday. Looks like we may try to see if we've got a hold on the gate or what. Looks like I'm seeing a lot of looking back from the 913 of Derek Miller. Looks like he's got everything worked out. As we get ready for 250C qualifier, this is race number 3. And we're taking the top 8 once again. A fantastic day of racing yesterday. I believe both of the qualifiers for this class were over 30 deep. I mean, absolutely packed gates for this. Now we've got 27 entries in that last chance qualifier.
Yeah, absolutely. Just got this update. Pro Motos, instead of noon and 2, like we were talking earlier, 11 and 1. 11 and 1, I believe, is
correct.
What we're going to be going with because of there is some weather they're expecting in around 2:30 or so this afternoon. So they want to try to get those big money motos in before the rain actually hits. So 2 card is up as we go to the 250C consolation race.
Here we go. Make or break. Got to be inside that top 10. Look at the drive from the Yamaha rider. Believe that's the 422.
He got some hole shots yesterday.
Yes, I was about to say I recognized the red numbers. I was battling with, I believe it was Zach Pfeiffer and him that were going back and forth. Both of them running the Yamahas with the red numbers as they head up to the shocker here for lap number 1. And it does look like the 422 of Callum Schrader coming out of Richmond, Ontario is leading the way on that FXR Mika Metal DT1 filters backed machine. And there we see, looks like the 900 of Maddox Clark sitting in the second place spot at the moment. I think that's the 409 actually back out there. Davin Peck once again. So that's actually his second moto of the day already.
Might have been one of the holdups giving him a chance to get back and reorganized out there a few months ago. But already, run 8 looks like they're already starting to separate themselves from the rest of that 27-man field that took off into turn number 1.
Good to see a couple of lines really developing. Obviously, in the morning, seems like it's always everybody kind of hugs the inside, taking a short way around. But yesterday, we really saw a few riders taking advantage of those outsides. And I'm talking the very outside of the track. A couple of different riders kind of going outside, then cutting underneath. Like we said, the options and the ability to kind of go wherever you want on this track is fantastic. As we're watching your leader right now make his way through, going to be checking in across the line for lap 1. There it is, Callum Schrader, the 422. Looks like that's Cooper Maurer on the 904 in the second place spot now. Maddox Clark falls back to third. Davin Peck fourth. Seth Mosier, Hunter Hickey, Grady Salmon, your top 7. And look at that, Jameson Van Week going to round out the top 8. Henry Zimmerman on the outside looking in, with Kayla Simper rounding out the top 10. Through the sand trap they go. We saw this yesterday as well, Rodney, especially earlier in the morning when it's kind of still got the moisture and the thickness in the sand. That sand trap was giving all kinds of riders trouble.
It absolutely was, and I expect that we're going to see a lot of the same thing. It's going to, you'll flip a breaker, so to speak, down there. It's kind of a shocking moment because it'll reach up and grab you. It'll flash you like lightning for sure. And right now, this battle going on, we got Cooper Maurer, Maddox Clark battling for second. Callum Schrader about a second and a half ahead of everyone. Actually, I believe Schrader actually starting to feel some of that pressure now. There's Davin Peck, and I believe he's closing in now on, it looks like, Maddox Clark. Seth Moser back there in the number 5 spot. Hunter Hickey in 6th. Grady Salomon in 7th. Jamison being White is your 8th place and final transfer position. He's got about a 3-second lead over Henry Zimmerman, who's back in the 9th spot, and Caleb Kempa rounds out your top 10 on the 177. Right now, again, we are watching that 409 machine, trying to make business on Maddox Clark for the 3rd place position as we find our way around here. Lap number 2 of the 250C consolation race. Again, a handful of consies this morning, and then we'll get right into championship motos and crowning our New York State Motocross champions. Right now, it's our top 8 that we're focusing on as the white flag is out. Schrader is through, Maurer is through, Maddox Clark now through, and Davin Peck also checking in, 1.1 seconds back. So Seth Moser checks in the number 5 spot. There's Hunter Hickey. Grady Solomon now in the number 7 position is Jamison, the 423. How's he able to hang on to that number 8 spot? And Will Vaneenwick in the number 8 spot. Noah Emery and Henry Zimmerman flopping positions for the 9th place spot as we check in with the time. Just to give you an idea, 0.6 seconds was how far Noah Emery was out of the final transfer spot behind the 423 heading into this final lap. He turned to 159.2 to Vaneenwick's 202.9, so basically almost a 4-second faster lap. I have to think that Noah Emery is climbing his way into a qualifying position at this point.
So taking a look right now, the backside of the top 10, make or break type situations right now. And just like you said, Roddy, Noah Emery knows just that. He's feeling the pressure of the situation. He knows time is running out, and he's going to have to try to catch up to the back of the 423 and make something happen. But this guy right now, he's got no problems, no worries. He's put himself exactly where he needs to be right off the start, and he is trying to guarantee himself. I think he is going to be one of those dark horse riders we talked about, one of the spoilers where he's going to be able to get a good drive. More than likely, probably going to be at the outside of the doghouse.
Yeah.
Going to have to swing in wide. But, like we said, that sets him up great in turn 2. And he sets himself up great for Moto 2 as Callum Schrader going to grab the Consi win this morning for 250C. Cooper Maurer comes across the line in the 2nd place spot. Looks like Maddox Clark going to round out the podium. Wait till they come across the stripe. There it is. Clark does check in. Seth Moser now moves up into the 4th place spot. Hunter Hickey now to the 5th place position. Davin Peck checks in 6th. And it looks like Grady Salmon going to come across the line in 7th. Going to try to wait and see who's going to get that last transfer spot. Does Jameson hang on? Coming to the line. There it is. Noah Emery got the job done. The 412 makes the pass and qualifies for the 2nd championship moto. So a great fight there from the 412 of Noah Emery, earning his way into the 2nd state title moto, the championship moto, if you will. All right, so this is the first of our 2nd moto, so a state title on the line for our 50 shaft class. And if maybe it's your first day joining us here on Racer TV, you heard how fantastic day 1 of racing is, but you missed the racing action. Fear not, my friends. Here's a little bit of highlight actions from the first moto yesterday in 50 shaft. This rider right here, the 72 of Colton Brassey, was a man on a mission. Look at that. Got fingers on the clutch. Abbreviated track or not, I think this kid could have set some fast lap times regardless. He might have been skying out the shocker on that PW50, honestly. You never know. But fantastic racing. Brassey was able to get away with the moto win. Mason Wagger going to get the 2nd place spot. Brody Miller 3rd. And Matthew Schutel also in the mix for this with Cameron Arline. So all of those riders inside that top 5 we could see back up front and ready to compete for a title here.
You know, I know that the PW hasn't changed none in probably 30-plus years, but it looks so much beefier right now. Those kids are, I don't know if it's the kids that's riding them, but they just look so much beefier than what they used to for sure. But, yeah, this is going to be a good one. Highly competitive class racing here with the Shaft Drive EV Limited Riders. And like you said yesterday, Colton Brassey, really a fast kid, won Well, the whole class a lot of fun to watch as they get themselves set. Now, I believe we'll have an abbreviated track like yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, and that means that they won't be, if they ran like they did yesterday, will not be running the big hill. So it looks like they've got timing and scoring loops set up and ready to go at the bottom of the hill for that. So as they get things switched over, Zach, we are geared up and ready to go.
Getting ready to rock. Yeah, this is when things start to get serious. Like we said, qualifiers done. Now it is time to get down to the meat and potatoes, as Wes Kane was saying. This is the main course, the main event, and best believe these riders know it as well. They might be hanging out, playing with the toy bikes off the track, helmets on, mom and dad are serious. It's ready to go racing.
So obviously, was this your first bike?
Absolutely.
I had the Honda Z50 with the folding handlebars. This was obviously well before the P-Dubs were conceived, but another amazing good starter bike back in that day, of course. But, yeah, this particular machine, and like we've talked about with the advancement of STACYCs, now electric model motorcycles and things, I mean, these machines have truly stood the test of time to be a great starter bike for any rider at any level. And they're even still a lot of fun just in the backyard for kids to play with and have a lot of fun on.
Absolutely, and the 72, we just saw him on screen. He's getting ready to rock. Colton Brassey having a lot of success in several different motos. Looked like the 19 of Eli Labonte was sitting right next to him. I couldn't tell if he was getting the crowd pumped up, telling them to start making some noise or loosening up the shoulders, but he's ready to rock as well. He's coming into the second moto with an 8th place finish. So there you see right on your screen the yellow gear, the 72 PW50. Of Colton Brassey, successful in several of our 50 motos. This is a theme that you'll see over the next 4 to 5 motos. A lot of these kids are racing 3 different classes, all almost back to back to back. So a lot of endurance on the line for these kids, but they're kids. They got energy, right? Fed them some Fruit Loops this morning. Now they're ready to rock. Dad's picking up the back end. Hold that thing wide open. And going to throw the card up in the air. Pops are going to have to step back, and there it is. Gates down. We're off and rolling. Brassey, not quite the start that he was looking for. Looked like trying to see if that's the 19. No, I believe that's maybe the
98.
98. Maybe the 68. We'll have to wait until we get a little better shot of the front number plate. And we do see the 72 of Brassey in the second place spot now. So Brassey made the most. Oh, I believe that's the 98 of Mason Wagger. I know on our announcers list it says SX, but 98 on that PW50. Mason Wagger coming out of Penn, New York, out front leading the way. And this is huge in the shakeup for the state title, Rodney, because he's coming into Moto 2 with a second place finish. A 2-1 can get the job done. Here is your top 5 from Moto 1. Colton Brassey, who's currently in second place, trying to make a pass around Mason Wagger, who got second in Moto 1. Brody Miller, Matthew Schutelt, and Cameron Arline, your top 5 in Moto 1. Look at that, both feet off the pegs. That's a new strategy. Haven't seen that one yet, but it works out for the 98. Wagger hangs onto the lead, stretching it out.
Wagger showed, I thought, a lot of promise there yesterday, and honestly, I was a little shocked that we didn't see maybe this kind of performance out of him, but at the same time, you can't take anything away from Colton Brassey, and that's why we race these motos, and that's why we race 2 motos, and again, that's how motocross works, and yesterday, of course, a good start, boded well, I think, for Brassey, and maybe not as good a start. So the flip of that switch today. This will be interesting to see who can run this entire moto without making or the least amount of mistakes made in this 50cc class is what it boils down to. Look at this. Brassey's pulling up on the rear wheel right now.
Wow, Brassey closed in about 4 to 5 bike lengths just through that one corner. Side by side, up the face of the step up they go. And to your point, Rodney, there are some key differences today for these shaft riders. Yesterday, they were the first moto of the day, putting brand new lines in the track. Look at this, trying to slide up the inside. Brassey not quite able to do it. Going to move to that track abbreviation. You see him cutting across. Green flag is waving. A 1 lap in the book for Mason Wagger. Colton Brassey just behind. But now, Rodney, to my point, there's 3 motos that have already made their way through. Look at the lines. Brassey having problems. He goes up and over the berm. He's watching the state title right away as Mason Wagger makes his way out of the sand trap and up to the top of the hill.
Those are the kind of things, and that's exactly what I was alluding to, the least amount of mistakes being made. And when you're in that situation, you know, the title, more than just the race today, you know, you're thinking overalls, but this race seeming to pull a little bit more weight, carry a little bit more weight for even these youngsters out here, and they're feeling that heat, they're feeling that pressure. I think that might be part of what was going on there. Colton really pushing the envelope, knows that he had the moto win yesterday, knows that he's capable of winning again today, but again, just getting a little out of rhythm there, and that's all it takes.
Hey, absolutely. The sand trap living up to its name, especially with these PW50s. Momentum is the name of the game. And Brassey, you saw even after he got back up, he didn't have the same drive going up the hill, lost a lot of time. But pressure makes diamonds. Mason Wagger comes in with a second place. He knows, hey, if I want this state championship, I got to win. Nothing else is going to do it. So right now he is doing exactly what he needs to. Oh, just barely. These guys probably got the strongest legs in motocross because they are pushing their machines up the faces of these jumps right now. Up and over the breaker box he goes, get ready to head into the big 180. Look at the ruts already developed. Takes a little look over the shoulder, tries to see where Brassey is at. Give you a rundown of the top 10 right now. It is Mason Wagger leading the way with Colton Brassey and Brody Miller, your podium. Matthew Schutelt and Alden Smith, 4th and 5th. Beckett Manzer, Harper Steele, Levi Bond, Eli Labonte, and Colton Brook, your top 10 checking in for lap 1. There we see Brassey in that second place spot. You can see how hard he's pushing the 2. Just got that Pete up, dancing all over the place, wide open.
Well, you can also see Mason, the respect out of Mason Wagger as well, as he keeps looking over his shoulder. He knows that Colton is generally some stiff competition. He's already battled with him today, so he's already, he's wondering right now what happened there. How did this happen? And he keeps looking over because he's expecting Colton Brassey to sneak up on him at any given time, and that's exactly what the 72 is trying to make happen right now. Brody Miller back in that 3 spot. Matthew looks like back in the number 4's position aboard the 320. Alden Smith, 16 seconds back in 5th, then another 5 seconds back Beckett Manzer, followed by Harper Steele, Levi Bond, Eli Labonte, and Colton Brook rounds out your top 10. Now, if we finish up like this right now, obviously the 2-1-1-2 situation will flip. It'll be a tie, but the best finish in the second moto, again, would go to the second moto, the heaviest. So Mason Wagger will end up being your Empire State, your New York State motocross champion if he can maintain this lead. Right now, 2 laps are down in this 50 shaft EV limited 4 to 8-year-old class, working on lap number 3. Still a bit of a row to hoe here, and he keeps looking back, and he keeps noticing too, as expected, that gap is starting to close up a little bit. It was 5.8 seconds. It was a little more than that, and I believe we may see it actually chipping away just a bit more as Colton Brassey is head down, elbows up, charging on that P-dub.
Without a doubt. Brassey doing exactly what we said yesterday, not giving up until he crosses the checkered flag. Like we said, these are some of the classes yesterday where it came down to the final straight, the final corner to the checkered flag. So Mason Wagger knows, hey, I'm going to be in this fight all the way to the very end. But my personal opinion, you got to stay focused forward. Can't be looking back all the time. Wagger made the pass, and he needs to try to set sail. Colton Brassey, however, you don't see him looking back. He's not worried about Brody Miller. He is focused forward and focused on trying to chase down your leader as he makes his way into one of the final corners. We'll see. I did not see whether or not they got the white flag. Now taking the white flag, Wagger once again with a little look over the shoulder. He's got some distance to work with as he's out front leading the way on the final lap. Where is the 72 of Colton Brassey? There he goes, heading in, gets the white flag. He's got one more lap to try to make something happen, but he's going to need some help, possibly a mistake from your leader. The only way Brassey really going to be able to close things up, it was right here in the sand trap where things went awry. He gets a smooth drive there, and that is one of the downsides. Colton has probably got one of the best drives going through the sand trap all weekend long as far as our shaft riders go. And just that one lap, a small little mistake and a tip over the berm, and that's all she wrote. So right now, Brassy opening up that PW50, putting all 1.2 horsepower to the ground as he tries to chase down your leader, Mason Wagger, a state title, the first state title of the weekend on the line for your 50 shaft EV limited 4-8. Your winner going to be hanging out with our man Wes Kane, holding up the big number 1 plate. And we know what goes along with that. The fans, the champagne, new car, maybe not all that, but a number 1 plate for the shaft drivers.
maybe a Hot Wheel.
Yeah, maybe a nice Hot Wheels. I like that. We'll get you a new toy dirt bike. How about that? Up and over the breaker box they go, feet off the pegs, trying to keep it straight. And doing a great job. Got to give a shout out to the rest of our top 5 as well. Brody Miller hanging strong on the last spot on the podium. He is looking at a 3-3 for the moment. Schutelt, he is coming in with a 4th as well. So a 3-3 and a 4-4 with Alden Smith rounding out your top 5. And trying to see Alden coming in with a 7. So he's got a point to prove. Alden jumping up into the top 5 says, hey, you know what? Just wait till next year. I'm going to get up in the mix, be battling for podiums and wins as well. Hang on to it now, Mason. Wagger crisscrossing back and forth, getting a little words of encouragement there from the parents allowed out on track for these small 50 motos. And look at the form there. I mean, straight back. He's up on the pegs. This is why this guy's one corner away from being a state champion. He laps one more, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the first New York State champion of the weekend. Mason Wagger going to get the job done with a 2-1 moto score in your 50 shaft EV limited 4-8. Man, that's a good way to set it off. A brand new 2-1, getting the first state title of the day. You love to see it. I think it's going to be a good day of racing.
Yeah, I know. It seems so cliche when we say things like, well, a 2 is as good as a 1 in Moto 1. And, you know, and again, it is a very cliche statement. And like we even said, usually the second place guy is the one that says that, but rightfully so because point proven right there. Yeah,
Mason Wagger, that shows the never quit attitude that you've got to have, not only through the day, through the moto, but through the entire weekend as well. Obviously, these state title weekends, a little bit stretched out. First moto's one day, second moto's the next. And Mason was able to regroup. He ate his Wheaties this morning, and he showed up and grabbed a state title here in the Shaft EV Limited class. So a huge congratulations to Mason, and we're going to try to get him to head over to the podium, do a little bit of celebrating with our man Wes Kane. So we'll wait and see. Race Control let us know if he's maybe, I don't know, he may be tired after that one. He was riding for his life. He knew what was on the line for that. So,
well, the big question
is, it sounds like we've got Wes Kane down on the podium with our state champ.
High voltage hill champion right there. Great job out there. What a way to overcome. Who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad.
Well, congratulations out there. He said mom and dad getting the job done. You guys are awesome up there. And we're going to kick it back up for the next moto up there. Mason Wagger, your first New York State champ right here. Back to you guys.
He's on top of the world, the Empire State champ, Mason Wagger. A huge congratulations, fighting hard and getting the job done. He was holding on that thing with two hands. He said,
absolutely.
Nobody is I'm sleeping with it. This is mine, and you'll never take it away from me.
You know, I can only imagine, you know, what it feels like to have a number one plate like that. And bless his heart. I think that you just put, this is the race that. Coming up next, we've got race number 5, which is our 4 to 8-year-old open class. Another 4 to 8. I know yesterday we had a few kids that were doing double duty in some of these classes, and some were running back-to-back. I'm not sure if any of the front runners are exposed to that in this particular battle or not, but we go from the 50cc shaft drive to the 51 4 to 8 open class now, Zach.
Taking a look, I'm trying to see if I see any crossover here. I do know your state champ, Wagger, he's going to be lining up for the race following this one, race number 6, but right now, not seeing a ton of crossover here.
No, this might be one that we...
I think it's those final 3 or 4 50 motos. Okay. Yeah, I think it's the final 3 where we really have so many crossovers, because there was a couple times where we're like, Are you kidding me? Colton Brassey is in this one as well. Well, hey, let's take a look at yesterday's replay, our 54-8 Open. How it all shook up. It was Brody Kuhn who walked away with the first moto win. This is one of those races that came down to the final straightaway. Louis Hawk on the number 17, putting up a good fight, taking it all the way to the wire, along with Colton Tubbs, who would round out your podium. But, man, we talked about setting the stage early, the intensity of racing here for the state championship. This 54-8 Open class was the one that had us on our feet.
It did. There were a lot of changes. You know, Louis Hawk, Colton Tubbs, Brody Kuhn, Indigo Spina Cope. They all had something to offer in that moto. Caleb Charles Boys as well. Charlie Boys. These kids, they are on the cusp of something pretty big. And for 4 to 8 year old open class riders, wow, excitement is what we saw in race number 5, which would, I believe, yesterday been race 2. So
we're doing the math here. Yes, I believe that's correct. Yes, because we had 3 last chance qualifiers. It's all right. It's early. I'm trying to figure it out. Pulled out the fingers for that one. All right. 2 minus 3. But no, I tell you what I'm excited for is the number 17. He got second in Moto 1, Louis Hawk Jr. Now, the Hawk last name, we were saying almost every other moto. He's got 2 older brothers. I believe he's got a father that's racing as well. This is your top 5 rundown. Brody Kuhn, Louis Hawk, Colton Tubbs, Indigo Spina Culp, and Caleb Charlie Boyce. I would not be surprised if Hawk is sitting here saying this is his time. It's time to shine.
Yeah.
It seemed like he had a couple of later motos as well, I believe one on the 65, and track was a whole lot rougher. Obviously, he was doing the full track on the 65, really doing well. I believe got up in a podium position. Now, a little bit rougher, a little bit tougher, not to mention this is when you got to do it. This is the one for the state championship. He's coming off of a trip to Loretta Lynn's. Be on the lookout for the number 17 of Louis Hawk.
Well, the beautiful thing about these second motos and second day of racing, all the butterflies and all the anxieties have basically left for the most part. I mean, there are those anxieties of that gate drop, but the first moto anxieties are out of the way. So you approach the second moto a lot differently than what you did the first. The first moto, there's a lot of unknown. The second moto, there's a lot of determination.
Without a doubt, it's lonely on top and it's lonely on the inside of the starting line. There is your first moto winner, the 210 of Brody Kuhn. He said, you guys can line up wherever you want. I'm going straight to the inside, trying to go 1-1 here in this 54-8 Open. So that's the stage is set. You saw the number 17 just a little further out. Take a look at the difference. There's the 210 on the left of your screen. There is the 17, probably 8 to 10 gates down from him. So little differences like that could make or break the entire overall result here. Taking a look, the number 70 giving us a wave. That's Colton Tubbs. Best believe he's in the mix as well, lining up just to the inside of Hawk on the 17. But Hawk's feeling loosey-goosey. Look at that. He's got the shoulders rolling. He's feeling the flow. That's old AP style right there, right? If you're dancing on the starting line, that's dangerous.
Well, like I said, he's got the nerves out. He's feeling a lot more comfortable. He's a lot more hungry. He knows where he stands, and he knows what he's capable of. Brody Kuhn, knowing the same thing, and I know he's coming in here thinking, I've got the target on my back. I won yesterday. I've got to win again today. That's what everybody's expecting me to do, and obviously he's trying to find the shortest line to that first turn to grab that early lead, which is one of those things that helps obviously make it easier to win the races anyway. Again, start's not going to guarantee you, but it's certainly going to help out in paving the way to a win and a championship, quite likely in this 51-4-8 Open class.
Well, here we go. It's time to quit the talking and start the walking as the 2-minute card is up and it's ready to do battle. There you see all the way on the far left side of your screen, all by his lonesome. Nobody to the left, nobody to the right. That is your first moto winner, Brody Kuhn. He's feeling strong. Card is sideways. Watch that far side of the gate. Oh, it's a good jump for the Cobras, but look at that. Just like we said, Brody Kuhn rockets up the inside and leads them into turn 1. But look at this, it's side by side. That was the 45 of Tubbs, or the 45, I believe, trying to show him a wheel. That is Tubbs in the second place spot. Oh, he comes together with Hawk. 2 of our podium favorites are down out of the second corner.
Wow.
A huge shakeup, Rodney.
Man, talk about, like you said, a shakeup. Huge. And how about Brody Kuhn not only did he have a great first drive in there, but he had a great jump off the gate. I mean, everything worked in his favor coming off that gate and into that first turn and even into the second turn, and even more working in his favor as his two biggest competitors come together.
Man, talking about, I mean, you couldn't have fit a piece of paper between the two Cobras. Take a look at this, guys. We've got a fantastic RacerTV.com replay. The two Cobras come together, bam, before they can even say what's up. They're on the ground, and that is second and third from your first moto. Meanwhile, your first moto leader, he's out front all by his lonesome.
Well, there is obviously Brody Kuhn is the rider that
leading the way. Couldn't quite, that might have been second place.
Yeah.
We were taking a look at maybe Caleb Charlie Boyce. I believe it was a KTM. We're going to try to see exactly where our some of our podium riders are. That might be Tubbs a little further up in that yellow and red gear. And these guys are going to have their work cut out for them. We've got a lot of riders. We've got 25 riders signed up here in this class. So not sure how many positions they lost, but we know how desperate times get when you crash in those first couple of corners.
You know, the thing that amazes me, we're looking at kids that are 4 to 8 years old right now in this class out here, and these look like as seasoned motorcycle racers as anyone I've ever seen on the racetrack. They just look micro is all the only difference in these guys. It just blows me away how much more aggressive these 50cc riders are becoming as time moves on.
Like I said, I think the Stasic generation has really just changed the development of the sport of motocross and how quickly these riders get into it. We now are have time in the scoring update. Let's take a look. Brody Kuhn, Indigo Spina Culp, Colton Tubbs. So how about that? Tubbs did get back up to the third place spot, so he has made some really quick passes. Easton Steele, Brody Burnham, Eli McNair, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Joshua Healing, 7th, and Louis Hawk still back in the 8th place position when they came across the line. So Tubbs was able to get back up and make some quick things happen, but Hawk, he's got to get the motor going and get back up at least into that top 5. So Brody Kuhn out front.
Mason Wagger back there in the 17th place position, so he did have to come out here and do double duty in this one.
So how about that, man?
He finished 19th in this class in Moto number 1.
And that goes to show the level, right? The escalation of the 50cc riders throughout the years. And obviously Mason coming off of a solid performance and backing it up, dicing it up with the big kids, if you will, here in this 50 open class. But right now, your leader on screen, look at that. He's outrunning the drone. This guy's going so fast. Brody Kuhn, talk about executing when you need to. That start, I mean, that was Michael Alessi-esque.
Brody Kuhn, a 131.8 that second lap around, has amassed almost 18 seconds of a lead over your second place ride, which is now Colton Tubbs, who's moved into the number 2 spot. He's turning a 134. He's about 3 seconds off the pace. Everyone else, except for Louis Houck, back in the number 5 spot now, is turning 141 plus. Houck turning a 138. So in theory right now, we should be seeing Houck moving into a number 3 position, about 10 seconds behind Colton Tubbs here by the end of this lap, if not by the end, definitely by the end of lap number 4. But we've only got, a 4-lap race, if I'm not mistaken, for these kids. So right now we're working on lap number 3. We're getting ready to see a white flag come out for our current leader. We're looking at on screen right now, Brody Kuhn coming around the final turns.
White flag is out. There we go. 1 to go. Brody Kuhn making his way through some lap traffic, carefully picking those lines into the sand trap. Knows got to be careful through this section. And it's going to be a long last lap for Brody. We talked about it before. Right there, I don't know if that was Dad, if that was a family member being told, ride smart, ride smart. Don't ride over your head. Just bring this thing home. Like we said, over 20 seconds now as Colton Tubbs checks in the second place position. This guy is on fire as Brody Kuhn trying to make a statement here in the second moto of 54 to 8 open.
And look at that, 11.1 seconds, about exactly what I said. 10 seconds or so. Louis Houck should be in the number 3 position, and that's where he pulls up into as we wrap up lap number 3. So looks like Brody Kuhn everything worked out in his favor. He's not only been turning the fastest laps, but he got the best start, the smoothest. He stayed out of the most trouble, and if he can continue to stay out of trouble here on this final lap of racing, a flawless 51cc 4 to 8-year-old championship run here at the New York State Motocross final, and on this final day, of course. And what a great bragging right this young man is going to have moving forward here in the rest of the 2024 season and even into 2025 next year. I mean, this winning here at this place this day on Racer TV.
Look at that.
There you go, Brody Kuhn.
Yeah, he's pumped up. He's got the big
champion.
shake of the head like, yes, sir, you know. Hey, look at that. Wes Kane says, get over to the podium. We have got to celebrate right now. I am going to carry you over there myself. You're going to go up the 40, hang a right, take a left, go over that way.
I'll meet you over there.
I'm going to jump the fence. Watch out.
All right, watch this.
Hey, I'm Wes Kane. Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, it's a nice-looking bike. I like it. Yeah, it was going fast. Yeah, it's really hot down there.
See, that's the kind of guy Wes is. He just says, push it.
That's a Marine coming out in it.
Yeah.
Push it, son. Look at that. High knees, high knees. Great stuff there from Brody Kuhn. Wow, great job. We're going to take a look. Does look like Colton Tubbs. Wow, good job from Colton Tubbs and Louis Hawk. Coming back to second and third place finishes. They remounted, got back up, and got back on the podium. Indigo Spina Culp fourth, Easton Steele fifth. And there, right now on your screen is your state champion, Brody Kuhn, on the 210 KTM, getting the job done. He's going to get that helmet unbuckled, and he's going to hang out with our man Wes Kane. We're going to get to hear from him. Let him shout out those sponsors. He's pumped up. Oh, hang on to the bike now. Hey, you know what? If you're going to crash, do it on the podium as a state champ. Don't do it on the track. Ain't that right, Wes? That's a good time for it.
Well, I don't know. Brody Kuhn has definitely left the mark. He's like, help me get my Kickstarter out. So I go to grab it, and it's hot. It's hot because it's been up against the pipe. And then he comes up here and crashes. But you know what? It's all smiles up here on the podium. Great job out there. A lot of people helping you out. Who do you want to thank, Brody?
My mom, my dad, my grandma and grandpa's, my 2 brothers, my sister, FXR, Scott, Hebblers, and everyone else.
Congratulations out there. Great job. Very first time I've been crashed on a podium. I've been burned by the same motorcycle, but it's all good. He pushed it over here. Back to you guys. That's the action that we're bringing here at High Voltage Hill in New York City.
Yeah, we talked about the shocker, the step up. That was a shocker there for Wes Kane. Yeah, that Kickstarter is hot. As we get ready for the 50cc oil injected class. This is going to be race number 6, race number 3 from yesterday. Wow, this guy, I don't think we've heard of this guy. Mason Wagger, maybe have we heard? I don't know if we've mentioned that name yet today.
This is
Mason
his third
Wagger.
race in a row, actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This guy is an Iron Man as Mason Wagger grabs the first moto win. Cameron Arline and Colton Brassey, another return name. All 3 of these riders, not their first time out on track. 1, 2, and 3. It looks like Brody Miller and Abel Van Camp 4th and 5th, with Alden Smith and Matthew Schutelt 6th and 7th. So getting these guys lined up, locked and loaded on the launching pad. You can see it's that graded start that's kind of taking across the nation. A little bit of both sides of the fence, right? Some people love them, some people don't. But nonetheless, I think it's made for some great racing right off of the line. We do have a replay from this 50cc oil-injected class yesterday. We'll take a look at it. Here it is coming through the final corner. Mason Wagger, I believe he switched his machines for this, jumps up and gets the job done. And, man, he is, like we said, the endurance is there, the speed is there, the confidence, regardless of the machine. Right now, I'm looking at the number 98 and Mason Wagger as possibly my favorite in this one as well.
Again, it's hard not to favor him in this one again, especially after the ride that he put. And, you know, this was another one of those classes that we saw. It was pretty tight competition. It wasn't as if that one was a give-me, you know. I mean, and none of them have been, even as easy as the 210 made it look there just a few moments ago. These were not give-me motos in any way, shape, or form, and you have to work to be here. Just like any major championship, this New York State Championship is carrying a lot of weight here today. Maybe you didn't realize it till you got here. Maybe you did know. Maybe this is the point that you've been training for, you know, and if that's the case, A lot of these kids are coming in on point. And and to another point, a lot of these kids training for Loretta's, and even though if they weren't training for the national championship, they were racing against other kids that were training for the national championship. So their level of fitness is peaking as well. So we couldn't ask for a better time than right now to be in the midst of a New York State Championship battle, I don't think.
Well, and it's funny to talk about, when you hear professional athletes talking about peak season. Obviously, if you're a UFC fighter, your peak is right as you're approaching your fight date, right? If you're a tennis player, it's approaching the match. It's right before and right at that event. But then, even if you're not quite at the peak anymore, you're still at the top of your game,
Absolutely.
right? And so, like you said, these guys, a lot of them coming off of a national championship competition. That is their peak. That is the one time to be at your best. It's been, 2 weeks as the gate drops here on the 50 oil-injected Moto number 2. These riders are on the top of their game as well. Who do we have rocketing into turn number 1 side by side? I'm thinking that's Colton Brassey and maybe Mason Wagger once again, neck and neck. Look at that, almost touching as they head into turn 2. Can't see. Let's see if we can see the number plate on them swapping back and forth. Like we said, track probably a little more broken down than it was in their moto yesterday. Could not quite get a look at that number plate, so we will let you know just as soon as we can who exactly is out front. We do know Mason Wagger, Cameron Arline, and Colton Brassey, your top 3. Can't forget about Brody Miller and Abel Van Camp as well. Take a look at this. I believe that might be Wagger right there. Both feet off the pegs. That's his signature style.
Who needs a foot peg?
Hey, wide open. Hey, Stu Baylor got up on a podium with missing one of them. He says, I can do better than that. I'm just not even going to touch him. How about that? So making their way up and over towards the breaker box. Look at this. We got a pass in the air at the same time. Who says 50 racing isn't exciting? I tell you what, these guys, it was a show yesterday, and look at this. Oh, problems. He gets hung up in the thick stuff. Those berms have been absolutely treacherous, and I do think that is the 98. And that might be Brassey just behind him. I know Brassey was in some brighter colored gear.
That's 722 back in the number 3 spot, so that is Colton
so
Brassey.
That's Brassey. The question, maybe it's Cameron Arline up in the front. Arline finishing second in Moto 1. So, once again, got to perform, got to be on the top step. Oh, problems for one of the riders. That was your leader. Oh, no, problems. Oh, man, that is a heartbreak. Wow. Tough luck for that rider. His dad or a family friend there runs out on track and say, hey, I mean, what can you even say at that point? That is tough for that rider. Coming around, Mason Wagger, Colton Brassey, and Brody Miller check in. We do think that might have been Cameron Arline leading the way. As now Brody Miller checks in 3rd. Alden Smith comes across in 4th. Abel Van Camp in the 5th place spot. So, that could be a heartbreaker there for Arline.
Wow. Like I said, bye-bye state championship, and I think that's exactly what he was saying as he was slamming on the handlebars there just a moment ago. Keeping an eye on that running order there at the finish. Matthew,
hang on to it. Wagger getting a little cross there.
Schutelt in now in 6th, so still no sign of the 401 of Arline. So, yeah, we're pretty much...
Yeah, pretty much positive that's who that was. And talk about tough as well. I mean, we don't want to focus on the negative. We want to focus on the positives. How well Cameron was riding.
Oh, man.
Knew that they needed to get out front, got the whole shot, and looked to be riding away with it. So, we got to give some positive energy there towards Cameron.
Everything there. I mean, you add everything positive. There was nothing that kid did. Nothing wrong that kid did. It's just misfortune and timing. I mean, machines and things break. That's just the unfortunate way
nature
of the world.
Sport. Yep. Unfortunately, as we take a look, your current leader right now, Mason Wagger, out front, leading the way, coming from Penyan, New York, and trying to collect 2nd state title of the day. This guy wakes up and gets his business done by 10 o'clock. So I'm going back to sleep, eat a little snack, watch a movie. Right now, it is all business as Wagger. I mean, seriously, within the last hour, this guy's about to collect 2 state titles. Like that's not a bad day's work.
Yeah, absolutely, before 10 a.m. I collect 2 state championships.
He's like David Goggins. He's already done 2 motos before you've even woken up. So Mason Wagger right now picking his way through some lap traffic. This guy is on another level. Back up on the pegs. And honestly, you can start to see he looks almost a little more comfortable on this bigger bike.
Yeah.
It seems like as he's growing, seems like this bike's able to keep up with his level of riding. Really, maybe just a little bit more suspension than some of the shaft bikes. Little, as you say, he likes skying it out. I think he can probably sky that one out a little more than the P-Dub. So Mason really showing that he's ready to take the next step and move forward with his 50cc career, and won't be long we'll be seeing this guy skying the shocker out on a 65. I can guarantee it. Look at that little look over the shoulder. Says, where's everybody at? He's got 5 seconds or so back to Colton Brassey. And we talked about riders that are probably going to spend the next decade or two going back and forth with one another. Mason Wagger and Colton Brassey. Probably Brody Miller and Alden Smith. We'll go ahead and throw them in the mix as well. Those guys, they're going to be swapping back and forth, trading wins for years to come.
Yep.
And we talked about how bright the future of New York State motocross is looking, not only just in the 50s, but our 65 riders who you'll see coming up shortly. Man, it is really impressive to see the riding abilities, and not only just for the local New York State type riding, but for a national caliber as well.
Yeah. Well, these kids, I mean, that's the amazing thing. They push themselves to these limits, but even pushing themselves to the limit to be the top state competitor, they are pushing themselves to be national competitors as well. And that, I mean, honestly, and no joking aside, the competition, the depth of field of competition that we have here in New York, I mean, like so many places, I mean, it's deep, but for whatever reason, it really seems to have a lot of potential here to have this deep. And when you see nearly 900 competitors, mainly from the state of New York, competing in this one event, that right there goes to show you that exactly what we're saying. And each and every one of these motos that we've been bearing witness to, and ones that we've got coming up pretty soon, are going to prove to us that the battles are tight, the battles are good, the racing is good, and these are the best of the best, the elite of motocross racers, not only in the great state of New York, but on a national and most likely even on an international level.
So here it is, Wagger once again over the breaker box. He goes, taking an opportunity to sky it out for the fans one more time. Going to hang a left, and he is just about half a lap or so away from another state title. A little glance over. Wants to make sure Colton Brassey's not going to jump up and surprise him. Brody Miller, Alden Smith back there. And, man, this guy is feeling good. Catching a little air off those inside rollers. Really has seemed to found his stride here on day 2. Obviously had some great rides on day 1, but, man, he's been unstoppable here in the championship motos of this New York State Championship. That was the final corner. Let's see, coming across the line. You like one title, how about 2? There it is. The 98 of Mason Wagger going to get the job done. And look at that. That means he gets to go hang out with his buddy Wes Kane. They'll chat it up once again. And give you guys a little replay of how they got it done. Headed off the line. And basically, this was it. This was the replay. Mason Wagger got the job done. This was the heartbreak right here as Cameron Arline, who was in position to try to steal the title away, had a mechanical issue, and that's a heartbreaker. That was heartbreak you were watching live. And there it is. That's the celebration. And that's a 2-time New York State champion right there. Mason Wagger getting the job done and backing it up once again. He's down, hanging out with our man, Wes Kane.
All right, thanks, guys. Really super cool. 2 titles right off the bat. Mason, you got to be pretty pumped. Tell us about the good people helping you out.
Mom and Dad.
He said mom and dad, but guess what? You need some sponsors, right? So put this on your resume. You're a 2-time champ here at the Empire State.
Okay.
Yeah, he's good. He's good, guys. All right, Mason, good job. Hold it up one more time. Show everybody on Racer TV who's a 2-time champ. Back to you guys up in the booth.
He's pumped up.
Yeah, he is.
He's not going to be able to hold both of those titles with both hands, though. He's going to have
one
in each arm, exactly. Hey, folks here on site, one of the incredible things that they do here at High Voltage Hills is for this big state championship race, they're giving stuff away, all right? We love giving stuff away here at High Voltage Hills. We've got 10 sets of fly racing gear that are going to be given away, as well as 10 gas cans. We do have the gear recipients picked. I'll be announcing the gas cans coming up here shortly. But for right now, Kaysen Arline, Dalton Cummins, Joey Matat, Connor Borowski, Nico Holmes, Austin Davis, Carson Smith, Jason Sarsky, Zachary Martin, and Callan Lopez. You all have just gotten a brand new set of fly racing gear courtesy of High Voltage Hills MX. So make sure you guys, we'll announce this a couple of times throughout the day today, as well as those gas can recipients. But for right now, make sure if your name was just called, you head over to the registration trailer, and they will get you your set of fly racing courtesy of High Voltage Hills MX. As we get ready for race number 7, our 50cc e-bike. It is the loudest class of the day, and that's just because you can hear the parents yelling around the track. I'm just kidding. The electric motorcycles. We'll take a look at the replay from yesterday. Colton Tubbs, another name that we've said already today. This was his class. He was the man to beat. The 45 was on top, styling and profiling. Easton Steele going to cross the line in second. Kaha Wheaton rounding out your top 3 with Maverick Manzer, Beckett Manzer, Harper Steele, Ezra Powell, and Levi Bond rounding out the field. So taking a look right now. Gates down. Look at the drive from the 45. Tubbs trying to do it once again. It's a drag race coming into turn number 1. He's fishtailing back and forth. He closes the door, and there it is. Colton Tubbs going to lead them in and out of turn number 1. That was a nice battle for the lead off the line. A good drive from one of the KTMs up the inside.
I believe that was the 405 in that number 2 spot you're looking at out there. So
Wheaton trying to shake things up coming into this second moto with a third in Moto 1. And almost immediately you see Tubbs break away and put a little separation between the rest of the field.
I remember yesterday we kept talking about Colton Tubbs leading into this e-bike race and talked about how he got himself an overall third-place position in the e-bike racing at Loretta Lynn's. And anyway, we were kind of anticipating to see what would happen once we got to the e-bikes. And wow, what a great show he put on yesterday. Basically like what we're looking at right now. He goes out, gets a good start, and totally dominates the circumstance and the situation that's going on. He was finished up yesterday. Easton Shadle, I believe, was finishing up in the number 2 spot. Then, of course, in that number 3 position. As we looked a little further back, it was the 405 of Wheaton. Then we had Maverick Manzer, the 44 in 4th. In 5th was Beckett Manzer, the 48, followed by Harper Steele, Ezra Powell, and Levi Bond in 6th, 7th, and 8th. Right now, as we are wrapping up this first lap, we see that the competition level is still very high in this e-bike class, and Tubbs will be coming around, and does come around for that first lap complete now. Easton Steele in that number 2 spot on the 108 machine. So he's gotten around Wheaton. It looks like Wheaton actually back in the number 4 spot. Manzer in the number 3 position aboard the 44. They've actually riding a little different than what we saw them finish in Moto number 1. And again, we're still a ways from a checker, so nothing to say that won't or can't change. But we may be looking at the change for the day right there. The 48, Amsterdam's Beckett Manzer rounding out the top 5. That's where we saw him yesterday. Harper Steele is running on the 306 machine. He finished 6th yesterday, running a consistent 6th-place finish today, it looks like, Zach.
Yeah, it looks like possibly some siblings that we have out there, both in the Manzer family and the Steele family. And I love to see that as well. Obviously, brothers, sisters, anytime you're racing your siblings, it's a good time. And then, I think about like the Hawk family, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've got Super Mini and 85 riders, brothers that have grown up racing together and find themselves at the top level of their classes. So whether you're talking about the Martin brothers or maybe a family, the Lawrence brothers, might have heard of them. I think the ability to compete with a sibling and to have somebody that close to you help raise your level of riding is beneficial. And so for Beckett and Maverick Manzer, as well as Easton and Harper Steele, I think it's great. But right now, Colton Tubbs, not sure if Colton's an only child or not, but doesn't have any siblings out there, all by his lonesome. And, man, he is making it happen right now. White flag coming out. It's crazy. We talked about it yesterday. Seems like these riders, they know their class. We've got a variety of different 50cc classes, different styles of bikes. Obviously, these electric bikes, some of these riders really seem to prefer them. The Stasic generation we talked about yesterday, coming from those electric assist bicycles, balance bikes, basically, where riders as young as 2 years old are jumping up on those things and learning how to balance, how to have throttle control, how to stick your leg out in a corner. Then they move on to the 50s, whether it's a PW50, and then progress onto something like this Cobra Electric 50, and Colton Tubbs looks right at home. He rides with a whole different kind of intensity than you see him on his other 50 machines. So it seems like Colton Tubbs may be on the forefront and leading the way of this electric bike charge, because, man, he's looking good out front.
Yeah, and, you bring up a very good point. I know watching, and we're seeing the progression from the 50s into the 65 cc's with the electric bikes now, I believe, and we're going to, I think, see that progression continue with this generation of riders that we're looking at, and the riders that we're getting to know in the electric bike motocross world, the ones that are premier now, are likely going to be the riders that we see that will pave the way for whenever it happens, if it happens and it works that way, but will pave the way for the electric motocross championships, nationals that will someday. I mean, it's inevitable that it's going to happen, I believe. And these are the kids that we're going to see making their names. I mean, and that's another cool thing about it, because you'll have an opportunity. Maybe you can do both disciplines, an electric and a gas powered, as a checker comes out on this one. Or was that the white flag? Nope, that was the checker.
That was the checkers, and we have got another state champion in Colton Tubbs, your 50cc e-bike division champ. He's going to be hanging out with Wes Kane. There you see Powell making their way across the line. Ezra Powell going to cross the line in the 7th place spot. But we are celebrating with Colton Tubbs. Rodney's 100% right. Could be looking at a future national electric bike champion. Here's the replay. Here's how it went down. Brought to you by our friends over at AG Video. As the 45, Colton Tubbs, knew this was his time to shine. He put that Cobra 50 out front early and rode it all the way to the finish. A solid run. He's getting that helmet off. He's out of breath, working hard, and hanging out with our man Wes Kane on the podium.
All right, your e-bike champion right here. Here he is, the number 45. Hold that number 1 plate up. Colton Tubbs, ladies and gentlemen, watching on Racer TV. Congratulations out there, Colton Tubbs. Who do you want to thank for this monumental championship here?
My mom, my dad, FXR 60, Cobra, and yeah.
How's it feel to win this championship?
Good.
All right, there he is. Hold it up one more time. Mom and Dad's got the shot. Dad's got the hang loose sign like Rick Johnson. Hey, Colton Tubbs, your e-bike champ. Back to you guys up in the booth.
Yeah, Colton Tubbs getting the job done. Mom and Dad getting a big shout out there. That's everybody's first sponsor, right? Mom and Dad,
yeah.
The biggest sponsor, too. And so I love to see it. A huge shout-out to all of our moto moms and dads out there, and brothers and sisters and cousins and uncles and aunts. It's a family affair out here to have success.
Well, not that one cousin.
Well, yeah, we don't.
That one cousin.
Yeah, we let him watch on Racer TV. We don't bring him to the track. But nonetheless, we've got one more of our 50 races coming up here in this abbreviated track design. We've got our 50 Junior 4-6. Colton Brassey back on top in that one. He's coming in with a first-place finish. Cameron Arline and Jackson Schickling second and third. Here is the replay from yesterday of the 722. Colton Brassey taking charge and taking over that 50 Junior 4-6 moto. Now we take a look back on the start. Looks like he's way over on the inside. Seems like these 50 riders really been favoring that far inside. And yesterday, I think they were a little more towards the center of the line. So interesting to see how that has changed throughout the weekend, Rodney.
Well, I think if you look at the gate, it looks a little wetter, more towards the center of the line than it does on the outskirts. And then I think that, maybe the 210 there a little bit ago might have proven a pretty good point about what that side of the gate a little further up and that more direct line into that first turn, what kind of things it can yield, the positive things that it can yield out of it. This young man, it looks like he may be stuck in the gate. Is he protesting? I mean,
he is talking to the gate. All right, you're going to drop this pin really fast. He's actually moving the pin ever so slightly. That's his brother just behind him on the line. So.
You're going to drop faster than any of the other gates.
All right, baby, I need you to just drop real fast for me. Okay? Yeah, I mean, some people do. Some people talk to their bike. They talk to the gate, talk to the guy who's running the gate maybe. And right now, Dad's talking
Yeah.
to Colton Brassey right now. He says, okay, we watched the 210 rip a hole shot from this gate 2 motos ago. This time it's your time, all right? We got a nice straight line after that. And he is kind of sitting in a little bit of standing water, even over on that far side. So, like we said, a graded start here at High Voltage Hills MX and tons of traction off of that grate. So, give you a look at the top 5 from Moto 1. Colton Brassey, Cameron Arline, who had that heartbreaker in the last moto. We'll see if Cameron is able to line up here for this 50 junior class. Not sure if that was the same bike or not. Jackson Schickling, Mason Wagger back once again. I mean, we're going to have to call Mason Ironman Wagger. Exactly. Brody Miller.
Well, Colton, I mean, there's so many of them that are like that. Brassey, Brassey wasn't in that last one, but.
So he's lazy. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, maybe he just didn't cut the mustard on the age bracket in that one. I don't know. But, I mean, this is a kind of demanding schedule for these little guys.
Yes, it is impressive to see. And it is done with them in mind. Obviously, these guys running the abbreviated track, so we're trying to get them all not out of the way, but get them done early while the track's in good condition. And we're able to give them our full attention. Obviously, they have the timing and scoring move down there for them as well. So I think it's a good idea. And quite honestly, these kids seem okay with it. They seem happy. They seem like they're able to get back to the gate with plenty of time.
And, Mom and Dad, they don't mind getting out here a little early.
Like I said, business is done before 10 a.m. That's not too bad at all. And so we'll see as we get ready. I believe this is the final of our abbreviated 50s, our 50 junior 4 to 6. 15 entries on the line with Colton Brassey, Cameron Arline, and Jackson Schickling all ready to do battle for a state title. Maybe Mason Wagger and Brody Miller can jump up in the mix and shake some things up as well. Going down the line, final preparations, final bit of advice from Dad. Card sideways. Let's see. Watch the far side of the gate. Your first moto winner, Brassey, gets a good jump. And he's trying to turn it into a hole shot. Look at that. A rocket ship off the line is Colton Brassey. But is it going to be a hole shot? Look at this.
Yeah, that on the outside there. I'm not sure who that was.
Wow. So gets a good drive. Actually does not grab the – look at this. They are still side by side. This is too close to call. Brassey does funnel back into the second place spot. I think that is the 401 of Cameron Arline. Fired up after a disappointing moto. And, man, we talked about it before. They say if you could crash going to the starting line and get good fired up, that's what you need. Arline coming off of a disappointment from one moto ago, capitalizing and getting out front early here in the 50 junior 4 to 6 class. Feet off the pegs, getting sideways as Brassey makes the pass for the lead.
Brassey back out front, so Arline definitely hungry, definitely determined, but we've got a third-place position holder back there that looks as hungry and as determined as what the rest of the riders. Is that Jackson Schickling?
I think that's Schickling. I see the 7 on the side of the jersey there, so I think that's the 217 of Jackson Schickling. So 1, 2, and 3, running 1, 2, and 3 right now. Your state title fight is on your screen here at Racer TV. Brassey starting to put a little bit of time between them, really fast back down those hills, charges super hard into the corners. Watch him catching a little bit of air off these inside rollers.
So Schickling's back there. He's like, all right, here we are. We're settled into pace. First lap, coming around for the first lap complete. All right, I see I got my competition up front. There.
Hey, if you can see him, you can catch him. Right?
That's it.
No need to panic quite yet. Look at that.
So now the plan is going into effect for Schickling at this particular point. He says, I got third yesterday. I've got to take the win today. So here we go. Green flag flies on this one. Colton Brassey checking in on the 722 out front. Arline in the number 2 spot. And there is Jackson Schickling in the number 3 spot. Then Mason Wagger in 4th. That's exactly the way they finished 1st through 4th in Moto 1 yesterday, with Brody Miller, the 311, also running in the number 5 spot. So we're right back to pecking order, at least in this top 5, it looks like, Zach.
Hey, you can't say the 50 classes aren't consistent. It seems like these riders kind of funnel into their general area every time as Cameron Arline continues to try to chase down Colton Brassey. Watching the speed Brassey carries as they head to that track abbreviation just before the shocker. Now jump over to the far side of the track, up and over that little ski jump. And, man, look at that, catching some air, and Brassey absolutely on the attack right now. He is still charging hard, not letting up whatsoever, because he knows he's got his biggest competition right behind him. Arline and Schickling now starting to do battle for the second place spot. Schickling looked just a little closer than that a few seconds ago, so maybe had some problems in that corner. Starting to see the braking bump. You see the rear fender of those Cobras flopping up and down is starting to get a little rough after a few motos in the books. Schickling losing touch with him just a touch on those exits. Watch the drive that Brassey gets going up this hill. Now taking a look at some of our other riders. That goes to show you the difference, right? We've got a whole group of riders in this 50 junior class. Taking a look at backside of the top 10, Alden Smith in the 6th place spot, Beckett Manzer, Hudson Sykes, in the 8th place spot, Matthew Schutelt and Levi Bond. Your top 10.
There's Mason or Macklin Hart checking in that 15th place position, the 101. Kind of new to the sport, definitely a junior class rider.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of learning going on. You see that one rider paddling up the hill after the sand trap, and so
this is a 4 to 6 year old
class.
Yes,
yeah, these guys are absolutely, they're beginners and they're figuring out, and I think it's a good opportunity for them to see what they could turn into, right? They take a look at somebody like Colton Brassey, Cameron Arline, as things are tightening up for the first place position. Oh, one rider going down there. We get picked back up. Looks like that was our man Dom headed over there. He's probably going to bicep curl that bike when he picks it up.
Is our good guy, our upgrade guy here today? I need some more upgrade today.
I'm not sure. Our Freeman Formula upgrade was keeping Rodney locked in all day yesterday.
I got one bottle left. I'm getting a couple cases shipped to my place.
There you go. It was fantastic stuff. Yeah, hey. I had 2 yesterday. I thought it was great. Doesn't give you the jitters or anything like that.
I mean, you don't even realize that you've taken it. All you know is that things are working better.
Absolutely.
You know,
the
you're
clouds
more alert.
Started to lift. Yeah. Exactly. I don't know if these guys had some Freeman Formula in their apple juice this morning or what, but right now, Arline is locked on the back of Colton Brassey. This is coming down to the wire. One small mistake from Brassey, and it could turn this entire title fight on his head.
Yeah.
We've got lap riders just up ahead. And white flag now coming out for your leader. Brassey gets through clean. Arline funnels in behind. Want to give a shout out to the backside of the field. Like we said, some beginners just kind of getting their feet wet in this state title fight. Levi Bond in the 10th place spot. Ezra Powell, Kinsley Brownell, Colton Brook, Kaysen Arline, and Macklin Hart. Your top 15, as this is the battle for the state championship right now. Arline trying to chase down Colton Brassey, the 401 and the 722.
Somebody's getting shocked. Wes.
A little bit of static here in the headsets as we get ready. That's the electricity of the racing going on right now.
That's
how high the intensity is. Brassey and Cameron Arline.
Three laps down.
Oh, and problems for Arline. No. Oh, this is heartbreaking right now. Arline.
Is he having another mechanical issue?
I think this is another bike issue.
There goes Schickling by for second place now.
No. Arline once again in the title fight in a good position. Man, it just goes to show when it's not your day, it's not your day.
And it's definitely not going to be Arline's day, unfortunately. Man, what a heartbreaker. Colton Brassey getting that big gimme, I guess you could say, basically up front with now no pressure, and Schickling getting the gimme into the number 2 spot. And that will score over to overall second place for him as well by doing that.
Yeah, that's a huge shakeup as we enter the final corner. Classy Colton Brassey, as Don Hampton calls him. There it is. You're going to have to get that little butt patch right there. That's classy. That's classy Brassey for you. Look at that. He's getting ready to go hang out with Wes Kane on the podium. Man, that was some good riding, too. Like we said, he's been possibly his 3rd or 4th moto there. We take a look. This is where I was impressed. The battle for the lead. This was some of the closest racing side by side. Arline and Brassey coming all the way down to the last lap. Once again, got to give some props to Cameron Arline. A great fight all the way to the finish. Just did not have the luck on his side this morning. So tough luck there. There you see Arline once again.
Did he ever get it fired back up?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen him checking quite yet. So that is That's tough luck there for Arline, but right now, regardless, the 722, Brassy, nothing was handed to him. He earned it. He's taking the gloves off. He's going to be throwing jerseys to the fans, signing those goggles, and hanging out with our man Wes Kane on the podium for 50 Junior 4-6. That's your state champ you're looking at. Look at that. He's got the flow going on, and he's hanging out with our man Wes Kane.
All right, Colton Brassy, we're going to do it again. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, the compound, 110 Racing, Alpine Star, 60, and everyone else.
Congratulations, 4-6 champ right here. Colton Brassy able to take the win here. And yes, we were getting some shock therapy down here. You heard it through the headsets up there, guys. There's so much electricity down here, it's like sticking your finger in a light socket down on the podium. Back to you guys up in the booth.
Kind of did look like he stuck his finger in the light socket there, but I think that was just a little bit of helmet hair after claiming a state championship. So Brassy doing a great job. A huge congratulations. Once again, all of our pro riders, please listen up. We are moving those pro races to 11 and 1. So 250 Pro will take off at 11. That is 1 hour from now. So make sure our pro riders, you're racing for a lot of money. Don't want to miss the gate. So 11 o'clock, we're going to have that 250 Pro class. But right now, we're getting ready for 65 7-9. And this is going to be a fun one. Race number 9. We had some great racing in this class yesterday. Actually, this may be 10 to 11 sitting on the line right now. I recognize the number 9 of Aiden Held on the gas. They did separate this moto yesterday. So this may be 65 10 to 11 that we're actually watching. Taking a look. So this was the side-by-side battle in the 7 to 9 class between Harrison Vagel and Carter Sargent. Those guys, one of the classes where we said it came down to less than a bike length. I mean, really, that's going to be on the highlight reel for years to come as far as New York State motocross goes. That was a battle royale. We are looking at the 65 10 to 11 class. Chandler Powell and Aiden Held, the 9X and the number 9, doing battle for that win. Bentley Korthas, Logan Utberg, and Sebastian Withrall, your top 5. Once again, watching 65 10 to 11 on the line right now. We did have 7 to 9 originally scheduled for this, but I believe they flip-flopped the order.
Well, originally they had these races scheduled to run combined, yep, basically with 2 drops of the gate. They had intended to run the 65 10 to 11 first, followed by the 7 to 9-year-olds, but there was some confusion on the gate yesterday, and they got them backwards. So basically they wanted to keep them separate today because of what they did yesterday, but they decided to go ahead and run the 10 and the 11-year-olds ahead of the 7 to 9-year-olds today. And I would say a little bit of that.
I think we've got like Colton Tubbs and a couple of those riders that are transferring over.
Right.
So I think that's got to do with why they flip-flop the order.
That's exactly
as we see the gate down, 10 to 11, off and running. Held almost getting collected by another rider. That was a great save by the 824 of Bentley Korthas. He was almost getting tossed off of that machine, but man, look at that. Held it wide open and takes over the lead as we get ready to hit the shocker for the first time today, up and over that big step up. It's Aiden Held out front leading the way on the gas. Where is Chandler Powell, your first moto winner on the Yamaha?
Well, I know Utberg got off to a great start there on the 45 KTM. I know he's going to drop back a little bit after the push there by Aiden Held into the number 1 position on the gas machine. But this is big question. Where is Chandler Powell?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I did not even see Chandler on the line.
I don't think so either.
I was trying to scan over, so not sure whether Powell was in any other classes or went down. But nonetheless, this could be a huge shakeup for the state title, as right now we are watching Aiden Held and Bentley Korthas, who were 2nd and 3rd in Moto 1, running 1 and 2 right now in Moto 2. So these 2 riders, the best with the for the best shot at the state title here in 65, 10-11. They made their way up and over the breaker box. Like we said, first of our full track classes here, so be running the full high voltage hills now. Opens up just a couple of sections, and man, they've had that Louisville Honda Highlands, a really tricky section for not really the reasons you would expect. It's almost so simple it's complicated. A little bit harder base, gets a little more square edge bumps on the top side of the hill. Here is the finish line for the full track. They head back over to the far side, and so 65, 10-11 out on track right now.
Leader down there as the 9 of Held, not able to hold on to that one, gets a little bit crossed up and, well, goes down trying to get the machine fired back up. He has lost several positions so far. I believe he has already dropped back maybe all the way to the number 5 spot. So that would put Corthus in the number 1 spot, and the 3-1 scenario all of a sudden unfolds for him. And this championship starting to get a little bit confusing, so we're really going to have to start getting the pen and paper out and start deciphering, I guess you could say, to try to figure out who is going to win this championship. Right now, Corthus is looking at what, a 3-1, which scores him 4. So that's where the math is going to get interesting at that particular point, because that opens the door, I think, for a few different scenarios to take place here.
Well, and I tell you what, one thing that we have seen so far today is this track is tricky. Like we said, I think these riders maybe a little more confidence here on day 2, but the track in a little different condition than what they saw yesterday. So you're seeing some of those simple mistakes. We had, I believe it was Brassy that went down early in the sand trap. Well, now we had Held, a rare mistake from the number 9. So like we said, right now it is Corthus out front, but anything can happen here in the following laps, not to mention Held going to be holding it wide open to try to get back on the rear wheel of Corthus. Utberg, he should be in that second place spot. Not sure if he was able to get around Held or not. But yeah, a huge shakeup, honestly, in the absence of Chandler Powell. Not sure what was going on. Hopefully Chandler was okay. I do know we had some crashes yesterday, so hopefully Chandler is on the mend if he was down in that. But nonetheless, we were expecting him to be battling for a state title, so it brings a whole new set of question marks coming into this moto. You see the pit board's out for Corthus. Hey, you're out front, you're leading the way. Don't make any crazy mistakes, and watch out for the sand trap as he makes his way through. Does look like Held checks in the second place spot. Utberg third, with Withraw and Mosher your top 5.
Well, starting to do the math now. Corthus, as we said, is looking at a 3-1, which scores him 4. Aiden Held moving up into the number 2 spot is looking at a 2-2. So really, unless Held can make up that distance between himself and Corthus in that first place and make the pass, with the absence of Moto 1 winner Chandler Powell, this definitely sets the stage even brighter for Bentley Corthus to take this Empire State Championship in the 65, 10-11 class.
Well, and we talked about yesterday the importance of getting up to at least a podium position in Moto 1. A lot of people think, hey, third place, I'm out of overall contention. You never know what is going to happen in these second motos. So right now, Corthus, a living example of that, as he is trying to take a 3-1 to a state title in the 65, 10-11 class. Up and over the breaker box he goes, really hitting his marks as well. Don't get me wrong, Corthus ran well yesterday in that third place spot, but really seems to have risen to the occasion today. He's out front, but they're not tracking him down, continuing to run a solid 157 on that last lap.
Third on lap 3. We'll see a white flag coming out this next time around for Bentley and Corthus. Aiden Held, Logan Utberg, Sebastian Witherell, and Quentin Mosher are your top 5 in this 10-11 class. White flag is out. And the 824 on his way home to a New York State Championship title here at High Voltage Hills Motocross. definitely one of the Northeast premier, and New York, one of the New York premier motocross facilities and racetracks. This
American premier.
I
like
agree.
Said, we've been all over the country, Rodney, and I mean, and for those at home, like I had a few friends texting me after the broadcast went off, and they're like, "So seriously, how cool is that place?" And I'm like, if I could have loaded my Kawasaki into the plane as I came here, I would have. This place is incredible. Even my dad, he's a picky vet rider. He's like, this track looks fun. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's got a little something for everybody, and the terrain is so natural. And like we were pointing out, I mean, it uses the natural flow. Wes Kane was talking about this yesterday, I believe. The natural flow of the landscape is basically, it just enhances it. We just have enhanced portions of it, and that's the kind of motocross track. I mean, it's about as old school as you can get as far as designs go.
So taking a look, Bentley Corthas trying to bring it home for a state title here at 65-10-11. Hang on to that thing. Up and over the breaker box he goes. Was able to secure a third place in Moto 1 yesterday, and that might just be good enough after a win here in Moto 2 if he hangs on for it to be holding up a number 1 plate. Confidence got to be at an all-time high right now. Aiden Held had the position, an unfortunate mistake, and like we said, the tiebreaker coming down to the second moto, a 2-2 and a 3-1. And here it is. Checker flags in hand, and the 824, a state champion in the 65-10-11 class. Man, that has got to feel good. He is pumped up. Look at that. Oh, yeah, look at that. A little wheelie action. I love to see it. Taking a look at your RacerTV.com replay. Corthas was up front early. Oh. There was the big one. Aiden Held, the sand trap, claims another one. That small little tip over. He got back up quick, but it was too little too late as Bentley Corthas had already run off with the win, and he took the state championship along with it. He pulls up. He's pumped up. He's got more style than either one of us, Rodney. Look at that. I wish I could wheelie like that. I tell you what. And he's in the 10-11 class, getting some hugs, celebrating, going to take that helmet off, and chatted up with our man Wes Kane down on the podium. Another state title headed to Bentley Corthas in your 65 10-11 class.
That mullet, man.
Absolutely. Got the hair out, looking good.
I got him over.
And we're going to send it to Wes Kane.
Bentley Corthas, congratulations. You are the champ, man. What a way. You went 3-1. You're able to win the second moto to solidify a championship here. Who do you want to thank?
Mom, Dad, my pit-board boy, Alex, and then my brother.
On the top of your screen, you are seeing 65-7.
Congratulations out there. Everybody, come on, put your hands together for Bentley Corthas.
Celebrating down there, Bentley Corthas, your state champion.
We'll get down and hopefully get down with Bentley Corthas in a moment to get that interview. Some technical difficulties, I guess you could say. You see, 7 9-year-olds are off and rolling, and again, Harrison Vagel, the 44X, going to be one to watch. Carter Sargent, the 293, took second. Colton Tubbs, the 451, was third. Brody Kuhn, 210, was the fourth-place position finisher. And Samuel Morris rounded out the top 5. Then it was Tyler Boys, Micah Bogay, Brody Percy, Hudson Usmail, and looks like Colton Northey rounding out the top 10. And that was it, the top 10 of 26 riders we had out there, it looks like.
Trying to hear, we may have Wes Kane down there on the podium. I'm not sure. Wasn't sure if he was going to try to jump back in or not. But, yeah, some big names. This was one, you saw that replay a little bit earlier before the 10-11 class where they were side by side coming to the checkered flag. So, Vagel, Sargent, Tubbs, Kuhn, these are names that we've said throughout the weekend. Obviously, you've got some names a little further back, Tyler Boyce, Brody Percy in the top 10 that they're looking to try to make a statement here in the second moto as well. Coming across the line, Carter Sargent leading the way on the 293, which means he is leading the way in this title fight. Tyler Boyce in the second place spot, Vagel and Morse third and fourth, with Kuhn rounding out the top 5. And we will see exactly how things shake up in this.
Check.
We got you, Wes. We heard you over there. Oh, and we got the Freeman formula upgrade. Ooh, raspberry lemonade. That's my kind of flavor right there. Our man Dom, the man with the plan. And right now, the man with the plan out on track is Carter Sargent, as he is up and over the shocker, headed into that Lowville Honda Highlands. Looking good up and over the front end of the bike. Sargent got the matching graphics to go along with that FXR gear, like that. And takes a little look over the shoulder. A couple of these riders really focused on making sure they know exactly where the riders are behind them. There's difference in opinions of whether or not that's good riding technique or not. I think a lot of the off-road riders say they don't think it's a bad thing. Check back, see exactly what's going on behind you. You don't want to let it affect your race, obviously, but a couple of these riders taking a little glance over the shoulder. Sargent's in control right now. Another little peek over. He wants to make sure Tyler Boyce, and then who he's really looking for is that 44X. Harrison Vagel back in the third place spot. May have made a pass for second. I was trying to watch a little further back to see if he was able to sneak away around, but right now it is all Carter Sargent out at the front of the field.
I have to think, my opinion on the looking back thing. I think there's a couple of different variables that you can take into account there. Depends on, number one, what you're looking back for. Number two, how often you're doing it. And then third, and probably most importantly, if the reason that you're looking back is to see who's back there, if it's because you're looking back because you're nervous of who it is, probably best that you don't look back. But if you're looking back just to gauge where they are so you know what your timing is, what you got to do to push yourself, and how you got to push yourself throughout the rest of the moto, a little bit different of a scenario. But there are different reasons for looking back, I think, that you could take into account. A little trouble there for one of our front runners. He gets a little bit out of shape, but keeps that machine up on two wheels and rolling forward right now as we have 2 laps complete. Carter Sargent leading Harrison Vagel. Tyler Boyce in the number 3 spot. Samuel Morris is 4th, and Brody Kuhn rounds out the top 5. Some of our top players from Moto number 1, along with Colton Tubbs back in that number 6 spot now. As he's a little out of sync, it looks like, in his second moto. Micah Bogut in the number 7 position is Colton Norby in 8th. 65, Brody Percy is 9th, and Easton Steele rounds out the top 10, and that's after 2 as we take a look at Moto 1 finishes. Vagel running the win in that one, and it was Carter Sargent in the number 2 spot. So right now we're looking at a flip-flop of situations. And again, the scenario that we joked about yesterday, only the second place guy looks at this, but here we are in that scenario once again. At second place, as good as the first place finish for Carter Sargent right now, because if he can maintain the position, he's looking at a state championship title.
Well, we talk about how mental this sport is, Rodney. Obviously, extremely physical. These riders have got to be in great shape, great coordination. But the mental strategy, the mental stress that this race can take on you, he had an entire night to sit there and think about, I've got to get this win. It's the only way I can get the title. Obviously, these guys are competitors at heart. They want to be on the top step of the podium. So for Carter Sargent, he sat there last night, probably went back online, watched on RacerTV.com, said, hey, what lines was Vagel taking? What did I do that I could improve on? He shows up today with a clear mind, full heart, and he comes out looking to try to take away a state title with 1 lap left to go. Sargent's looking good.
And again, how much different is this championship battle now? We coming into this, there's a lot of weight. From what I understand, there's an East and a West combination of series New York State championships that are coming together and sharing this race weekend as part of the series. It's the state championship title. But throw in the one more factor of the fact that not only is a state championship and it carries the weight of that, but now it is being televised internationally through streaming on Racer TV. And once you stream it internationally like this, you put it out there on the web, all of a sudden it becomes a much more higher spectacle, I guess you could say. It becomes more of an event, and it becomes, and it seems at least, a lot more important. And these kids feel that. These kids know that. They recognize that when they come back and they watch and they see, hey, our track here in New York, our state championship track, looks like a pro national track on any television I've ever seen, and we're racing it like that. Hey, wait a minute. we are in the midst of something great here, and all of a sudden they recognize the greatness that is the New York State Championship, and that's what they're out here battling for right now.
Yeah, I'm already looking forward to next year. I think this is just the beginning for this event becoming a staple for the entire Northeast. Like we said, all of our New York natives watching and even in the surrounding states, circle the calendar, because this one is not one you want to miss. This track is fantastic, and clearly the racing matches right along with it, as we have got some great stuff going on. Look at that. Does look like Vagel has made the pass for second, and he is within just a couple of seconds, I believe, of Sargent. What are you seeing, Rodney?
I just want to point something out. Nearly 900 riders out here this weekend have what we got signed up. In this particular class right here, we're looking at 26 riders. Only one rider doesn't hail from the state of New York. It is actually comes from Canada, Tyler Boyes. And that tells you, and we want, and they invite and expect other riders from other states and other places. But, I mean, when you look at, there's 25 riders in this class of the 26 that are all from the state of New York. This is truly a New York State Championship, and it's got its competition. And look at that. Another New York State champion has just been crowned or just won his championship, about to be crowned. Carter Sargent going 2-1 to take the win. Harrison Vagel looking at a 1-2 for second overall. Tyler Boyes, the 884 machine. A little bit, he finished 6-3, so a great second moto finish for him. Colton Tubbs looking at fourth place position aboard the 451. Samuel Morris checking in the number 5 spot here in Moto 2. Brody Kuhn in 6. Micah Bogut is 7. Colton Northey will be 8th. Brody Percy in the number 9 spot. Easton Steele will round out your top 10. As we look down on the gate in race number 10, the 125 two-stroke BC getting set to roll. It's Wes Kane down on the podium, set to crown the latest champion, Carter Sargent.
All right, Rodney down here. He is pumped. The family comes sprinting over here, part of the track team. Carter Sargent, congratulations. You are a champ, man. Got to feel good. Tell me about it. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my mom and dad, Fine Line MX, Snap On with Ryan, Pete Weiser, Commenda's Excavating, Moto Seat, and Rich's Auto Body. Thank you all very much.
Congratulations. Well-spoken young man. I like to hear that. That was a great interview there. Carter Sargent. He's a sergeant at arms and a champion here today at High Voltage Hills MX. Take it away, boys, up in the box.
All right, thanks, Wes Kane. Yeah, huge congratulations there to Mr. Sargent. Give him a nice salute there after a ride like that.
Salute.
Absolutely. We take a look now at Moto 2 of 125 two-stroke BC. Lincoln Bartholomew, one of the names that we'll say multiple times throughout the day, and usually he's at the front of the field grabbing the first moto win. Spencer Burley, Parker Harrington second and third, Caden West and Chadwick Nauer your top 5 headed into turn 1. It's the 50 leading them in. That is Bartholomew trying to close things out early. Whoa, hang on to it. He almost goes over the front end. He's got the 21 and the 17 just behind him. Chadwick Nauer and Scott Stratton with a strong start. I see the 15 of Spencer Burley up inside the top 5 as well.
Yeah, back there in that number 4 spot. So a lot of our key players, or all of our key players, Bartholomew, Burley, Harrington, West, all right there in the front of the show. And again, Bartholomew, as you pointed out, getting a great jump off that line, able to, secure the lead coming out of that second place position, or that second turn, and has taken that first place position and put the distance between himself and the rest of the field now. And we got a battle shaping up for the number 2 position as they make their way over the breaker box now and heading home for the finish line, the conclusion of lap number 1. It's the 21 machine right now that is under all kinds of fire. Chadwick Nauer, who actually finished 5th in that first moto, riding the dreams, the ride that dreams are made of, at least for the moment. He's got pressure under him, and this is what we like about these New York State Championships. As we said, everybody rises to the occasion, and they're ready for battle.
Absolutely. Once again, our 250 Pro riders, your moto is coming up in about 40 minutes, 11 o'clock, 250 Pro Moto 2. So make sure you guys are in staging in time for that as we take our look. Green flag waving, 125 two-stroke BC off and rolling. Bartholomew lands deep off of that tabletop. Makes his way through. Watch that. Spencer Burley was trying to make a pass around the outside. He tucks back underneath. Great camera shot here coming up and out of that back section after the finish line. Into the sand trap they go. And man, oh man, I tell you what, Nauer's got a rear view mirror full of Burley. The 15 He was moving forward late in the moto yesterday. Gets a little better start here today. Up and over the shocker, they go into that Loudville Honda Highlands. Bartholomew, though, I believe he had to make some passes yesterday to get into the number 1 spot. He capitalizes on a good start today. Nice and clean up front. Probably hasn't even pulled a tear off yet as he heads down the hill once again.
You know, you oftentimes, I'm sure you got to think about that. You come into these things, you think, I had so much trouble in that first moto, and to get into that position and then to get out and have this happen, to get out front, man, I know it's got to be a sigh of relief at some point for these riders whenever they're able to get things clicking in that second moto. And if you haven't noticed, this track, like it always seems to do, wow.
Look at that. Burley, makes the move, cuts underneath, almost goes down in the process. Oh, now we're trying to slice back underneath him, but wasn't quite close enough, so the KTM makes the pass. Spencer Burley going to move into the second place position. So now we're looking at a 1-1 and a 2-2. Burley, best believe he's not going to stop there. He's trying to chase down the number 50.
And what I was saying, Zach, this track really seems to be developing a little bit differently today than what we've seen in yesterday's racing action, I think. And obviously, I think a lot of that has to do with yesterday's racing action, how deep things got, and then putting the track back together and preparing it for rain showers overnight and not knowing what to expect this morning. But, again, I don't know if they didn't plow it as deep this morning or what the case may be, but it is definitely shaping up differently today.
Yeah, absolutely. Spencer Bauer really seems to be jiving today. And this is a multifaceted, talented rider. This guy can drive a car just as well as he can ride a bike. We caught up with him earlier on Friday. He talked a little bit about it. Really impressive story from Spencer Burley. And we'll pull that up here in just a second. We don't want to pull away from this battle as Burley says, hey, don't get me wrong, I like the interview, but I want you guys to catch me trying to pass for the lead right now. Bartholomew putting up a good fight. Look at this. Burley tries to take the long way around. Really good at carrying the momentum around these corners, but Bartholomew fades out wide as up and over the breaker box they go. Funnel to the inside, both of them. And here we go. We were able to catch up with Burley.
The racing aspect is the same, but it's not the same at all, like on the track, because motocross, if you want to go faster, you just will yourself, hit turns faster, scrub harder. But with dirt car racing, you got to hit your marks and just be very precise with everything. And when you start over driving the car, you're going backwards. So you got to just be patient and calculated about everything.
So like we said, Burley hit 2 wheels, 4 wheels. Put that guy in an 18-wheeler, he could probably race that too, as right now he is chasing after Lincoln Bartholomew up to that Loudville Honda Highlands, launching these machines deep up past the landing. These guys are wide open. Oh, look at how hard Burley charges into that corner. A great drive out, up and over the step up they go. All right, here comes Burley. He's back on the rear wheel of Bartholomew. Oh, once again, using those outsides, not going to pay off. Lincoln doing a great job of riding a wide bike, super defensive. Nothing over the line as far as crossing over, but man, this is great defensive racing. Checkered flag. Look at that. Oh, Burley going deep. He sent it all the way to. Man, and look at that. That was a battle. That was probably the closest finish of the weekend right there. Lincoln Bartholomew and Spencer Burley going at it. Love to see if we can get a replay of that finish.
0.159.
Wow, 0.159 seconds going to Bartholomew. We'll get ready to talk to him down on the podium. Burley, unfortunately, going to have to head back to the truck and figure out what happened. Here's that replay. Look at how close they were, side by side, up and over, past the lap rider as well. Man, great stuff there from that 125 two-stroke BC class, as Lincoln Bartholomew, your champion here for the 2024 New York State Championship. And we'll get ready to send it down to Wes Kane on the podium with him as we get ready for Moto 2 of women's 85 to 250cc class. And look at that, number 1 plate and Wes Kane on the box.
Lincoln Bartholomew, you are the 125cc champ. Congratulations. What a ride with you and Burley had all the way down to the photo finish, but you're able to hang on. Tell me about that, and who do you want to thank?
Yes, sir. I got a good start. I came out in the lead, and I just held the lead for a while, and I heard him coming, and that lapper almost came into play in the last corner, and I kind of had to go out, and I just tried to stay on it and just hold him off the whole time. It's a stock 125. I got to get a motor soon.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, dad, my pop, my brother, my sister, Charlie's Cycle, Hebler's, 110 Racing, Oakley, Legacy Graphics, Micah, Bart's Reynolds, Mark and Lauren Gophier, and Spur, Chevy, and Brockport, New York.
Congratulations out there. Hold that up one more time. There he is, Lincoln Bartholomew, your champion. Back to you guys. I heard the gate drop. Got to be some action.
All right. Thanks a lot, Wes. Yeah, absolutely. Gate is down, and we are off and rolling for Moto 2 of the women's class. Taking a sip of our Freeman Formula upgrade. We're upgraded, and these ladies have upgraded. I think track arguably maybe just a little better than they had yesterday.
Yeah.
We've still got a nice amount of moisture in it. We'll give you a rundown. It was Anissa Ingersoll grabbing the first moto win with Nikki Voorhees and Say Labani, your top 3. So those ladies are the ones we're really watching for this title fight, and all 3 of them look to be up front early once again, along with possibly Harley Wood on the Kawasaki. So nice to see the green machine up towards the front as well.
Yeah, and this, this is a name, and same thing goes with Nicole Voorhees. I mean, these are names that we recognize. We see them not only here in the Empire State, in the great state of New York, but these are names that we see at relatively any major AMA competition, whether it be a majors event or whether it be a national event. These ladies, they're highly competitive. They go wherever the competition is, and they are the competition, and folks are coming here to New York to try to face off with them today. And this is what we're seeing develop. This is what we're seeing happen. Ingersoll trying to keep command of this one as he wraps up lap number 1 on that 61 KTM. Sade Labonte in the number 2 spot. Is it Sade or Sade?
I'm asking you. I was about to say, I was going off your lead. I believe Sade, but
I think you're right.
Nonetheless, she can tell us if she keeps riding like this.
Absolutely.
She's trying to steal away a state title right now. A great save after the finish line. Almost washed the front end, but she got that Honda back on track and is trying to chase down Ingersoll. Voorhees back there in the 3rd place spot as well. So look for her to try to make a pass. I know she at least wants to go 2-2 out here, if not snag a win.
Harley Wood in 4th. Casey Pritchard rounds out your top 5. Then it's Joanna Fake, Bailey Sheldon, Morgan Caldwell, Macy Lazier, and rounding out the top 10, Kelly Myers aboard the 82 machine.
You saw a little look over there from Ingersoll. Wants to see exactly what's going on. She knows she has to stay in front of the Triumph, the 92 of Voorhees. Really putting a charge on in the 3rd place spot right now. Say Labani kind of the buffer in between, and Sade liable to jump up and steal this title away as well. We've seen a 3-1 do it earlier today. Certainly could happen again here, but right now, Ingersoll trying to keep the math simple for us. A 1-1, we can even figure that one out. That is an overall for you. So Ingersoll did exactly what she needed to do, got out front early.
One thing to note, that top 5 outside of Ingersoll, not necessarily very consistent. Labonte going 3-2, 2-3. I mean, they're somewhat consistent as they flip positions. And but outside of that, Harley Wood, she took 8th. She's up to 4th right now. Bailey Sheldon running 7th. She was 5th. Joanna Fake, she's running pretty consistent there. But there's a couple of riders that are doing a little bit better this second time out than what they did the first moto. So we'll see if that bodes well for them in the overall as Ingersoll, Labonte, and Voorhees check in 1, 2, and 3 after 2 laps complete. Lap time for Ingersoll, a 1:44.7, a 1:48.8 for Labonte. We see the gap now 7 seconds between first and second, only 2.6 seconds back to the number 3 spot. So Voorhees and Labonte could end up seeing maybe a battle develop in this one if this one continues like this. Casey Pritchard in 4th, Harley Wood still back in the number 5 spot. Looks like maybe Pritchard just got around Wood as the Kawasaki rider drops to the number 5 spot.
Taking a look on your screen, the 61 of Ingersoll continuing to march her way towards the title. Doing a great job of using every inch of the track. You see her peeking to those far edges, really finding some smooth real estate. Smooth is probably not the best term, as pretty much all of this racetrack being used yesterday and once again today. Maybe a few spots that she can find relatively smooth, but besides that.
Xadria Marconi looks like she might be experiencing a little bit of issues today. She's running in the number 14 spot, was a little stronger yesterday, ended up finishing 10th by Moto End, but had a little stronger start if memory serves me correctly. Going to be one that I think we should probably keep an eye on. She's got a lot of potential, I believe, as so many of these ladies do, and the competitors just in general here at the New York State Championship. Many of these riders will be seeing on the national stage and moving forward, and I'm sure many of them in Mini-O's and into Daytona and Supercross next year, as well as vying for the national championship at Loretta Lynn's. Casey Pritchard back to the number 4 spot now as Harley Wood still in the number 5 position. There is Pritchard checking in on the gas, and Wood right behind her at the finish line right now as Ingersoll continues to lead this one. Final lap of racing. Labonte now about 14 seconds back. Voorhees still only about a second off the pace there for that second place battle. Those two have been basically nip and tuck the entire way, but look at this. Voorhees dropping back a little bit, now has clipped back off a 150 lap time, just under 151, almost 2 full seconds faster than Labonte. So we might be seeing things tighten up for the second place position as we head for the checkers in this final lap of racing now. As we note, yesterday they finished with Voorhees in the number 2 spot, Labonte in the number 3 spot as they head into the final lap. It was a flip-flop situation, and I almost have to think that the 92 of Voorhees does not want to see it finish like that. She doesn't want to see that number 2 at least plate slip away. She'd like to have that one back, so we'll see if she can get around the number 9 machine.
Yeah, this one's going to come down to the wire for sure. Obviously, Voorhees and Labonte in great shape. They're going to be able to fight tooth and wire all the way to the line. So right now we're going to have to see if the 92 can find a way around, but no problems right now for the 61 as Ingersoll sees a checkered flag and going to be taking a state title home in your women's class. We'll see how things shake up as they cross the line for second and third. Who's it going to be? Massive gap opened up, 14, almost 15 seconds when they came across the line, and it looks like she got the job done. Voorhees makes the pass coming to the line. So Nikki Voorhees going to go 2-2 with Say Labonte rounding out your podium once again. How about that?
I saw that one coming. I know we didn't see it on screen, but I felt it in the air. I knew Voorhees was chomping at the bit there last time I seen her go through the finish line. Say Labonte in the number 3 spot. Harley Wood will finish up in 4th. Casey Pritchard in 5th. So that one was a flip-flop. I think they swapped back around as well. That should give, I believe, Casey Pritchard 4th place overall, though. Harley Wood goes 8-4 for the 5th place. Bailey Sheldon in 6th. Joanna Fake in 7th overall. Morgan Caldwell 8th. Maisie Leiser and Alexis Sheffield will round out the top 10. But again, Anissa Ingersoll 1-1 for the women 85 250cc New York State Championship title.
All right, Rodney, down on the box. I got our champ right here, waving, saluting everybody over there. They're all down here taking pictures. Congratulations. What a way to get a win out there. Tell us about your race, and who do you want to thank?
Just got a good start, rode some good laps, and yeah. I want to thank my mom, my dad, my brother, my best friend Adriana, High Voltage for putting on this amazing event, Wax, BTR 60, the compound, and everyone else forgot. Thank you.
Congratulations out there. Take a picture. If you got a camera, use it for your champion up here on the box. All right, guys, take it away down there.
Love to see it. Love the smiles and the good time down on the podium. The happiest place on the property is what we like to call the podium. As we're taking a look now at 50 seniors, 7 to 8. This is probably the top level of 50cc racing. Your top 5 from Moto 1 was Louis Hawk grabbing the win, Colton Tubbs, Samuel Morse, Indigo Spina Colt, and Maverick Manzer all in Moto 1 getting top 5 finishes. Question is, how is it going to shake up here in Moto 2? It's a KTM out front leading the way. That might be, trying to go down my list here, take a look, our top finishing KTM, I believe, was Maverick Manzer, so possibly Manzer out front. That is Tubbs side by side. I recognize the gear 45 on the back of it. Tubbs trying to make it past. He's sideways going up the hill, never cracked the throttle, and takes the pass along with it. So that is the 210 on the back of the jersey for second place on that KTM. That is Hawk back in third on the 17. So Brody Kuhn on the 210. Wow, a 14th in Moto 1. I wasn't even sure he was in this race. I had to go further down the list. There he was. He's looking at a 14.2 right now. Says, hey, may not have had the luck I needed in Moto 1, but best believe I'm ready to battle in Moto 2. As Tubbs takes over the lead, Hawk says, hold on a second, I want to get in this mix as well. We saw Tubbs and Hawk get together in one of our earlier motos. They were sitting second and third for the title fight. Came together and would come back to second and third in the moto. So both of these guys been out on track already, as has Kuhn. And green flags waving. 3 strong riders at the front of the field right now, leading for 50 senior. Oh, look at that, Kuhn taking the wide line. Got that KTM skating along, trying to chase after Tubbs. Great shot here on our Racer TV camera. Headed down the hill once again. This is going to get super choppy later in the day. Not quite as bumpy right now. These guys able to charge hard, but best believe later in the day it's going to look like a small whoop section as Kuhn doesn't quite get the drive he was looking for out of the sand trap. Hawk going to close down the gap just a little bit. Tubbs, he's loaded, locked, and headed towards the shocker, getting ready to go to that Loudville Honda Highlands, a whole different section than what these guys are used to running, as they've been on the abbreviated track for most of the day today. Louis Hawk doing a good job of not following the riders in front of him. They go inside, he goes outside, vice versa, making sure he's got clean lines in front of him. They all kind of funnel towards the inside. You see the square-edged acceleration bump starting to develop in the Highlands. Very unique to that specific section of the track. A little bit tougher, a little bit harder base than some of the other sections we see out here. Then they drop down the hill into a softer section. The face of that jump right there, they got to be real careful to make sure they don't cross rut. Now headed up and over the tabletop. Oh man, things are starting to close up. Tubbs getting reeled back in by Kuhn. He says, hang on a second, I want to get in this fight. I'd like a state championship to throw on the wall, maybe take to school for show and tell. That'd be pretty cool. Hey, here's what I did in the summer break. Look at that, Kuhn trying to drive hard as Hawk slideways around the outside, wide open on the Cobra. Oh, this is going to be a 3-rider fight, evenly spaced, as Tubbs out front, Kuhn in second, and Hawk trying to chase him down. Oh, now it's Hawk making up some time. He's closing up to the rear wheel of the KTM rider. Louis Hawk trying to shake things up in the closing laps. Believe we should have 2 laps to go. Yes, the second lap complete, a 2:08 for Tubbs, a 2:09 for Kuhn, and a 2:10 for Hawk. All funneling 1, 2, and 3. It's Samuel Morse, Indigo Spina Colt, your top 5 with Maverick Manzer, Joshua Healing, Earl Becker, Jerry McNair, and Jerry and Eli McNair, 9th and 10th. So rounding out your top 10 as they head through the sand trap. A great drive up the hill for Tubbs. Kuhn is wide open, and yeah, this is for all the marbles here, folks. Take the first moto, throw it out the window. 1 and 2 right now, and Kuhn kind of playing spoiler. He's coming into this one with nothing to lose. A 14th in Moto 1. He just wants to show that he should be in the discussion for a title fight coming into the 2025 state title fight. But, man, look at this. Tubbs back on the Highlands they go. Really gets a good drive up the inside. Avoids 90% of those braking bumps. Able to stretch it back out by maybe a half a bike length or so. Not quite able to jump all the way over that step up. So all of them slowing down just a tick. They funnel back down the hill. Oh, man, look at this. Tubbs rocking and a rolling. Great drive up the tabletop. Man, and I've got to say right now, Kuhn has kind of been the yo-yo of the three riders right now. He closes up on Tubbs, and he starts to fall back into the grasp of Hawk, vice versa, back and forth. And so it doesn't seem like anybody's really able to make enough of a move one way or another for any passes to happen, Roddy. Tubbs out front still looking to try to bring this home as Kuhn and Hawk fight all over second place. Hawk's still just too far back to really show a wheel for that second place spot. They got a down rider up ahead. They funnel to the inside. Let's see what happens. Tubbs gets through clean. Kuhn takes a little look up ahead. He doesn't see any problems. They make their way past the down rider safely.
You know, Brody, even though he won that championship, he ended up, obviously faring very well, very quietly making a mark, I think, on this New York State Championship. First Moto finished 14th in this 51 senior 7 to 8-year-old class to come out and put down the commanding ride that he is here in this second Moto in a second place position, only a second and a half or so off the pace of your current leader, Colton Tubbs, and leading the Moto 1 winner, Louis Hawk Jr. there in the 17 machine, who's back in the number 3 spot. He's really thrown a curveball into this battle for the number 1 and overall state championship here in the 51 senior 7 to 8-year-old class, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think you've got to give some serious props to Kuhn right now, because a 14th in Moto 1, that's not a fifth place. That's a tough result, right?
Yeah.
That's clearly, and especially seeing the skills that he's riding with right now, that's bad luck. That's a crash. That's a bike issue, something like that. So to be able to reset and come out swinging here in Moto 2, knowing, hey, state championship probably not going to happen this year, but you want to show the competition, you want to show everybody at home on Racer TV that you've got what it takes to be in those battles and be in those fights. So big props to the 2-1-0. Obviously, Tubbs right now, he's shaking things up, coming from a second place in Moto 1 to try to steal away the state title. And unfortunately for the 17, he's got a front row ticket to it. He can see it. He just can't quite catch up to the back of him to try to make a move and try to make a pass.
Yeah, at this point, and the thing is, Hawk doesn't have to go through just Brody Kuhn. He's got to go through Colton Tubbs also to get to that state championship title, and he's looking at probably in the neighborhood of at least 3 to 4 seconds of a gap that he's looking at, plus trying to get around the 210 of Kuhn. So this final lap of racing, very critical if they make their way through this, and we'll see what kind of time he's able to make up. Now, Hawk is not far off the pace, so any instances that might take place here in the last few turns as we charge toward the checker flag could carry some heavy weight in deciding this championship here in the closing moments as we're heading to the final turn of the drive to the finish line. Looks like things should be up and okay for the number 70 of Colton Tubbs as he takes a second moto win, securing the 51 senior 7 to 8-year-old New York State Championship title.
So how about that? Tubbs gets the job done. Fans cheering him on along the side. And, man, he got to be pumped up for that one. Had to fight hard for it. Once again, a huge congratulations to Brody Kuhn in the second place spot. Louis Hawk crossing the line in third, putting up a valiant effort as well. And we're going to get ready. Looks like Samuel Morse and Indigo Spina Culp going to round out the top 5. As we're getting things set up down at the podium. I'm going to make sure these guys are shaded, whether it's for the sunshine or the shade. We see the fans having a good time, waving at the drone. Our man Gabe doing a great job, our drone pilot. Make sure we've got all the shots from up above. As coming up next on the line, we do have race 13. That is our 50-plus Masters and our 50-plus Sneak Fast. But right now, we're celebrating the title down with our man Colton Tubbs in West Kane.
51 CC7A champion Colton Tubbs. He knew what to do out there, get the start. He knew there was danger in the waters out there, so he needed to solidify this championship with a win. You got to feel pretty good. Colton, who's helping you out?
My mom, my dad, FXR60, Cobra, yeah.
Congratulations out there, guys. Colton Tubbs gets the championship here. He is the man. All right, back to you guys up in the booth.
All right, thanks a lot, Wes Kane. As we set the stage next, we've got a couple Masters classes getting ready to get underway. Well, 150 plus C class, and then Masters A, B, and C. And coming up, we had, I believe it was 16 riders in the Masters A, B, C class, and we had one. So Michael Andrade is out of Coldbrook, New York, will be the 50-plus novice class rider that we're talking about. But the Masters classes that we're talking about, Scott Usmel taking the Moto 1 win with Daryl Smith back in the number 2 spot. It was John Meyer in 3rd, Jeff Williams in 4th, and Marty McDonald rounded out the top 5. And coming into this one, there's a couple of names that may not have finished in that top 5 that might be one to keep an eye on. One of those, Dale Lilly out of Warrensburg, New York, the 418 machine, a Yamaha rider, ended up finishing 7th. Could play a little bit of a factor in this second moto and maybe shake things up. We'll see how the start works for him as our Masters classes are all lined up on the starting line right now here at High Voltage Hills Motocross Park. It is race 13 of the second moto at the New York State Championship here on RacerTV.com. All racing all the time. The gate is down, and we're racing. Masters class racing to be exact. And who's going to grab the early lead in this one? The 561, followed by the 32 and the 575, I believe that is. Oh, they're swapping back and forth. The 561. Of John Meyer, a third-place finisher in Moto 1. A great start here out for him, but looks like Scott Usmel, the 32 machine, is going to find his way back to the front of the pack very quickly and take over point from Rome, New York, and looking at setting sail for the Masters New York State Championship title here in the 50-plus class. Things settling in behind him now, as Kawasaki pilot making his way in. I know Marty McDonald, Daryl Smith, a couple of front runners on those Kawasaki's in Moto number 1 as they're doing battle now for one of the top 3 positions. As we check in now, the 513 of Daryl Smith back in the number 3 position, finished second in Moto 1, is working on that second place ride. The 561 of John Meyer. These guys have flopped positions so far. They went 2-3, just the opposite of what we're seeing right now, but we could see that settle back into pecking order pretty soon, as on the outside goes Daryl Smith on that Kawasaki, trying to make this pass and set things in order. Meyer, though, trying to say a little something different about it, but can't answer back as Daryl Smith moves into the number 2 spot as we wrap up this first lap of racing and back to Moto 1 finishing pecking order, so to speak, as we head into lap number 2 here in the Masters ABC class. So Usmel, Smith, Meyer, Jeff Williams back in the number 4 spot on the 66 machine. It's Marty McDonald, the 575, in the 5th place position. Followed then by Robert Okanuski. Okanuski is 6th, then Mike DeFore is 7th. Dale Lilly in 8th, Keith Carroll in 9th, and Peter Lawrence rounds out the top 10. So Lilly not able to get off and be a factor in that front running there in the early part of this 50-plus class, but here we go. Again, this is the Masters A, B, and C. And we do have a 50-plus class rider out there as well. Michael Andrade is the Masters, or excuse me, the 50-plus C class leader. However, Scott Usmel is your winner and leader in the Masters ABC class, and he is the leader. It says second on your high voltage Racer TV scoring monitor there, but Usmel is actually leading the Masters class. Andrade is the leader of the C class. So basically, Usmel is looking for a state championship here. Smith, who's running about 4 seconds back and still got pressure coming in from Meyer. Well, it looks like the pressure from Meyer might have subsided a little bit as Usmel checks in for 2 laps complete now on the number 32 KTM. That gap, 5 seconds over second place, and another 2 seconds now back to Meyer. So it's starting to open up a little bit. Jeff Williams is fourth, Marty McDonald in fifth, Okanowski in the number 6 spot, D4, 7 still Dale Lilly, Keith Carroll, and Peter Lawrence. Should still be rounding out that top 10 with James Dimko. Dimko is 11th, Todd Schutte in the number 12 spot. And again, Michael Andre, the 471, leading the 50-plus C class. 2 laps down, working on lap number 3. See white flags coming out after this one. Coming up next, we got open mini class racing. Plus at 11 o'clock this morning, in about 10 minutes, going to be looking at 250 Moto number 1. Moto 2. This will be the first of our pro races. Again, a $10,000 pro purse this weekend at High Voltage Motocross, High Voltage Hills, $10,000. That's $5,000 per class. And on screen right now, what we're looking at is Michael Andre, the 471 machine. He is the leader of the 50-plus C class, and he will be the New York State champion. He will be down to talk with Wes Kane coming up here shortly. Scott Usmel, as we said, on your screen it says he is second. And Scott Usmel, I understand, Zach is a New York State policeman, a New York State trooper?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what he does for the police department, but our man Dominic was telling us about, he says the guy's a beast, a state policeman, and just an all-around good guy. So, yeah, got to give a huge shout-out to Scott. I believe he's also in that warrior class as well, so reserved for military and first responders. So, a huge thank you to Scott, and right now he's showing that he can handle it the best in the warrior class or here in this 50-plus class. So, great stuff from Usmail, I'm sorry.
When Dominic says he's a beast, he's a beast.
Yeah, I was about to say, if that guy qualifies or classifies you as a beast, you're doing something right. So right now, Usmail taking a look back, making sure he doesn't have any surprises coming from Daryl Smith. John Meyer back there in the third place spot. And then, of course, Michael Andrade doing a great job as well.
I hate to put it like this, but pecking order, I mean, if you look at pecking order, it's basically the same as what we saw there yesterday with Usmail Smith and Meyer 1, 2, and 3. Jeff Williams was 4th. Marty McDonald was 5th. We do see a little bit of a change there. Mike DeFore has dropped off a spot. Robert Okanowski has moved up a couple of spots. He actually finished 9th in Moto 1, so this will fare better for him. Michael Andre, by the way, checking in with a white flag now, so that C-Class rider is on his final lap and on his way home to the state championship. And Scott Usmail also on his way home. The final couple of turns here as we head up and over the step up and the split lanes. Here goes the 32 machine of Scott Usmail, state policeman here in New York, and all around Mr. Bad Butt guy. Scott is a beast, Mr. Beast. Let's just call him that, the Moto Beast. Here today in the Masters A, B, and C class in New York. Taking the win, Daryl Smith, John Meyer, 2nd and 3rd.
Once again, I want to make it perfectly clear, those on site, we do have 250 Pro being loaded onto the gate right now. I just had a couple of riders, didn't look like they were aware of the change. For those on site, 250 Pro is on the line, so if that is your class. You need to be dressed and headed down there as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that's be tough to be sitting on the fence watching your class go off. That's for sure.
that rider, I'm gonna not name them, obviously, just out of respect. Not their fault. I know it's. Look at that, Scott Usmail. That's what it's all about. That's what it's like to win a state title. I love to see it. Pumped up. For those of you on site, once again, I know we're kind of coming in and out of the PA system here, but 250 Pro taking off at 11 o'clock, Open Pro at 1. Once again, 250 Pro at 11 o'clock, Open Pro at 1, as right now our plus 50 ABC champ He said, you throw the whole alphabet in there. I'm the champ of all of them.
He is a beast. Look at that.
I was about to say, absolutely. Dom knew what he was talking about. Thumbs up. Love to see it. And he's going to be chatting with our man down on the podium, Wes Kane, here in just a moment.
All right, I got my guy down here. Congratulations. 50 plus. Woo! A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You got them all covered, man. Congratulations out there. Tell everybody exactly what you do.
I'm a state trooper. I work for the Special Operations Response Team, full-time SWAT team. I'm a team leader, and I've been there for almost 22 years.
Wow, that's amazing. There's a lot. I'd like to sit down and do some bench talking with you about the SWAT team and stuff like that. But we'll carry that on another time. Who would you like to thank?
My wife, first and foremost, my son, my family, my dad who just passed away. It's for him. Dedicate this win to Brandon Thrasher, who also passed away. Thank the Zelinskis. They did a great job. They always do a great job. They put a lot of time, effort, and freaking hard work into this place, and it really shows with the turnout here. And thank you guys for being here. It was awesome, man.
Hey, congratulations. I like to say if everybody here out here on the grounds told 20 people, and everybody watching on Racer TV told 20 people, there'd be the numbers here next year would be unmeasurable. So great job out there. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, there he is. We are safe. The SWAT team from New York City, the Highway Patrol, they are here, and we are safe. There'll be nobody shot in the ear while this man is here. And he's over here laughing. He goes, that's right. He knows what I'm talking about. All right, come on up here. I got my other guy. Nobody's going to clip me in the ear while I'm up here. My man has got his rifle. He is ready. All right, great job out there, my man. Andre. Who do you want to thank? Tell me about it. Tell me about your name and where you're from.
Mike Andrade, Colebrook, New York.
Who do you want to thank?
Oh, my wife, my grandchildren, my kids, my motocross family, Brandon Thrasher, who recently passed away, like Scott had said, and everybody else that holds the race here. It's a great time here. Love it.
Well, congratulations out there. I got to go get the plate from our state trooper. He has robbed us of our plate. Hold on 1 second. Hey, let me get that plate.
Wes Kane trying to rile up a SWAT officer. Yeah, be careful, Wes. Be careful.
No. Hey, he's an honest man. He said, take your plate. There you go. You hold that up. You get the shot, guys, everybody at home. And, yes, great job out there, Mr. Andre, the 471. Congratulations out there. All right, guys. I know we got some fast guys coming up next. Who do you want to thank? Tell everybody. Tell everybody back up at the box. What's happening?
Great stuff down there from the podium for Wes. He's handing multiple championships out there at one time. There's a lot going on.
Dude,
he's a little nervous around the police officer.
Absolutely,
you can tell, so.
yeah. But, man, he is a beast. No, man.
I like to make friends with all those guys because you just never know. You know, I have to drive tonight to Syracuse. So I might have to drop his name and say, hey, you know, I know somebody.
Yeah.
You know, otherwise I'll be –
we know
he said, he just told me anything I want.
Look
so
at that.
I am protected by the beast.
Watch out now.
I got it. I'm in the fold, you might say.
So,
all right, take it away, guys.
Wes has got his hookup. He's ready to rock down there on the box as we are getting ready for the first of our Pro Second Motos, 250 Pro, getting ready to take off the line right at 11 o'clock. And that is going to be the first of our Pro Showdowns here, Rodney. Like you said, $10,000 overall, $5,000 per class. And my rider that was up at the podium or at the announcer's tower less than 5 minutes ago, is geared up and down at the starting line. I'm not throwing his name out there, but you know who you are. I'm glad to see you made the gate. So we got great stuff going on in 250 Pro. A little bit longer of a moto here. I believe 8 laps for these pro riders, $5,000 on the line. What are you expecting to see here, Rodney?
Well, right now I expect that we're going to see an adrenaline rush out of at least one rider, maybe 2 of them that are making their way down a little bit late to the line. But no, what I expect to see here is exactly what everyone hopes to see whenever they come out. I expect to see a great battle. I expect to see the possibility and likelihood that we're going to see multiple leaders in this one. And I think that not necessarily getting the whole shot might be the critical thing, but getting a good start is going to be very important. You're not going to want to let these front runners get away from you very quickly. And with as many riders as we've got on this gate, it's about a half a gate or so full, a little more. What that is going to translate into, it'll be easier to pass up through the pack, but at the same time, it might be a little more difficult because this field of competition is deep. These are the best of the best as far as what New York has to deal with here this weekend.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Now, for those of you just tuning in on Racer TV, we'll give you a recap as to what you missed yesterday for Moto 1. France there, as you can see on the 347, he was up in the mix. Obviously, we had Schmidt. He was kind of the guy to beat on the pro scene as well. So we'll take a look at this recap from yesterday's Moto. As you can see, like in a lot of our classes, it came down to the start. Getting that good start was absolutely crucial. We take a look, several riders jockeying for position up front early, several riders getting collected in that first turn as well. But almost immediately, Schmidt was able to make some quick moves and move into that number 1 spot. But France, we thought he was going to be able to put up a fight, but unfortunately got hung up. We see the 25 and the 31. Those two were basically just like that side by side for an entire lap. But at the front of the field, it came down to Trevor Schmidt grabbing that first Moto win in dominating fashion as well. We talk about the start a lot, Rodney. One of the things that our good friend Megawatt Matt Watson says, a good start is important. But at the end of the day, I want to see you get a good finish. So these riders, even if they're not in a great position after the first turn.
Well, one thing, and if you notice one thing in that first Moto, we saw a lot of riders collected in that first turn region. So basically what we're recognizing there is the fact that there might be a rider or two that didn't get a chance to get up front and battle it out with those front runners. Because we could have a sleeper out here today that is going to change the whole face of everything that is going on as far as the second Moto of 250 Pro class racing is concerned here at High Voltage Hills Motocross and this New York State Championship on RacerTV.com. The revs are up, and folks are pretty pumped and excited. I think I don't know that they're in. I think everybody in the pits are out here on the fences right now trying to see what's going to happen in this one.
Yeah, there is no clear spot on the fence for these pro motos as getting ready to drop the gate on 250 Moto 2. Here we go. Card is sideways.
Gate is down. We are rolling into that first turn, and we got a KTM pilot out front. Who's that going to be?
Oh, this might be quick work here, folks. I believe that is Schmidt grabbing the early race lead. He had those neon boots yesterday, switches up the Alpine Stars to a different color, but the results stay the same. Look at that on the back wheel up towards the shocker. Trevor Schmidt leads them to the Lowville Honda Highlands.
Well, we are off, we are rolling, and man, what a battle we've got already underway. And as you said, Smith's going to be the tough one to beat, but look at that battle back there for the second place position right now. Is that Logan Ford, I think maybe we're looking at back there in that number 2 spot aboard that 57 machine, if memory serves me correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Trying to take a look as the riders make their way out of the Highlands for the first time.
Yeah, that is Ford we saw back there in that number 2 position. JR and J&R Fuller Trucking Buell Fuels backed right, also with that FXR gear.
Up and over the breaker box they go. France once again up towards the front. Let's see what he's able to do. He's got another potential to be a dark horse. Did not get the result he wanted in Moto 1 after a tip over. Now trying to shake things up here in Moto 2.
Well, I'm again interested to see if anybody that might have got collected in that first turn debacle in Moto 1, if maybe they come out to be a player in this one. Trevor Schmidt, Logan Ford running 1 and 2. Nick Krager, the 296, is your third place position ride. Looking at Trey Bisham in the number 4 spot. Mitchell France is 5th. Connor Mowry in 6th. Toby Cleveland is 7th. Howard Vagel in 8th. Nick Niles is 9th. Tegan Ingersoll rounding out the top 10. Then it's Wyatt Leonard, Brandon Handy, Nick Townsend, Jeremy Pop, and Jacob Stevens rounding out the top 15.
Man, how about this? Really Great track right now. 11 o'clock was the start time for this Pro Moto, and man, are they enjoying it right now. Look at this, the 296 trying to make his way around the 57. Nick Krager, how about that? Tries to make his way around Logan Ford, but Logan says, hang on a second, it's not over yet. Back down the hill they go. Great response there. You know, they say when you get past it, you can pass him right back. That kind of shuts down the momentum. Now you see Krager having to kind of refigure things out, a new way around him. Going to try to take the inside this time. Outside didn't work out for him. Once again, side by side, exiting the corner. A little look over from Krager. Hey, how you doing? Over the breaker box they go.
Wow.
Oh, wow, what a move from Nick Krager on the Yamaha. And look at that, a little contact between Forward and Krager, and that's going to allow Trey Beesham to slide underneath as well. He's trying to get a little BOGO action here in this corner. He gets one, can't quite get the other. France behind him with a front row ticket to the show.
Well, talk about being committed. He definitely committed himself to making that pass and made it stick as we head nearly 3 wide, heading up over the finish line right now as Trevor Schmidt leading this one by 7 seconds, but all eyes back there on Krager, Beisham, and Logan Ford, your second, third, and fourth place rides. Mitchell France also right there in the mix of things as well on the Kawasaki, number 347, Connor Mowry, 6, Cleveland, Vagel, Ingersoll, Niles rounding out the top 10. So 250A, Moto number 2, 135.023.
Oh, look at this, side by side over the shocker they go. That's Beesham. He is wild. Look at that. Slams the door, launches that inside roller. He thought that was a takeoff for that jump right there. That was insane riding from the 25. He's coming out swinging here in Moto 2.
Well, I'll tell you, I can imagine that that Krager was a little surprised. I was surprised by that one as well because out of nowhere, Bison just boom, there he was, and all of a sudden Krager now trying to fire back on him. He's finding himself in the same position he put.
Look at this. This is great, Rodney. Back and forth. Krager, I mean, absolutely not taking anything from anybody. He says, I don't care who you are. He's clearly not afraid to make a little bit of contact as these guys are more than comfortable with close racing. Once again, the 25. Hard on the brakes. Look at that. What a drive up the inside. That is the 4th time these riders have passed one another. 250 Pro on track right now. Trevor Schmidt leading the way. This is the battle for second place. Right now it's Trey Beisham leading the way on the 25. Nick Krager on the 296 back there in the 3rd place spot. Mitchell France, once again, he's eating popcorn. He's got the Coke in hand. Front row ticket to the show, but he can't get in the mix quite yet. Behind him, he's got Logan Ford, who has lost just a couple of spots. Then it's going to be Connor Mowry on the 31. Be on the lookout for Mowry late in this moto riding. You remember yesterday, he was slicing and dicing with Beisham back and forth. So see whether or not the Huskies can start to move forward in the closing laps. The 25, he is pancaking that thing up and over the finish line. He's probably one of those pro riders I was told did not want to compete in the whip contest last night because he means business. He wants big money here in this pro shootout.
Absolutely, and this is big money for these guys. And you're looking at $5,000 to split amongst this field of riders and top competitors. You want to get the lion's share, and that's what these riders are riding for. Trevor Schmidt coming into this one, I think that was pretty much hands down the one that everyone was gunning for. I think that everyone knew that he was going to be the guy to beat, and he has proven to be just exactly that. But who knows what's going to happen back here in this second place position. You could have your druthers, you could have your thoughts coming into this one, but today's action is only going to tell the true tale of what is on tap for us right now.
Yeah, Trevor Schmidt kind of in one of those tough situations where he's executing so well, he's quietly out front. Cameras aren't on him right now. He's all by himself. We are watching this 3-rider duel for, I believe, the 3rd place spot. France, Forward, Krager, all in the mix. Here comes France. He must have gotten the pit board, said it is go time. He made a pass around Forward, and now he is all over the back of Nick Krager. Krager, if you remember, was charging really hard in those opening laps. Gotta wonder whether or not the endurance is starting to catch up to him. Maybe the sprint was early in the moto for him, whereas France saving a little bit for those closing laps. Now you see your leader, Trevor Schmidt. Look at that. He stop over, take a little sip of drink, ask that flagger how his day is going. He has put in the work, and he has got the gap opened up right now, getting ready to go back down the hill from that Loudville Honda Highlands. Smooth sailing for the KTM rider. And to your point, Rodney, as you see him launching deep into that section, it's one thing to have the target on your back, but be able to perform with that target. You know, there's a lot of pressure that comes along with it. This is the New York State Motocross Championship. All of these riders, like you said, a little bit of an east versus west here in New York State as far as bragging rights and who's going to come out on top. You hear your name all weekend long. Hey, that's the guy, that's the guy, that's the guy. Then he goes out, executes in both classes in Moto 1, picks up right where he left off here in Moto 2.
Well, Schmidt, I believe, is used to carrying that weight here in New York, and he come out here. He had a plan as well. I mean, this is a double duty weekend for him. Not only does he get to represent the district, get to represent the state, pick up a little bit of extra money, but I mean, come on, this is some stiff competition, and this racetrack is nothing to sneeze at. So it's one that is putting together a lot of great training opportunities for him all at the same time. So I mean, everything is positive about Trevor Schmidt being here and performing at the level that he's at right now, and it's also good. It's a good marker for the rest of the field out there. Right now, he's got a 13-second lead over the second-place position of Bisham. And with that being said, well, 16 seconds now, Krager only a second behind him. Look at how tight that rest of that field is. So that second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth place, I mean, these guys that are coming up through the field, once they find that level that Trevor's at, can you imagine what the rest of these 250 and 458 class riders are going to be like in the state of New York?
Man, I tell you what, I was taking a look out of the window, and this battle right here is continuing to rage on. They were even closer than this when they passed us. You're right, Trevor Schmidt, he's done the damage early. He's out front having a good time. These guys, they know what's at stake. That rider back there, I believe it is Mallory, who is now on the tail end of this four-rider duel. No, that is actually forward. He sees those three riders right there in front of him. 3 opportunities to increase his overall position. And hey, no shame in it. There's some money tagged along with this as well. A lot up for grabs. And so these guys, best believe, they're fighting for every position, whether it's first or whether it's 6th or 7th. So great stuff right now. Mallory checks in 6th. Toby Cleveland strong in the 2nd place spot, or the 7th place spot, with Howard Vagel, Tehan, and Niles rounding out the top 10 last time they came through the stripe. But Schmidt, I mean, a 138.3 on that last lap. That kind of pace consistently, like you said, that is a striving point. That's a goal for the rest of the field. And right now, here you see Bisham, Krager, France, and forward. 1, 2, 3, and 4, sitting 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the track. Krager kind of getting a little bit of a second life. He was actually able to work his way back around France, so be on the lookout. Maybe it was, we talked about with these pro races, the riders, they sprint a few laps and they kind of have a little bit of a lull, and then they really charge at the end of it. So Krager not only trying to hang on to the final podium spot, he wants second place away from Trey Bisham. Up the shocker they go, the Loudville Honda Highlands. We check a little further back in the pack, headed up towards the line. Cleveland now falls back to the 10th place spot. Vagel and Niles move forward. Taking a look, Tehan Ingersoll on the 225, sitting comfortably in 7th right now. Jacob Stevens and Brandon Handy trying to work their way into a top 10 finish here in Moto 2.
Again, just noting Logan forward and Mallory. Connor Mallory running 6th right now. Logan forward is running in the number 5 spot. Those riders just both moved up from the B class into the A class. They just competed at Loretto Lenz. Schmidt also, by the way, just recently qualified for Southwick and Unadilla Motocross Nationals. So that's some highlights to talk about here as far as this 258 class is concerned. And Mitchell France also coming off of another stellar season of racing on a national level himself. So watching this all unfold here in New York as the state championship, this truly is the elite group of riders, I think, that we do have in this 258 class as far as New York is and the entire Empire State is concerned.
And honestly, getting to talk to some of these riders with the helmet off, it's a great role model for the New York State motocross community as well. Somebody like a Trevor Schmidt, he's well spoken, nice guy, really doesn't take his situation lightly. He knows that he's a role model for the rest of the field. He's high-fiving, knuckle-tapping the kids, and when he goes out on track, he's a true professional. You're not seeing any kind of bad tactics, any bad racing going on whatsoever. He handles his business, and when he's done, he does it with a smile and respectfully. So right now, Trevor Schmidt not only trying to take away a state title here in the 250 Pro class, but trying to do so with a little bit of class. And, I mean, what can you say about this? This is a performance that I think all of these riders would say if they could do it one way, this is it. Relatively quiet. I mean, the one thing he could have worked on just a little bit was the start from yesterday, and he did it. He got out front, so excited to talk to him. I do believe we are going to talk to the top 3 here overall out of your 250A class. So excited to see how that's going to shake up, because like we said, we've got some shakeups here between Moto 1 and Moto 2. But there it is. One thing that's consistent, Trevor Schmidt at the top of the board, a 1-1 your state title champ here in 250 Pro. So takes a little look back, wants to see what the gap was, 17.5 seconds on that last lap. Here comes the rest
that was
of the crew.
heading into heading into that last lap. We'll see what it was on the last lap. But Krager and Bisham, they're finishing second and third. They will finish second and third, but flip-flop that. Krager will be the second place overall finisher, with Bisham in the number 3 overall spot, unless something takes place there before we get to that. But there it is. That's the finish. You've got Bisham, Krager, Forward, France. That's your top 5 in Moto number 2. As far as the overall is concerned, it will be Trevor Schmidt, Nick Krager, and Trey Bisham going to the podium in that order. Schmidt, Krager, and Bisham, 1, 2, and 3.
Sounds like we got our man Wes Kane hanging out with our podium down there. Look at him. We got a tent underneath him and everything. How's it going down there, Wes?
Hey, we got to be ready. We got to be ready down here, guys. It could rain, the sun, but I know who the sun's shining right now on. Trevor Smith. You backed it up. A 1-1, a pair of pocket aces, and now a little money in your pocket. You got to feel real good. Tim Ferry, the Red Dog, he's back there listening, and he said he wants to hear what you got to say.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good race. Got off to a great start again, and just put down some good laps. The track's pretty smooth right now, so it's hard to separate. So just putting down the smooth laps, keeping it consistent.
Who do you want to thank?
I would like to thank my mom, my dad, High Voltage for putting on this awesome race, Scranton Craftsman, Hebblers, RJW, and my grandpa passed away this past month, so I'd like to say thanks to him and everything he's done for me growing up.
You got a couple more motos coming up. What are we looking for?
Just to keep the ball rolling and put down some consistent laps.
Okay, we're going to put your bike on the stand. Dominic, come up here, our bike handler. You're going to put the bike on the stand. We'll leave it up here. Let's talk to our second place rider up here. Come on up here. Our second place overall. There you go. There's our guy. Thanks, Dominic. Dominic, help handle these guys over here. And I'll need to keep that, but you hold on to it right now. Come on over here. Come on over here. Finishing second, you got to feel pretty good. Come on over here. Tell me about it.
Oh, that was awesome. Like Trev was saying, the track was smooth, so yesterday I was getting real tired the last couple laps, but this one I felt like I held strong the entire race and got off to a decent start, and I just rode, man. I just rode my heart out for real.
Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank the Lord for keeping me on 2 wheels. My mom and dad, they're always getting me to the races, fixing my bikes and everything. 110 Racing for making me look sick, and just everybody else who supports me, man. Thank you guys so much.
Congratulations out there. You hang tight. I want a group shot of all you guys up here. Come on up here, third place. Third place overall, 296, looking good. You got a beard, but you got a dirt beard as well. You ate a lot of dirt out there. You look great out there. Tell me who you want to thank and a little bit about your moto.
Yeah, I had a pretty good moto. I got off to a decent start. Trevor and Trey riding really good. They're probably 50 pounds lighter than me on these 250s, so I was ringing that sucker trying to keep up. I got to thank High Voltage Hills, my title sponsor this year, AR Collision, FMF, Factory Connection, D&D Racing, Lavo Sport and Farm, FXR, Factory Connection, FMF, WMX Extreme, anybody I'm missing, my fiance, everybody for helping me out, and look forward to ending this weekend strong.
All right, congratulations up there. I'll scoot you to the side. Trevor, come on over here with that number 1 plate. I want a group shot of all you three right here. Get in the middle. You hold the number 1 plate up. Here's your podium. of the 250 Pro right here at High Voltage Hills MX, guys. Take it away up in the booth. So much excitement down here. Back to you on the track.
All right, thanks, Wes Kane. Celebrations going down on the podium, but all-out battle going on here at the Open Mini class. We had divisions for this class, last chance qualifier for this earlier this morning, and now it is main event time. Rodney Tomlin, look at that, up the shocker they go. The Loudville Honda Highland's going to tell the story for us.
Absolutely. You'd almost think there was $5,000 up for grabs in this mini class as well, but that number 1 state plate certainly carries a lot of weight as well. So number 20 of Caden West, a Moto 1 winner, snagging an early lead out here in this one, and bringing the rest of the field around with him as they make their way down and out past the did you notice the apple tree down there this morning?
I did not.
There's in that little pathway there in between at the bottom of the hill, nice, beautiful apple tree is starting to.
Is that what you were munching on this morning?
Well,
Take a walk over there?
I was thinking about it. I didn't. I was certainly thinking about it, though. But, hey, another thing that I noticed, look at how beautiful the trees are here. Oh, look at that right there, too.
Oh, how about that?
I believe we may have just seen the pass.
Look
but
at
can
these
it
guys.
stick?
Side by side going into that that turn right there. We know West is in the mix. That might be Vagel as well. We've got the interesting thing about these qualifiers is we have multiple riders coming in with 1 moto scores and 2 moto scores. So right now, Caden West and Hudson Vagel both coming into this race with a 1 moto score.
This is intense here on this first lap as they wrap up the first lap. West,
Wow.
Vagel, Hawk, Parker Harrington, Samuel Hawk in 5th, Chadwick Nauer. Put the clock on that. You're looking at most 3.5 to 4 seconds between the top 5 riders as they came through the finish line there just a moment ago.
Wow. Taking a look at your top 5, it's West, Vagel, Hawk, Mansfield, and then Samuel Hawk. Jacob and Samuel both out there racing right now. I believe it is Jacob on the 77 currently sitting 3rd. Side by side up the shocker. Take a look at this. Hawk did have some problems in the sand trap, but right now no problems at front for Caden West and Hudson Vagel. Both your divisional winners in yesterday's action, both at the front of the field trying to get a state title here in Moto 2. Getting ready to launch it down the hill. Look at how far Vagel jumps down into those ruts, sending it up and over the tabletop. I think Vagel may be coming for a number 1 spot.
He's coming. He is coming very quickly. The bad thing is that he's got Caden West to have to try to work through. And West is not making it an easy task to win a state championship right now.
Look at this. Great job from Vagel using those outsides. Refuses to follow. West starts to move over, tries to close the gap. A lot of respect there. West definitely could have forced the issue if he wanted to, but Vagel going to take advantage of the kindness and take the number 1 spot away with it. West almost immediately loses just 1 or 2 bike lengths, so he needs to get right back on the rear wheel of the 100. Battle for the lead here on your screen as now Hudson Vagel going to take over the number 1 spot. Caden West slides back to number 2, and while that's not a whole lot of positional change, that is the difference between being a New York State champion and going home figuring out what went wrong.
Absolutely. So early in the race, kind of, I guess you could say, halfway through the race that this may be taking place. But, wow, what a lot of excitement that has already taken place in this short amount of time as far as our racing is concerned. Right now, looking at only about a second difference with Hudson Vagel, now your leader with Caden West back in the number 2 spot. That gap is starting to open up, though, a little bit more, it seems like, but then as it seems like it opens up, and all of a sudden I think that Caden West gets that sense of urgency, realizing that the state championship is starting to slip from his fingertips. Both these riders coming in with Moto 1 wins. They were divisional race winners, so pitting them against each other like this for the championship, you couldn't have asked for a more perfect scenario to unfold than what we're seeing unfold here before our eyes right now. Back in that number 3 spot, it is now Parker Harrington. Jacob Hawk has dropped to 4th as those two have flop positions as well. Samuel Hawk still rounds out the top 5. That's where he finished in that first moto, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, actually, he took a 3rd. Samuel did. A 3 and a 5 right now is what he is looking at, and that would score him overall 4th. If we were to finish the way we're finishing as far as the state championship, West and Vagel, actually it would be Vagel, then West, would be your champion. So one of our computers is catching up, one isn't, it looks like.
Yeah, alternating between multiple screens here as taking a look now. Vagel, he's hit the afterburners. He's found that that extra gear and is trying to run off with this Open Mini title. Taking a look. Looks like maybe some transponder problems for Vagel. He's dropping on our screen on the side, but we know that he is still in the number 1 position. So having just a little bit of technical difficulties, but the eyes aren't lying here as they head up and over the shocker. It is still Hawk launching up and over that inside roller. I love that line from the 100. West slingshotting around the outside. I know we say that a lot, but he is literally rocketing around the outside, throttle wide open. He's trying to remount a charge, try to catch back up to Vagel, but Vagel, I don't think he ever lifted. He was like almost immediately after he made that pass, he put about 3 bike lengths between himself and second place, and that was pretty much all she wrote as Hudson Vagel out front leading the way. Now Parker Harrington, he's taking advantage of this second moto opportunity. I believe he got a 6th place in his qualifier, so a 6th place in Moto 1 for the 28. He's inside the top 3 right now, fighting with Jacob and Samuel Hawk. So Vagel really doing a good job of keeping it interesting. Caden West should still be back there in the second place spot. Last we saw was trying to catch back up. A little bit of lap traffic, and that's going to do it. Look at that, Vagel. He's a state champion here in your Open Mini.
Man,
I'm not sure that he knows it.
I don't know that he knows it either.
He's taking a pretty heavy look back there. It looked like he was ready to go for another lap.
Well, actually, he should have been. Well, I don't know. My timing and scoring thing is kind of saying 3 laps, but I think that was lap 4 that just finished up. So Vagel, Parker Harrington was second, a 6 and a 2. That's not going to put him over, but it will keep him at least a solid 4th overall as far as the state championship is concerned, and 4th place in his series points. But Hudson Vagel going 1-1. Jacob Hawk going 2-3 on the day. Samuel Hawk a 3-4 I think will get you a 3rd place overall. But the man that is the state champion, the 100, Hudson Vagel there on the podium with Wes Kane.
All right, I got him down here, Rodney Hudson. Congratulations. Come on over here. There's the champ, man. Hold that up. Let everybody know what's up. All you guys make some noise over there. You have the biggest turnout of people down here. Tell me about your race and who are all these people?
I don't know these people.
Well, you got to know them because they're all sitting here smiling about you, and they're all happy for you revving their bikes. Who do you want to thank?
Gardner, Factory Connection, All Ball Trucking, Cedar Hill Trucking. That's it.
All right. Guys, there he is right there. The 100 ride. He's your champ. Hold that up one more time. Yeah. There they go, revving it up. Red Dog said, Dominic, you got to get these bikes on the stand a little bit faster. He's watching. All right, guys, take it away up in the booth. Big crowd down here on a podium.
Hey, absolutely. Excited to have Red Dog watching us. The man, Tim Ferry, hanging out with the A1MX training crew earlier this week, helping give some pointers to the New York State motocross community. And right now we are getting ready to hang out with the college boy class, another class we had a qualifier for earlier this morning. Attention in the pits, William Beers, please make your way to the announcer's tower or find the AMA referee. William Beers, please find the AMA referee. I know he was up here at the tower, but they're looking for you. So making that announcement. Now moving on to the college boy class, Connor Mowry, Trevor Schmidt, Trevor Hazlett, Gavin Walsman, and Logan Forward. Now, a couple of these names, you may be like, wait a second, I recognize this. Yeah, that's right. A couple of these guys going back-to-back, including Trevor Schmidt.
Wow.
Right. Coming off of a pro win. Then you've got Mowry on the 31. He really was putting an effort into this college boy class, I felt like. And so we've got, how many riders we've got in this one? Looks like we've got 16 doubled.
32.
So we've got almost a full gate, basically. Just a few not not with a rider behind them. And looks like we're waiting on last couple of bikes to get clear.
I'd say it is a full gate. I say this, what we're looking at right here is the 32, and then there was the 8 that they qualified this morning in the LCQ. So that's what we're looking at right there. So
yep.
A couple of riders to be watching for: Connor Mallory, Trevor Smith, as you pointed out, Trevor Hazlett and Gavin Walsman. They went seconds. Logan Ford and Andrew Wallace were thirds. Jacob Stevens and Gabe DeFore were fourth-place finishers. And top fives went to Aaron Cabarello and Nick Niles as we are off and rolling now.
No surprise whatsoever. Trevor Schmidt out front. Another beautiful start and another early race lead here in College Boy. I believe that was the 57 of Forward just behind. Forward has definitely improved upon his starts here on day 2.
Yeah, he's figured that start sequence out. The big question is, can he figure out the combination to stay in position now that he's there? That's where we're going to see if that holds true for him there.
Back down the hill they go once again, starting to launch up and over this tabletop. There goes the 31 of Mowry. He was a little further back, maybe in that 5th place spot or so. So he needs to make some quick moves if he wants to get into this fight for the overall podium, especially if he wants to get in the fight for a state title.
Yeah.
Oh, problems there for one of the Cowie riders. That might be Hazlett on the 65.
One thing to say, this track definitely roughening up differently today and still very raceable, but a whole different kind of raceable today, I think. I think it's a little faster today, in my opinion.
Well, and it definitely, I was curious. We knew some rain was coming. There arguably may be some more rain later on in the afternoon, but I thought it would deepen the track up, right? I thought the bumps would be a little bit bigger, riders having to check up just a little bit more, and I think it's actually been the opposite. It doesn't quite seem like we're digging down as quickly as we were yesterday, and especially on a lot of these faster sections, the braking and acceleration bumps, they're more of a chatter than genuine, like having to jump them almost type braking bumps. So, like, watch Hazlett or Schmidt as he comes in that seat, just how the KTM's just kind of shaking a little bit under him. And so riders not quite having to move lines as much as we saw yesterday as well, especially considering we're already on race 15.
Yeah, we're halfway through. I remember yesterday at this point it was seemed to be a little more defined as far as challenges, but don't get me wrong, there's still challenges out there, but again, just not as defined, not as deep. It may be in track preparation too. Maybe they didn't dig it as deep, anticipating the rain showers today. There's a number of different variables that go hand in hand with that. And then, the soils, after they've been pounded in a couple, 3 or 4 days in a row consecutively, you see it at Loretta's, you see it at the Mini-O's and a lot of the other majors and things, that the soil composition just changes so much with the obvious drying and putting the moisture into it over the course of days, and how much you bring up and how much you put down and how deep it gets. I mean, there's just a lot going on there.
I tell you what, it's so crazy to see the different personalities of this track. Just watching Trevor Schmidt right there after the finish line, it's almost Southwick-esque right there in the sand trap as well. Really big berm blasting, kind of flowing with the track, and then give it a 30-second count. He's going to rock it down this straightaway, up and over the shocker. And then in that Loudville Honda Highlands, it's almost more of a Unadilla-esque. You see more of those New York rocks, kind of the harder square edge base. So really just goes to show the variety that you have out here at High Voltage Hills. You've got the high-speed sections. You've got some of those tighter corners as well. And so riders really having to be technically sound both on a sandy-type soil as well as some of those harder-based compositions.
Absolutely. Very good analogy, Zach. And point on. Spot on. Absolutely.
Look at this. Taking a look. That is, I believe, the 99 of Walesman. Gavin Walesman on the Honda. He's in the 3rd place position right now, but it looks like Mowry trying to say something about it. This guy, right, not worried. Starting to see some of those whoop-type rollers being formed from the high acceleration out of that corner.
I guess it's just taking a little longer today than it did yesterday.
Well, and it's funny because, like we said, things starting out a little differently. Obviously, the 50s starting the show yesterday, whereas we had the last chance qualifiers here this morning as the white flag comes out for Trevor Schmidt. And I don't know. I just am a little shocked. I thought the ruts were going to be a little deeper, thought the bumps were going to be a little bigger. Not disappointed by any means, but just kind of surprised. And that's one of the more unique things. Beautiful. Did you see that little technique move there? He's still using a little launch pad, floats up and over that jump. And those are the small details that riders are looking at Trevor Schmidt and saying, hey, that's where I can start to make the difference. That's the difference between being a local A rider and being a national caliber pro rider.
You know, one thing to point out also, though the track may be breaking down differently, it is all still being used today again from one edge to the other. It is used completely. And that was one of the things that was surprising to me because, you know, oftentimes you see the tracks, they'll start to, I won't say be one line, but they'll get more narrow as the day goes on.
Absolutely.
This track, it stayed wide all day, just like it is today.
And what's so funny is you can see it, especially we've got like the beautiful drone shots. You start to see that main line feed in. It's a whole lighter shade than the rest of it. You don't have that out here. You have 15 to 20 lines across jump faces. You have 3 to 4 different usable, raceable lines in every corner. I mean, riders really not having near as many problems with lap traffic just because they're able to do that. They can go to the outside and not be worried about the amount of time that they're losing. So, like we said, this High Voltage Hills MX track has really set up fantastic state championship racing. We got the numbers out, we got the track ready, and man, we let them go do their thing, and it has been exciting as once again another title getting added to the books. How about that? A college boy title going to Trevor Schmidt as well out front, getting the job done on the 746.
Resume looking good for 2024 for the 746. Logan Ford, Gavin Walsman, Connor Mowry, Nick Niles. We should see them. There's Ford checking in at the number 2 spot. He'll go 3-2 for an overall second here today. Gavin Walsman looking at a 2-3 from his division races, and that will give him overall third. Connor Mowry finishing fourth, goes 1-4 for overall fourth, and Nick Niles will round out 5th place in the second moto. Now, Niles looks like he will probably be looking at 6th place overall after going 5-5. Even with that consistency, he's still going to find himself back in the number 6 place overall. But theoretically, it's better than what it should be, a 9 or a 10.
Correct.
So he actually did better himself here in the second moto when you look at the way the division races with it broke down. They were staying consistent with that. But Trevor Schmidt on the podium, and he is with Wes Kane. They are celebrating with a state championship.
All right,
play.
I got him down here again. Cool, calm, and collected. You look like you were on a Sunday stroll out there. 2 back-to-back wins. Tell us about it.
Yeah, trying to do the same thing I did yesterday and just stay consistent and get the W's.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my grandma, my grandpa, Scranton Craftsman, High Voltage for putting on this great event, RJW, Moto Pro Graphics, and everybody else. Thank you.
Let's say you go all the way. Moto sweeps all the way through the weekend. Where are we going to see you next?
Maybe we'll go out to the bar or something, but I don't know. We'll figure it out. Maybe the casino or something.
No, save your money, dude. Save your money, buy real estate. None of that.
Good deal.
All right, there he is right there. Trevor Schmidt gets another moto win. Back to you guys up in the booth.
There it is. A little bit of financial advice from Wes Kane.
But
Love to hear it.
I see what's going to happen. He's going to go try to double or triple that money to invest in real estate. That's what he heard. Take that money, take the winnings, and invest in real estate. That's how he heard it. Josh Hemme, Kevin Obrick, Sean Nutt, Travis Delnicki, and Keegan Labonte were your top 5 finishers in Moto number 1 of this 30-plus A class. As we kick off the second Moto, Zach, we've got a barn burner ablaze, it looks like already.
Fireworks up and over the breaker box. Look at this. The 22 machine making the pass. Josh Hemme trying to go 1-1 here in 30A. A solid run right now. Looks like that might be Ubrick in the second place spot, the 899. Maybe that's the 203 of Sean Nutt. Sean, honestly, as much in this as anything else, I believe he was a little further back in the pack early in Moto 1, worked his way into that third place spot. It is Sean Nutt in the second place spot, chasing after Josh Hemme, Corey Langdon, Keegan Labonte, Travis Delnicki, and Jeremy Parsons, your top 6 coming across the line.
Sean Nutt out of West Chazy. Is that how you would say that, New York?
You keep asking. I'm from Charlotte, man. I don't know. We're trying up here.
Well, I don't know if it's Chazzy or Chazy, but Nutt definitely trying to be a force to be reckoned with. Was just a half second behind Emmy when they came across the finish line, but obviously Emmy just making the pass whenever they were able to finish that up. But if you notice, Nutt has not relinquished much of the pace at all, as Emmy may be leading this, but we still got the challenge set to be made. Corey Langdon back in the number 3 spot. Keegan Labonte is 4th. Travis Delnicki in 5th after this first lap. Jeremy Parsons running 6th on his Kawasaki. Justin Hardish is 7th. Brandon Ulrich is in the number 8 spot. Michael Lawler is 9th. And Jeremy Ferguson rounds out the top 10.
So how about this, Josh Emmy? You know what I did like, though? Sean Nutt, when he made that pass, when Josh Emmy made the pass on Sean Nutt, you could see the urgency, right? He knew, hey, I need to do this in the first couple of corners because he knew that Sean is so strong later in those motos. He came from the back of the pack early in Moto 1. He's in multiple different classes and clearly in good enough shape to be able to go the full distance of the moto. So Josh Emmy, he struck while the iron was hot, and he takes over the number 1 spot right now.
Can't allow the confidence level to build any on Sean Nutt like that, because given the time, it would have given Sean the confidence. Maybe he would have needed to keep pushing forward, but right now he's got the hunger and the desire. Will it be enough, though? That's the question. As Josh Emmy is feeling that pressure, you look at the clock, it says 2.6 seconds as the deficit, but I got to wonder. Corey Langdon, Travis Delnicki, 3 seconds back of Sean Nutt, and Delnicki 0.4 behind Corey Langdon right now. Keegan Labonte is running 5th. Jeremy Parsons in 6th. Brandon Aldrich is 7th. Michael Lawler in 8th. Jeremy Ferguson 9th. And Matthew Romanowski rounds out the top 10 as he moves up just from 11th place a lap ago. Side by side. Can the pass be made? And I believe it is. So was that Langdon making that pass on Nutt now, the 203 for the second place position. And that's exactly what we're looking at right now. So new second place, Langdon moving out to the pack. Now what will that mean for Langdon? He finished 6th in Moto number 1, so with them battling and pushing so far up, you have to wonder what may have happened in Moto 1 that put him so far back. Not that 6th is anything to sneeze at by no stretch of the imagination, but with the ride that he's putting together here in this second Moto, kind of makes you wonder a little bit, I think.
Oh, absolutely, and we did see some first turn crashes yesterday as well, so never sure. I don't know off the top of my head if Corey was involved in anything like that, but yeah, with the pace and intensity he's running with right now, Langdon, you would have thought would have been a little higher up in Moto 1. Right now, he is fighting, though. This would put him inside the top 5 overall. Obviously, wants to be on that overall podium, wants to be able to chat it up with Wes Kane. But nonetheless, he's got us talking about him right now. A solid performance here in Moto 2. Loses just a little bit of time through that sand trap, though. Going to have to really push the pace if he wants to be able to work around Delnicki.
Race 16 on the track right now. 17 to 30 plus C and 30 plus BC coming up. Right now, it's the Bet 30 plus A on the racetrack, being led by Josh Emmy, the number 22 machine. Again, Emmy not really opening this up real amazingly, looking at 2.6 seconds when they checked in with 3 laps complete. And I believe for that white flag, if I'm not mistaken, I think we're racing for checkers right now.
And you know, while it isn't necessarily an incredible gap, it is a very manageable gap.
Absolutely.
He knows he's got enough distance in front of Sean Nutt to where he doesn't have to worry about Sean cutting up underneath him, running an inside line, and surprising him in these final few corners. So Josh Emmy doing a great job. Like we said, almost instantaneously made the pass around Sean Nutt to get into that number 1 spot, and from there has done just enough to make sure he's going to be able to bring home this state championship. So just about 1 corner away, up and over the step up for the final time. Going to see the fans along the fence line, and makes his way through. Don't want to jinx anything. We saw this finish line straight. Oh, now we're going to a white flag. So we do now have the white flag in the air. So take all that, throw it out the window, save it for 1 lap. He's still got 1 more lap to go. He's laser locked, focused, headed down the hill. I mean, that section right there, you see great setup from the Husqvarna. Josh Emmy really has that bike dialed in, soaked up those bumps. Yesterday, ruts going all the way through them. I feel like the braking bumps were a little bit bigger. So Emmy able to push just a little harder right now. Going to go over the shocker for the final time. Wave to everybody over there on the fence. And hits that Loudville Honda Highlands once again. Launching up and over the single. Good line. And meanwhile, Sean Nutt. Sean's doing a great job, too. Obviously, he's charging as hard as he can. He wants to catch up to Emmy, but he is keeping himself within capitalization distance. I like to call it that when if Emmy has a problem, a small tip over, Sean is close enough to where he could arguably make the pass, and we have seen that happen in the final corner yesterday. So anything can still happen here. It is far from over. Sean pushing. One little mistake from Emmy. Maybe he goes just a little too far into one of these berms, Rodney, and everything can be turned on its head.
Yeah, and another rider that you don't want to count out right now, Travis Delnicki. Delnicki is quietly back there in that number 3 position, matching lap times and running just a little bit faster at times than even your leaders. He's hanging, call it probably 5 seconds behind Emmy right now, and another 3.5 or so behind Sean Nutt. But quietly, lurking back there, but it's going to be too little too late for that rider as the checkers do fly for Josh Emmy as he makes his way across the finish line, taking the win. Sean Nutt will finish up in second. Travis Delnicki, a 139.7, was putting some push on there in the latter part of the race, but like we said, too little too late. He'll finish up in third here in the second moto with Corey Langdon in fourth and Keegan Lamonti in the number 5 spot. As we check the overalls now, Josh Emmy will go 1-1 for the overall and the 30+A New York State Championship title. Sean Nutt looking at a 32 for second overall. Travis Delnicki 4-3 for third overall.
So things wrapping up here for 30A. Man, well, I can't wait to hear what Josh says because it really seemed like he knew immediately, hey, I've got to get around Sean, got to get in that number 1 spot, and then just did a great job of maintaining the race from there and managing that distance. So Wes is laughing at me. He's celebrating with Emmy.
I'm not laughing at you. Dominic's throwing the bike up there. Josh is trying to get his helmet off, and he just takes the back wheel and just rakes it across his whole side hip. And
that's probably the toughest part of his moto.
You won your moto, and then Dominic's got to get you dirty from raking the back tire across your leg. Take that, Josh. You're the number 1 guy. You're going to stay over here. Let's get your bike in the shot. Josh, Emmy, congratulations. Hey, how you feel?
I feel good. Not used to coming up here, I guess. It's been a while. We had a good moto, good start. Start means a lot here. Track's fast, track's flat, and you got to get a good start. We started off second, made a quick pass on Nutt, and just clicked the wax off. So,
who do you want to thank?
My wife right there, my kids, my 4 beautiful kids, my beautiful wife. The guys that work for me. I mean, they make it happen.
Hey, next time I come up here, I'll come up a couple days earlier. I want to go lay some concrete with you.
Sounds good to me.
We'll get to Red Dog. We'll get Red Dog to stay up here. He can lay some concrete. His pops do that, so we'll be good. How about that?
Sounds good. Let's do it.
All right, I got a date. Next year, I'm coming up early. Me and Josh Emmy are going to lay down some crete, some gray gold. Take it away up in the skybox.
All right, thanks a lot, Wes Kane, as we are off and rolling with our next race. It is our 30+ C class and 30+ B C class. I believe we got some stagger starting going on here. Hey, don't forget, for keeping up with all the racing action and highlights of racing throughout all of District 11, be sure and check out DC at D3 on your Facebook page.
Hold on. You got to say it with your chest. It's DC from D3. Come on.
Yeah,
follow him on
DC from D3.
There it is. Hey, you guys already know.
Follow that page. You're going to keep up to date with what's going on.
Yeah, and this is not just at High Voltage Hills. That is kind of the New York moto scene in general. Dominic obviously very close with a ton of track owners. And he goes above and beyond. Hey, here's what the weather's looking like. Here's what the track conditions are looking like. I don't even live in New York, and I followed the page because it's so informative. It lets you know, hey, man, check this track out, check this event out, and of course, he lets you know everything going on with that MX training as well. So, without a doubt, DC from D3. Hop on Facebook, give him a follow. As right now, giving a follow is Daniel Caro to Ryan Morrow in Moto 1. But now it's Ryan Morrow back out front once again. I mean, it's the same tail of the tape. Sean McGivney back in third. Kevin Light, he does jump up into the 4th place spot. Christopher Cook and Kessie Kavanaugh rounding out your top 5 in Moto 1.
I'd only see Cook or Kavanaugh here in the, there's Kessie Kavanaugh back in the 7th.
In top 7. So we've got Ryan Morrow, Daniel Caro, and Sean McGivney, top 3 in 30 BC. And then in plus 30C, Kevin Topi, Jason Sersky, and Chad Geisler, your top 3 in that class. So going to be crowning 2 state championships at the end of this moto. And, man, we've got some great stuff going on. Hey, we also have Wagger Cider Mill in the house with us. We were talking about it earlier. I thought I smelled apple cider. Might have just been apple cider donuts. They've got hard ciders. They've got slushies. They're here. If I magically disappear, I'm probably going over and getting one of those because that's my favorite donut. But Wagger Cider Mill, you a cider guy?
I like cider, yeah.
Can't go wrong with that. A nice warm cider after a long day of announcing, absolutely. So
good
we're checking that out.
Good for the voice.
Absolutely, yeah. Good for the voice for sure. So taking a look right now, like we said, in the C class, the plus 30 C class, it was Kevin Topi, Dorian Whitfield, Jason Sersky, Brad Dadson, and Joseph Canham Sr. getting the top 5 in that. So we do have 2 different classes out there. We'll try to see if we can maybe get the leader of plus 30C in the shot. But right now, I mean, with this close to racing in BC, we can't turn away. Look at this. Caro trying to run up the inside in the sand trap. Oh, he got a good drive. I thought that was going to be it, but a great job from the 251 Amaro. We've seen those riders. Sometimes they go wide heading into the sand trap, and it doesn't work out for it, but Morrow really put the power to the ground on that KTM. Back up the shocker. They go to that Lowville Honda Highlands once again. And, man, oh, man, this one is shaping up good. You just heard from our last state champ. He says it's fast. He says it's flat, obviously being a little metaphorical there, but not quite as rough as I think a lot of riders were expecting. So really able to push the pace. Sometimes that's beneficial. Sometimes it's tough. It's hard. They say there's less separation, right? It's harder to make up or to get a gap on the competition. And right now, Morrow doing everything he can to try to get a little bit of a gap over Daniel Caro because the Blue Crew member, the Yamaha rider, really comfortable trying to find a way around the KTM. Here at the top of the field, race 17 out on track for all of you on RacerTV.com watching. If you're curious where we are in the running order, you can look on the top of the rundown there on the side of the screen. And that first number, 17, that is the moto number. Just over or maybe just at 30 motos for the day today. So already past the halfway mark. We're chugging along here. And all of that, of course, brought to you by our friends over at Zelinsky Asphalt. The white flag waving up in the air. AG Video bringing you the coverage, of course, once again. And whoa, a little look back there. Don't look back. You're not going to have to look far. The 251, Morrow. He says, hey, is he still there? Yep, he's still there. All right, we got one more. We got to fight hard for it. Caro. So he saw the look over and said, hey, how you doing? You want to give me that spot? I guess I'm going to have to try to take it. Oh, he gets tossed over the berm. There in the sand trap, loses a bike length or 2. Man, look at this, barreling down. I would be curious to see what the top speed section of the track is. You've got to think it's probably headed towards the shocker there, or maybe just after. In some of these classes, they are really flying around this corner. Carrying a lot of speed going down the hill, too. Some great spots in this track. This track really, like we said, unique from not only just the New York standpoint, but all around the country. So many different sections and kind of styles, I guess, of racing going on. Look at all the ruts in that face. How do you pick the best line? That's the question. And there you see it. There's a fair amount of braking bumps. I don't know. I might have spoken too soon. This thing is definitely starting to show a little wear and tear. Up and over the breaker box goes the 251 of Morrow once again. And speaking of, as we close out this lap, we are giving away 10 sets of fly racing gear and 10 gas cans. So make sure you guys are listening. We read off those fly racing gear recipients earlier, and we'll be touching on those 10 gas can recipients just after the finish of this moto before we go to the podium. But right now, one corner left to go. He's got about 2 bike lengths to get it done, but it doesn't matter if it's an inch or a mile. You come across the checkers first, and there it is. Ryan Morrow going to be your plus 30 BC state champion here from the 2024 New York State Championship. Caro going to come across the line in second, McGivney third. And we'll check back in, wait and see who's going to be taking the crown in plus 30C. Looking like it's going to be possibly Dorian Whitfield. That one's going to come down to the finish. Ryan Morrow, there is your plus 30 BC champ. Still waiting with bated breath, as we like to say, for our plus 30C champ. Morrow, he's going to be chatting over on the podium, as is either Kevin Topi or Dorian Whitfield. We may have to make this a surprise for you guys on Racer TV. Morrow's already up there hanging out, ready to chat it up with Wes Kane. And there it is, Dorian Whitfield going to grab the championship in plus 30C. So we're going to hear from Ryan Morrow and Dorian Whitfield coming up here in just a second.
All right, down here on the podium, I got it. They are screaming, they're hollering, they're attacking the podium from left and right. There's guys over there. Hey, you're a hero, man. They're all pumped. Who are all these people?
My girlfriend, brother's girlfriend, my mom.
Mom's all pumped. Who do you want to thank?
My family for always being here for me. Morrow's Electric, Ram Collision, and my brother for being the best mechanic you can get.
All right, there you go, guys. Hold that number one plate up. You are the man, dude. Morrow got the cheering squad. That's what I like about the podium. I love the families that get to come down here and they're taking videos. Hey, and you guys post this stuff. Go on social media and let everybody know that you're down here at High Voltage Hills MX. Tag that. Use that hashtag, guys, and let everybody know that you are here, you're amazing, you won a championship, whether you won one or not. Let everybody know that you are here and this is the place to be, because I know there's a lot of people here and I want to see some traffic on that social media. All right, we're waiting on our other rider here. He's going to be coming up, Dominic, but up to you for just a second.
All right, thanks. Hey, while we're waiting on Dorian Whitfield, our 10 gas can recipients are as follows. Listen up. We've got Eli Labani, Joshua Healing, Kelly Myers, Madeline Paulus, Anisla Ingersoll, Carson Lideker, John Meyer, Jeff Williams, Derek Vogel, and Jeremy Ferguson. You are all taking home a brand new gas can courtesy of everyone here at High Voltage Hills MX. And, Wes, you just let us know when you're down there ready on the podium. Once again, those Fly Racing Gear recipients, Kaysen Arline, Dalton Cummins, Joey Matat, Connor Borowski, Nico Holmes, Austin Davis, Carson Smith, Jason Sersky, Zachary Martin, and Callan Lopez, all walking away with a fresh set of Fly Racing gears.
All right, well, I tell you, he's got a fresh number one plate here, and he's smiling from ear to ear. Tell everybody your name, where you're from, and who you want to thank.
Dorian Whitfield from Oswego. I'd like to give a shout-out to my family, Don Clark, my mechanic, and just my friends and everybody that comes out, supports me, helps keep the bike running.
What do you think about this New York championship?
It's different for me. I grew up in the South, so, I grew up racing Ponca, Arkansas, Georgia, Florida, stuff like that, so it's a little different dirt up here. It's fun, though. Just proud to be a part of it.
Hey, it's got to be good for you. You got a championship. You got to feel good. Congratulations on that. We'll let you celebrate up there through all the fans watching on RacerTV.com. All right, back to you up in the tower, Rodney Tomlin and Zach.
All right, thanks. Insane Wes Kane down there hanging out at the happiest place on the property. That is the podium. He's got a stack of number one plates and been hanging out. Always so cool to hear from those winners, through being able to show a little bit of personality, shout out the sponsors and the family members, because it's a family atmosphere out here at High Voltage Hills. It's a family atmosphere in District 3 out in New York. And, man, just great stuff all day long. And the train's going to keep on rolling as we get ready for Schoolboy 12-16, race 18. Jacob Hawk grabbing the Moto 1 win with Lincoln Bartholomew grabbing second. We have Garrett Winton, Spencer Burley, and David Canfield rounding out the top five in Moto number 1. We'll see what happens here in Moto 2.
I believe, just while I'm thinking about it, Moto 2 of the 450A class coming up in 1 hour, right?
1 hour, yes, sir. 1 o'clock on the dot. So all of you on Racer TV, 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time here, about 1 hour away. So you guys make sure you are logged in and set for that. And we were talking about this being an event. as much as it is a race. Let's show you guys what was going on after the final moto yesterday. Now, we had some pit bike racing, but they were going so fast we couldn't even keep up with them on a camera. But this is the High Voltage Hills New York State Championship whip contest. We're serving pancakes like it's breakfast. And, man, Rodney, were you here for this? I was
Absolutely.
up on the platform. These guys were sideways. The crowd was going crazy. It was a ton of fun.
I was across the hill watching them from the backside, and I was very impressed at how flat some of those guys were able to, and upside down, actually, those guys were able to get the bikes.
Yeah, we did hear somewhere. I thought you were going to throw a whip out there. They said they had a bike for you, but maybe next year, right?
Next year, yep, next year.
Hey, look at that. And $1,000 being given away to the winner of that one. They had huge money on the line for it. I believe $500, $750, and $1,000 given away to your podium just in the whip contest. So that just goes to show maybe you're not fast, but you can throw a big whip. You still need to come out here to High Voltage Hills. We got an event for you as well. But right now, the event on the line is Schoolboy, 12 to 16. Moto number 2.
And whipping it out, that card, every moto. I want to say a shout-out to Chris, who has been doing our start card, trying to get him to do a little bit of hip wiggle, but you just can't talk him into it.
We told him, spray a little WD-40 on it in the morning, see if you could loosen them up. But we'll get some sway in them before next year for sure. But right now, gates down, and we're rolling. Schoolboy out of turn 1. That's the 07, I believe.
Yep. Henry Bagel.
Man, look at that. It was a third place. This was another one of our qualifier or divisional races. So a third place coming into this second moto for the 07. And he's striking hot early up in the Lowville Honda Highlands. We take a look a little further back in the field. I see the 23 up there. 77. There's the 15 of Burley. He was up inside the top 3 as well.
Man, this yesterday, this was one of those intense classes, everything, a sense of urgency, so to speak, and you had the 2 different divisions. So you had 2 divisions with senses of urgency, and you can only imagine what that first moto was like. Now you've had a little time to think it in, but do you think that sense of urgency is gone? I don't believe so. I think the Schoolboy class, the sense of urgency is probably at a much a peak right now as it was yesterday, because you're looking at 2 riders coming in with a 1-1 situation, 2 2s and 3-3 and 4-4. We've got several riders that feel like they're in a position or need to be in a certain position, so they're going to be fighting for it early.
I tell you what, I think sense of urgency and fight is the name of the game here in this Schoolboy class. One rider getting pushed totally off the track just after the breaker box, so these guys are fighting tooth and nail, and that might have been the 50 of Bartholomew, who took a little off-track excursion, and that was not of his own accord. He was basically told you're either going off track or going in the dirt, and so these guys, like you said, it's all on the line. Look at, there's the 50, there's the 77 just behind. Some of our favorites are a little further back. We'll give you a top 10 rundown. Henry Bagel, Garrett Winton, David Canfield, Spencer Burley, Camden Siegel, Joey Matot, Corbin Vinny, Lincoln Bartholomew, Jacob Hawk, Parker Harrington, all your top 10. Hawk and Bartholomew are your winners from Moto 1.
Yeah, currently running in 8th and, 9th place?
8th and 9th, yes.
Yeah, so they're running 8th and 9th. They were Moto 1 winners, and they've got a long road to hoe to move up front. The rider with the most consistency right now is Garrett Winton. He went second in his race, and he is currently running in the 2nd place position, which actually gives him the overall, the way things are sitting right now. Now, one rider we're going to be keeping an eye on is going to be Henry Bagel. The only problem for him is he can't do any better than what he is right now. The only thing that he can hope is things change behind him that will put him in a position to take that overall win, but it's going to take a lot of things changing for that to happen. Right now, the most that you can hope for as well is they don't change and take him out of the 2nd place overall.
Well, and like we said, there's a lot of different storylines coming throughout the weekend of a state championship. Like we said, not getting the result he wanted in Moto 1, but he's out front, styling, profiling, and looking good here in Moto 2. To your point, the overall picture, though, there's nothing more you can do than grab a win. After that, the cards are going to fall where they may. So he's doing everything he can. He's looking good, making the sponsors look good. So right now, Vagel on point. But like you said, consistency is key, and Garrett Winton has got that key right now, looking at a 2-2, and that may be enough to hold up a number 1. Henry Vagel, though, right now, like we said, got a lot of personality, a great rider. We were actually able to talk with him earlier this weekend about his expectations and what it's like here at the New York State Championship.
It's great to be back out here at High Voltage. Yeah, we came here last year for the state championship. We didn't quite get it last year, but I hope we get it this year. I'm going to hopefully get it in Schoolboy, I'm hoping. But it's great to be back out here. Yeah, so this track gets pretty rough. My favorite part of this track is probably the finish line. It gets really rough, kicks you a lot. You don't really know where you're going to end up, but just keep it on two wheels, I guess.
So there, and like he said, he's came out here before, has showed up just short of the goal of that championship. Had some tough luck yesterday, so you know this is a big opportunity for him, and he knows it. He is working hard, looking good up front, taking some look backs, up and over the breaker box he goes because he knows, hey, Winton is right there, and while a 2-2 may be good enough, he says a 2-1, that's almost a sure thing.
That's what he's looking for. He wants the sure thing, and you want to make those statements when you can, and that's what he's banking on right now. But continuing to watch this one unfold, David Canfield back in the number 3 spot, looking at a 3-3 currently. As you look at the overall scores, that 3-3 scores enough for a top 3 overall. White flag unfurls on this one. Henry Vagel set off into the final lap. He looks back to see just under 2 seconds behind him, Garrett Winton at 1.7 seconds. That's staying pretty consistent. Spencer Burley now up to 3rd as he's made a few passes there. Burley has changed the base of what this overall is looking at. He as well took a 3rd place position finish in his division race. He's looking at a 3-3 now, and that moves him into a 3rd place overall position as well once he gets around David Canfield. Lincoln Bartholomew up to 5th place now. Now what does that do for him? A 1 and a 5 scores some 6, so now he is a solid top 5 overall. Another pass may put him into a top 4, maybe even a top 3 overall, but the one thing that he's really got to work on and is going to run short on, I think, is time, and that is trying to get up there close enough to secure that championship. But will not have the time, I don't believe, unless something big happens on this final lap.
Yeah, really going to have to kind of fingers and toes crossed, hope for the best. But and that's kind of surprising. You know, we take a look at some of these riders, Camden Seagal, Jacob Hawk. We saw these guys up front early, but somebody such as Lincoln Bartholomew, he was extremely consistent yesterday. And so it just goes to show the depth that we have out here in New York. We kind of talked about the pecking order that riders were kind of funneling into yesterday. It's totally turned on its head here today, saying a lot of new names and a lot of new faces at the front of the field, whereas our winners from yesterday, they're having to work a little bit harder to get to the top. As right now, Garrett Winton currently 2nd on track, but currently leading this title fight here in Schoolboy 12-16. And trying to see, there it is, the hand in the air. He knows.
He knows.
Doing a little bit of mental math there in the helmet. He says, hey, I know how this one's going to work. And looking like Garrett Winton going to be your state champ here in Schoolboy 12-16. A thumbs up there from Vagel. Give him some props. Love to see the sportsmanship out here in District 3. And, man, great stuff there. Looks like Spencer Burley, David Canfield, and Lincoln Bartholomew, your top 5. Jacob Hawk, Camden Siegel, Joey Matat, Corbin Vinny, and Caden West, your top 10.
So Garrett knew what he had to do. He heads straight to the podium to talk with Wes Kane again. Vagel, Winton, Burley, Canfield, Bartholomew, your top 5. Hawk, Siegel, Matat, Vin, and West will round out the top 10 here in the second moto. It goes Garrett Winton, Henry Vagel in 2nd overall. Spencer Burley will take 3rd overall, with Bartholomew and Canfield rounding out 4th and 5th. Now down to the podium, where Garrett Winton will receive the New York State number 1 plate.
There you go. Rodney delivered that there. Special delivery to you. Congratulations on your championship here. You got to feel pretty good. Tell us about some of the good people that are helping you out.
My dad's a big help right now. XL Motorsports, O'Neill. I mean, my dad's just been grinding for me all weekend, and just feel super grateful for him and everyone around me.
Tell us about the track a little bit.
It's super smooth right now, so if you just dart out of the start, it's pretty much over from there.
Are you going to come back next year? Are you going to tell some people to come out here? Am I going to see on your social media that you are out here? Dad's over there smiling, taking pictures. Yes, tell me.
Yeah, I'll definitely be back. Maybe in a different class. Pro sport, I don't know.
Oh, okay. So you're thinking about moving to pro sport?
Yeah. Soon here. Maybe next year or the year after.
Okay, good. Hey, great job out there. Anything else you want to tell us? Like, hey, what's your hobbies? What do you do when you're not racing dirt bikes?
Work and run dozers.
Oh, you're running dozers. So you build your own tracks. Tell me a little bit about the equipment you run and what kind of work you're doing.
We do excavating, wet and excavating. Septics, drainage. We do it all. Just me and my dad.
So what you're telling me is working anywhere, knocking down trees. Well, I don't, whatever, clearing land, and you being able to build your own track is right there at your fingertips.
Yeah, we actually built one right down the road for me. It's pretty sick.
All right, well, tell me about it.
We built it like 5 years ago. I just got it back going like a month ago, and we've been ripping it up, and it's probably helped here too.
Well, congratulations out there. Give me a high five. You hold that up one more time. Get the shot. You guys over there, make some noise for Garrett Witten. Yeah. All right, back to you up in the skybox.
All right, the skybox. I like that one. All right, Garrett Witten, congratulations, Schoolboy champ. Now, let's do it. A Schoolgirl champion coming up. Bailey Shelton leads this with a one moto score with Morgan Caldwell and Paige Labombard rounding out the top three. Rodney Tomlin on his feet. What are you seeing? I think it's the 33 of Bailey Shelton back out front.
I think you're right, young man. It is Bailey Shelton taking off with the early lead, and she is one of the few non-New York natives that might be vying for a New York State championship here. Shelton coming out of Paulette, Vermont, making her way over to vie for top honors here in the Empire State, and another rider out of Bowmanville, Ontario, Canada. Kate Moxley is here with us. She finished sixth in Moto number 1. Shelton actually took a win in Moto 1, so she's looking at a 1-1 situation. Morgan Caldwell took second. Paige Lombard was third. Exandria Marconi was your fourth place, and Addison Pat rounded out the top 5. But looks like up front already we've got ourselves a bit of a battle that is taking place here in the battle for the number 1 spot with your leader out front there, the 33 of Sheldon. Bailey Shelton. Pressure. I'm thinking that's Morgan Caldwell in the 625 machine that is applying that pressure.
Yeah, I think so as well. And
look back
Sheldon,
fast.
takes a quick look over the shoulder. It is the 625 of Caldwell. So 1 and 2 once again. And man, this has kind of been, was the story, or at least of Moto number 1. Caldwell, great ride, great speed, great technique, but just not quite able to get up in the fight with Bailey Shelton. Sheldon did a great job once again of getting up front early, and then just a couple of bike lanes is all you need, Rodney, to know, hey, there's nobody going to be able to cut up underneath me. Nobody's going to slide up the inside. So right now, Sheldon doing a great job of maintaining that gap. Caldwell on the chase with Labombard trying to get up in the mix as well. She's also in this potential title fight, so we'll see where she comes across the line. There it is, crosses in third. So 1, 2, and 3 repeating from Moto 1 here in Moto number 2.
Again, after listening and talking with the winners down on the podium, the track a lot smoother today, a lot different track than what we were faced with yesterday. Not saying that it isn't challenging and not saying it's smooth as glass, but saying by comparison of yesterday, a completely different racetrack of what we're seeing. But, surprisingly, Zach, I got to say, results are very similar. There have been a few changes, and we have noted, especially off the start, a lot of the flip-flopping and stuff, but there has been a lot of consistency. Maybe 50-50, I guess. But we'll split that. It's been an interesting race day and an interesting second moto. Let's put it that way.
I definitely agree with what you're saying, and I think that in light of the differences, you're also seeing riders not quite as able to move forward like we saw. Yesterday we had a couple of riders from the backside of the top 10 start knocking on the door of the podium. We had some riders outside of the top 5 come back to grab a win, whereas today, we talked about it a little bit earlier, when the track isn't quite as rough. Everybody thinks about, when it's rough, it slows them down. The track is harder physically, but what that does is it causes separation. It allows for the best riders to find their way through by taking different lines, and it allows those riders that are maybe a little less skilled to they struggle a little bit more. Whereas with this, not quite as big of bumps, not quite as deep of ruts, everybody's on a little bit higher of a level, so it's harder for those riders to work their way through. But right now, just like you said, we've got a lot of consistency because of those good starts. That is one thing that I do like about a graded start system. I know people are kind of on the fence about it, but it does have a lot more of a consistency. You get your start technique figured out on that grade, you're going to be able to do the same technique from Moto 1 to Moto 2, whereas we talk about those ruts in front of the starting gates. Those things are getting deeper and deeper and deeper. So if that was behind the gate as well, there'd be a whole lot more of difference between starts throughout the day. So Bailey Sheldon, she's clearly got the start technique down, rocketed off of the line, and is making the most of it as she is trying to bring home a Schoolgirl title here in 2024.
Absolutely. Sheldon actually opening up a bit of a lead now, nearly 4 seconds over Morgan Caldwell. And again, just amazed at this racetrack again, yes, from yesterday to today, but still amazed at the fact that the entire race course is being utilized out there from one edge to the next, and there's some great passing opportunities all around. And, you know, expanding a little bit on what we were talking about with the conditions and the difference in conditions, and you said you made was talking about people maybe not being able to ride a rough track as well as what a smoother track. But, you know, and don't want to say that they don't have the skills. It's that they have a different skill set. You know, because some people are better have a better skill set on this type of terrain, a little smoother, choppier track, where others have a better skill set on the deeper, rougher, more challenging racetracks, I guess. But it's probably the way that I would point it out to keep it all positive.
Yeah, well, and absolutely, and that's a good distinguishing factor. You know what I mean? Like, these guys are all still, it's a state championship.
Right.
If you're running in the top 5, that is extremely impressive as the white flag comes out for your leaders.
And I think the neat thing about this is that the state championship has shown both, so both sets of skill sets can be challenged here today.
Well, and to your point, like you said, some riders maybe shining on certain sections of the track. That's another cool thing, is this specific track here at High Voltage Hills, it highlights different type of skill set. Maybe you're really good here in the thicker sand section, down in that sand track, just after the finish line. Maybe your favorite section is Lowville Honda Highlands, where it's a little bit more hard packed. So, like you said, some riders really having specific sections of the track at specific times of day where their riding skill set comes to light.
Absolutely. 3 laps down on this one now. Bailey Sheldon still out in front. Morgan Caldwell in second. Lombard in the number 3 spot. Addison Platt is 4th. Exadria Marconi is your 5th place ride. Caden Moxley, Madeline Paulus. Then we've got Ariana Rowe and Ava Utberg is your 9th place position rider right now. In the overall, the way that would finish right now, Sheldon a 1-1, Caldwell a 2-2, a 3-3 for Lombard, and a 5-4. So a little bit of a mix-up between Platt and Marconi now as they go 5-4 and 4-5. So Platt would get the 4th place position nod right now, as Marconi would look at a 5th place overall. But I think we all know, I mean, as great as it is to get those positions, still the number 1 plate is what we're after.
Yeah, like Wes said at the top of the morning, you know, this is the goal. This is what you want to be holding up. Obviously, everybody having a great time, enjoying just the spirit of sport out here at High Voltage. But at the end of the day, if you're Bailey Shelton and you're Morgan Caldwell, you showed up this weekend with a goal, and it was holding up that number 1 plate. But, you know, one of the beautiful things about motocross is it's still a sport where people sometimes don't win, right? We have winners. We have people that you know, don't. They're not losers, obviously, but they come up short of the goal. And so, as you see, Sheldon, she's putting her name on the winner's list. She's a state champion here in 2024. Morgan Caldwell going to cross the line in second. A fantastic ride for the 625. She's going to go back, do her homework, and be ready to come out swinging next year for the 2025 title.
Absolutely. So that title in the books now. Caldwell in second. Lombard, we're looking for 3rd. Platt and Marconi, and that's the way we expect that they'll finish for the overall here. And again, you know, a shout out to everyone that has made this broadcast possible today. And again, I know we keep talking about DC from D3. Check it out on Facebook. That's where you're going to find all your information about a lot of the New York racing action, the highlights and upcoming schedules and things of that nature. But also, Dom, he is very instrumental in helping make this New York State Championship grow. So a big tip of the hat to him for that as well, and seeing that it gets here on Racer TV and gets the attention that it deserves. And we head down to the podium with another state champion with Wes Kane.
All right, Bailey Sheldon, congratulations, number 33. You gotta feel pretty pumped up there. Dad's got the hat for you. Throw it on. Want to make sure everybody gets mad props. They're all watching on Racer TV. Good job out there. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bumpy out there, but I was just trying to keep it on 2 wheels, keep it steady, and just run my own race, and yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my aunt, KTM, FXR, Factory Connection, Mellow Design Co., High Tech Industries, Sheldon's Market, Sunoco, and yeah, everyone else I forgot to thank. Thank you so much.
Congratulations out there, Bailey. Sheldon is your champ. The number 33 ride down here on the box.
Number 33 in your programs, number 1 in your heart. There it is. You know it. All right. Thanks. This guy's sweet. Did you hear that, Rodney? We've been upgraded.
It only gets better.
Wow. Took a little bit of that. Hey, there you go. They've got got that Freeman formula upgrade waiting on us up here. Oh, yeah. It's real nice. Great stuff going on right now as we have dropped the gate on 65, 7-11. Aiden held on for the win in Moto number 1 as Bentley Corthus, Carter Sargent, Case Britton, and Tyler Boyce. Your top 5. Look at this. Held trying to pick up right where he left off. Now, Held did have some bad luck earlier in the day. He was out front leading the way in front of the rider in second place, Corthus, and he got caught up in the sand trap. The sand trap lived up to its name, and that kind of was the moment that the state title slipped away. So best believe that Held, he's trying to shake that off and show what he's made of here in this 65, 7-11 moto. Bentley Corthus just behind him, a second place finish for the 101. So he's still in this title fight. Carter Sargent and Case Britton, 3rd and 4th. Tyler Boyce just behind them, rounding out the top 5. Getting ready to cross the stripe here for lap 1 complete. Now starting to really see the exit of that corner getting whooped out. Late in the day, it gave some riders a little bit of trouble here. Aiden Held and Bentley Corthus neck and neck, wheel to wheel, as they make their way through this back section just after the finish line. Look at that, man, beautiful switch up for the 101. He was on the outside and then crossed up underneath him. Here we go, into the sand trap. Got to make a clean exit here so you can get a good drive up the hill. On the back wheel is the 101. He says, I don't care if you fell the last time. I want to pass you straight up and take the win. Oh, good drive down the straight for the number 9. Held, going to hang on wide, launch it up and over the shocker. They both get it over. Wow, good jump for the 65s. The 7-11, absolutely ripping. Aiden Held on the number 9. Bentley Corthus on the 101. Carter Sargent checks now in the 3rd place spot on the 293 with Withrall and Britton. Your top 5, Utberg, Vagel, Boyce, Hawk, and Usmail. Your top 10 on lap 1. There we go. Both of those riders, look at that, choosing the far left and the far right of that jump face, trying to avoid some of the deeper ruts. Held really gets a good exit of that corner, puts the power to the ground on the gas. A part of that gas mafia, I'm sure. The gas mob, I believe they're now calling it. And the orange bike.
The gas mob, the orange brigade.
Yep.
All right.
I never found out what the Husky crew
The Husky Hound Dogs.
Something like that, yeah. But great stuff going on from all 3 of those brands, and it shows, one rider down there, and looked like he was having some trouble.
So
looked like he was notifying the rest of the riders that, hey, watch out.
Watch out.
Move over.
I'm right here.
All right. Look at that. Oh, wow. Corthus, what a drive. He got up the inside. They're going to make their way past a lapped rider. Oh, it's tightening up now. He knows it is time to go. Closing stages of the moto. Watch the drive. He gets headed down this hill. Runs this tight inside line. Is he going to be able to make the pass? Late braking for the 101. Oh, Aiden Held slams the door on him. Through the sand trap they go. Man, it was like, I don't know what the pit board said there, but something lit a fire underneath the 101 of Bentley Corthus. A 201 on that last lap to a 202 from Held. You know, it's an interesting situation, Rodney. This is a strange situation. One could say Held's in the best spot right now. He's currently got the overall. Others could say that Corthus, he's got the advantage. He knows exactly where the number 9's going. He's been studying his lines. A mistake from Corthus, and that right there is why I think Held had the best spot, especially in these shorter amateur motos. Not quite as much time to work his way through the field. You see the distance that he lost right there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he's going to have the time to make it up no matter how fast he goes.
Well, if he was in that position early on, say if they got in this position on, say, early on lap number 2, and not saying that they didn't, but it would give him a chance. Like you say, he knows where he's going, and he might be able to utilize that later in the races. But as you point out, these are shorter, quicker races, and there is a sense of urgency here. So you really got to make, in these particular instances, make those passes as quick as you can. There might be opportunities where you can lay in wait, but look at this already. Aiden Held, whom we thought might be able to walk away with this one after that little mishap there by Bentley Corthus there on the 101 machine. That gap is starting to tighten back up. I think that lit another fuse under the 101, and he is right back on the rear fender basically as we head through the white flag. 1 lap to go on this one, and with a resurgence by Corthus now, we may be looking at a real nail-biter as we head toward the checkers. Lap traffic coming into play into this one now. Held is able to maneuver himself around it. Now Bentley Corthus trying to get around it as well. There's another lap rider keeping the lines blocked for Corthus and his advance. And again, he gets out of line and out of sync, and now Aiden Held gains a little bit more ground. Now, the important thing on here is that Corthus did not lose a lot of momentum. He lost some time, but the momentum is still there, and that sense of urgency that he was riding with whenever he started making that time up and started closing that gap back up is still there, and we're already starting to see that gap shorten right back up. So Corthus is trying to get himself back into the position. The only thing is, will he run out of racetrack before they get to the finish line and he gets himself in a position where he might be able to try to make the pass?
Man, Bentley, I mean, this guy doesn't understand the meaning of the word quit. He is absolutely rocketing. He soaked up that entire gap. And then, like we said, the sand trap, it's so technical because one small mistake robs the momentum going up that hill, and it cost him so much time. But look at this. He says, Father Time, you are staying out of this equation. I'm not worried about it. I'm going to catch back up to Aiden Held. I wonder if Held even knows how close Bentley has been able to work up to multiple times now in this moto.
He has to feel this.
The line selection, though, for Bentley is what's costing him. He's trying to not follow the leader, but he's getting caught up with these lapped riders.
Yep.
He's got good intentions, but it's costing him in the big picture. He's running out of real estate here as we are just about 1 turn to go.
He's got a good drive now. Oh,
man.
Boy, he was putting the horsepower to the ground. A little bit of a kick out there. The bike got a little sideways on him. He did a great job of saving it. Checkers are out. Aiden Held holds on for the win and the championship. Bentley Corthus, don't say that he didn't try, because that's exactly what he put forth. A great effort out there. Coming up just a little short today in the number 2 spot on the 101, but definitely got some great bragging rights. We'll see Carter Sargent. Should be seeing him check in the number 3 position, looking at a 3-3. And then a little bit of a flip-flopping and some changes going on back there in 4th and 5th. Case Britton went 4th in Moto 1, 5th in Moto 2. Should be able to score an overall 4th place, with Tyler Boyce going 5-7 for overall 5th. But all eyes on that guy right there, the number 9 of Aiden Held, doing exactly what he needs to do, going out and capturing 2 moto wins, keeping all challenges at bay, and doing what a champion does, and that's win.
Man, oh man, and that's cool too, because like we said, Aiden had some bad luck earlier in the day. He went down, got claimed by the sand trap, and so for him to be able to come back and put his name on the list of state champs, that's great. All right, I hear him bossing orders down there. Wes Kane taking control of the podium.
Hey, we want to teach these youngsters. You know, they're just coming out, so you got to teach them a little protocol. You come up, take your helmet off. Everybody wants to see your smiling face. They're a little shell shock up here. Like, what do I do? All right, well, I'll tell you what. Your name is Aiden Held, but I want you to hold this number 1 plate and let everybody know on Racer TV that you are the champ. The number 9 ride comes in here with a pair of pocket aces, and now it's got to make you feel pretty good. Come on over here, right behind your bike, right there. Look at the camera. All right, tell us who you want to thank.
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Asterisk Knee Braces, Lynx Racing, Podium Works, OGs, Bro MX, Parker MX, Monty's Motorsports, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, congratulations out there. Hey, very good speaker on the podium. He's rattled off his sponsors. Good job out there. I'll take a high five from you. Good job out there. Take it away. Aiden Held is the champion.
Absolutely he is. As we move to our next race, race 21, the 45 plus A, B, and C. A-class riders, Jeremy Parsons taking the win there. It says Homerville, Georgia, but by all accounts, and when you talk to this guy, he is definitely a New York native. Parsons taking the Moto 1 win with Jeremy Tiffany taking second. William Beer in the number 3 spot. Daryl Smith was fourth. Scott Usmel was in the number 5 spot overall. In the 45 plus BC class, Sean McGivney took the Moto win. Jeff Williams took second. Michael Hauk was third. Sean Healing was fourth. Keith Carroll rounded out the top 5 in that one. Now as we head out to the track, it looks like Parsons may once again have grabbed an early lead out here in this one as the 78 machine. Again, it says Homerville, Georgia, but we know well that Parsons is a New York native. Parsons taking the Moto 1 win and looking at a 1-1 circumstance right now for the overall and the New York State Championship in the 45 plus A class as he motors his way around here on this first lap. Meanwhile, riders trying to jockey it out and sort it out there in the second, third, and fourth place positions. We see in glimpses behind your early leader here in the 78 Kawasaki machine.
Taking a look at this, Parsons really able to execute early. We talked about this some yesterday. Jeremy Parsons, one of the cooler stories here at this New York State Championship. First of all, if we look on our announcer sheets, it says this guy's from Georgia.
Right.
He's hanging out with our man Jackie Legs down there, but he is still a New York State resident. He moved from upstate down to Georgia. He's got a small private training complex down there. You guys can follow him on Instagram and shoot him a message for any info on that. But he's also a semi-professional retired hockey player, all right? So you don't want to scrap with this guy out in the pits. He's also a former speedway racer. I try to explain to these people, I was talking to somebody yesterday about it, they don't have brakes. They are controlling the motorcycles solely with the throttle, and you can see those skills paying off for Parsons. When he gets hard on the throttle, that back end of the Kawasaki will step out a little bit. He's got the ability to keep that thing controlled underneath him. Not to mention, he's on that dominant status. He is pumped up. He's in great shape. And so he gets the power to the ground and really is making it work for him. But so is the Suzuki of Jeremy Tiffany, taking the long way around and I think taking the second place spot with him.
Yeah, he's got pressure coming in. He and Grant Gastrom battling it out for that number 2 spot as he gets around the 308 machine now for the number 2 position. As we check in with the rest of the field, Usmel is running back in the 4th spot. John Meyer in 5th. Daryl Smith back in 6th. Kerry Boggett in 7th. Sean McCumber in the number 8 position. And Todd Schutte is 9th place position. That is your A-class. In the 45 plus BC, Sean McGivney, who was a Moto 1 winner, leading that one. Actually, we're pretty much same case scenario. McGivney, Williams, and Hauk, 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the Moto 1 results in that BC class. McGivney, Williams, Hauk, Healing, and Carroll, your top 5 there. So, like we said, McGivney showing some consistency, looking at a 1-1. Hauk and Carroll are going to try to get a little further up and maybe show a bit of a fight for this title in BC, but right now Parsons leading the way, 143 on that last lap, making it an 8.1 second gap back to Jeremy Tiffany, with Gastrom hanging out back there, a solid 150. Usmail, though, a 148 for the 32, so he's on the charge.
Yeah, I was wondering, is we may see him actually pick that pace up even more, especially if he gets around Gastrom right now. We're on Jeremy Parsons, the 78 machine, and rightfully so. Moto textbook riding is what we're seeing out of this rider right now. Parsons on point as far as training and his track and his practice, and of course on point here at High Voltage Hills Motocross Park. This particular place, again, I am just blown away at the beauty of it, the raceability of the track, the design of it, the natural, the way that they use just the natural flow of the terrain itself, and don't go overboard and nothing too fancy, and it just makes for great racing, and the track develops as we've seen. Two different completely race faces, and I'm sure we could see more over the course of time and as we spend more time here. But just the drasticness from yesterday's roughness into today's smoothness by comparison is just so utterly amazing to me as we watch Poetry in Motion and Jeremy Parsons make his way through for the white flag now, and lap 3 complete here in the 45+ A class.
Yeah, absolutely. Jeremy Parsons, one of those riders that's more than capable of manhandling the machine, but very methodical. There you see, look, picking the back wheel up, or picking the front wheel up, I'm sorry, very just smoothly picking his way around this track, flowing with it instead of fighting it. Now, right as I say, it does get a little off kilter there in the sand trap, but Parsons really putting together a solid run and just trying to methodically take this state championship as right now Tiffany still back there. I'm watching, another solid 148, but just not quite enough.
He's just riding that rear wheel down through there. That's the best way to smooth it out, I guess, is he's just riding a unicycle through there. He just kicked it up and just having a great time, man. Looking smooth. But as we pointed out, McGibney, Williams, Houck, and Carroll. Carroll finished 5th in Moto 1, and I believe it was Leading that we saw out there as well, or Healing, Sean Healing. But Healing took a 4th. We don't see Healing out in the second Moto. Not sure. Lost a handful of riders from the first Moto to the second Moto. I'm sure yesterday's track probably woke them up, and I don't know if I want to go back out there and handle that. But if they see today's track, they're probably scratching their head. Thinking,
they're watching on race TV. Oh, man, I knew I should have come back.
Yep, shouldn't have stayed home today.
Well, right now, enjoying the track and enjoying, I believe, the final lap. Yeah, so just about ready to take home a win and a state title. He talked about it some yesterday and earlier this weekend. Last time he came up, I believe he walked away with 4 state championships. So trying to repeat it, add some plates to the collection, and just like that, Jeremy Parsons going to take the plus 45A win and the title to go along with it. So a huge congratulations to Jeremy. Jeremy Tiffany should be coming across the line in second place right on cue. And it looks like Scott Usmail going to round out the top 3 in Moto 2. And for the overall, we'll wait and see. It should be Sean McGibney taking the plus 45 BC title. And we'll hear from both of our brand new New York State champs here in just a minute down from the podium with our man Wes Kane. Dominic not going to have to worry about this one. Watch this. Parsons is going to toss it up. Not even worried about it. That guy's ready to rock. So, all right, Wes Kane, take it away for us with our man Jeremy Parsons.
All right, I got him down here. He's getting his headgear off, getting his hat on. I've got the number 1 plate. I'm going to deliver to him. This is a 5-time champ now, guys. We're going to up the resume. Jeremy Parsons, you're going to take that. Good job. Don't check me. This is not hockey. This is motocross. Oh, a little shot to the rib section. I'm feeling good. Hey, tell us about it. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank Team Green Kawasaki, A1 Suspension, Technical Touch, Motorsport, Hydropower, X-Trig, SC3, FXR, Millen. He's been great for me this year, and everybody else, My daughter was here yesterday. She's a big supporter of mine. She came out to Loretta's this year. She flew out, her and my mom, and it was pretty exciting for them to come out. She was there for me, and when I podiumed, I got 3rd place at Loretta's.
That's so special out there, the memories that you're building here. And where you're heading now? You're heading back to your train on Monday or Tuesday, right?
I don't know. I might take off a week. I'm getting kind of old. Okay.
Take a week. Go down to the city. Hang out a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I'll go probably back home to Georgia, southern Georgia, and just take a relax for a couple weeks, then go right back at it, right?
Yeah, you got to get on it. There you go. Celebrate. Hold that number 1 plate up. Congratulations out there. Jeremy Parsons, good job. Congratulations. Back to you guys up in the booth.
All right, thanks, Wes. And should be hanging out with Sean McGibney here in a minute as well. So let us know if you get him up on the box, holding up a state title in plus 45 BC. But right now, we said this yesterday, Rodney, I'm not a betting man. But if I was to put my money on somebody, it'd be Gavin Betts. He's worth betting on for sure. And Gavin making the most of the weekend. He, I believe, got 2 wins yesterday and then also got a podium finish in the whip contest yesterday evening as well. So He's got the speed and the style to go along with it. Right now, he's got the lead here in 250B.
Well, I got McGibney down here, and he is taking off that helmet. We're going to get a look at that face. Great job out there. Hey, look at you, man. You're looking great out there. Smile for the camera. Everybody's watching on Racer TV. Beckett's Ferry back there watching. Who do you want to thank?
First off, MD Distribution, O'Neill, my daughter Stella, my son Levi, my girlfriend watching at home, thanks. And it was awesome. Track was great today. Once it gets a little rougher, it'll be probably a little bit better for passing, like you said. So looking for that for my last moto.
All right, we're looking for you for your last moto to come back up here, and we're going to look for you next year.
And what's that?
We're going to look for you next year.
Yeah, this is awesome. This is my, I brought my son in the spring. He had a blast. And I said, I want to ride this track. So we had a blast. It was awesome. Yeah.
All right, congratulations. Back up to you up in the suite.
You know, I have to say that there's probably a few thousand people that are watching online on Racer TV right now. They're thinking that exact same thing, that I got to go race that racetrack.
There's at least one guy announcing for Racer TV that's thinking that exact thing. This track looks so much fun. A safe racetrack, but a good raceable racetrack where we've got good lines, good battles, and a good flow to go along with it, too. And speaking of flow, Gavin Betts is feeling that flow right now. Your top 5 from Moto 1 was Gavin Betts, Lincoln Bartholomew, Trevor Hazlett, Garrett Winton, and David Canfield. Right now, though, we are looking, it was Gavin Betts, Henry Vagel, Bartholomew, and Ingersoll on lap 1. I'm taking a look. I believe that might be Hazlett on the Kawasaki back there. He's on the number 65, but I don't see him on our list, so I'm not sure whether his transponder is not on or what the situation is, but am I colorblind here, Riley? That is a green bike, correct, back there in second?
Yes.
All right, so I'm almost positive that is the 65 of Trevor Hazlett. He was third place in Moto 1.
Yeah, that's not Lincoln Bartholomew.
Yes.
That's definitely not Lincoln. Lincoln is riding the number 50 KTM, and he's back about 6-7 seconds, actually, so that's not him. Actually, about 8 seconds now as we look at timing and scoring. So, yes, I'd say you're probably on point there, exactly.
So right now, Hazlett, there he goes, now pops up on our screen.
Yep.
Thank you to whoever was listening there. Hazlett, he is in the mix for this, a third in Moto 1, so a 3-2. That could possibly take over second place in the championship fight, but he's not settling there. He says, hey, I'd like to take a 3-1, as he is giving Gavin Betts the business right now, keeping him honest.
A 3-1 likely wouldn't win the championship for him if Gavin Betts was to hang on to the second place position. But, man, what a statement it would make.
Well, you know, we were talking yesterday after racing concluded, and I think some of the standout riders included Trevor Schmidt and Gavin Betts, both of them racking up wins in the A and B classes. But riders like Lincoln Bartholomew and Trevor Hazlett, they say, hey, wait a second, we want to be talked about too. And especially for Hazlett to get back up and show that he's capable of running the pace of Betts and beating him, that's a big statement. Even that, Gavin, a little look back over the finish line saying, who is that on my rear fender right now? So Hazlett doing a great job of showing what he's made of, getting cheered on by the locals, the fans saying hang on to it, because you know what else Hazlett is telling himself right now? Gavin Betts is coming off of a podium finish at the biggest amateur national in the world. The Redlands, the big stage, he got up on the box. If I'm running that pace right now, that means I'm on a good track. So right now, Trevor doing what he needs to do, taking some notes and trying to find his way around the 72 of Gavin Betts.
Well, Trevor Hazlett is, I'm sure, more than capable of doing it, but at the same time, we know that Betts has got the hunger and desire to keep him at bay as well. So, again, it comes down to the least amount of mistakes, I think. And though these riders, and maybe it might come down to, because these riders seem to be riding flawlessly right now, it might just come down to who does make a mistake. Because right now, as we watch, there's very few, if any, mistakes being made by either one of these riders as they battle for this point position up here in this 250B class. Betts on the 72, Hazlett in the second on the 65 machine. They have a 10-second lead now over Lincoln Bartholomew, the third-place position holder on the number 50. Spencer Burley another 5 seconds behind him in fourth, and Nico Holmes rounding out the top 5. But we have been keeping a close eye on this because we all are wondering, can Hazlett bridge that gap? It looked like he was going to a lap and a half or maybe 2 laps ago, and he was right there, and he lost that a little bit of time. But the one thing that has been happening since that time, Gavin Betts has been managing that gap, keeping it right at that 1.1 second deficit and not allowing it to get any tighter, and doesn't seem to really want to push the envelope to make it any larger.
Oh, wow. Good heads-up riding there from Betts and Hazlett both. There was a rider down on the upside of the sand trap. Not sure that the yellow flag had gotten out before, so they had to be looking ahead, especially going up the hill there. But to your point, yeah, Betts doing exactly keeping exactly enough gap that he needs, right? Nobody going to be able to surprise him. No block passes coming. Hazlett, however, he's on the other side. He needs to close up about 4 to 5, and you can see Betts is concerned. He knows he's back there, taking a look back, says exactly how far away is he, because Gavin Betts does not want any surprises here in the closing stages of this race. And I'm not going to say that he just broke Hazlett, but it does look like the Cowie has lost a little bit of time within these last few sections.
Well, rolling through the closing moments and the waning stages, sometimes, you see, he's thrown out everything that he can throw out, and in everything that he's thrown out, Gavin Betts has been able to answer back on. So, I'm sure he's learned a lot from today's race as well. So what he'll do is, and I'm sure if he's a smart rider, and he obviously is, or he wouldn't be in the position that he's in right now, he's going to take this as medicine, and he's going to let it make him better. The 72 of Gavin Betts will take the win. Trevor Hazlett will take second. That's the way they will finish for the overall. And when you look at the big picture, Trevor Hazlett had an amazing ride over the weekend. He progressed over the weekend. He saw better and he saw improvements throughout the course of the weekend, going 3-2 to capture the overall second. Lincoln Bartholomew will capture that third place overall with a 2-3. And finishing 12 seconds back of Trevor Hazlett here in Moto number 2. Spencer Burley will finish 4th. Nico Holmes will be your 5th place finisher here in Moto number 2. Heading down to the podium right now, Gavin Betts with the 1-1, the top scores here, and an amazing ride here at the New York State Championship.
All right, sounds like we are getting ready to turn things down to our man on the podium, Mr. Wes Kane.
All right, Gavin Betts. We made bets. Everybody made bets on you, and Betts came in with the championship. All bets have been won, and there he is, your champion, Gavin Betts. Stellar performance for the number 72. Great job out there. People are cheering. They're throwing money at you. The bets, Vegas was called, and all bets have been cashed in. How's it feel?
It feels good. That was a fast moto track, super flat, just wide open.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Jesus Christ, MX6 Racing, they're awesome. Callus Gear, Scott, Motostar, ETS Gas, and everyone else I forgot, thanks.
You carry quite a big crew. I watched you yesterday, like they're locking down your whole shot device. They're actually taking their hands and they're cleaning off each knob one by one. Like, you have a whole supportive crew. They're giving you hugs before you go out there. The little guys, the big guys. Here comes the rest of your crew. I mean, I watched it, and it was absolutely amazing, the support system that you got behind you.
Yeah, all my friends, they've been helping me out. I got a whole pit crew down there. They just been doing everything. They're awesome.
It reminded me of Six Pack, that movie Six Pack, where Brewster Baker, like, everybody was doing something on the bike to make sure that you won yesterday, and hats off to you.
Yeah, thank you. We're just all trying to have fun, and boys got it done this week.
All right, there you go. Gavin Betts said, hey, I got my six-pack, and we got it done. So if you're missing some tires, some tear-offs or whatever, if you ever watch the movie, that's what they did, and it got him in the winner's circle. Take it away, guys.
All right, thanks a lot. That's a great analogy. Thanks, Wes. I mean, it definitely painted a picture for me, that's for sure. 250B is wrapped up now as we get do the 250C, and here's what we got going on. Moto 1 results. Joey Metot taking the Moto 1 win. Winston Windrick took second. Bradley Colbert took third. It was Jack Smith in fourth, and Camden Siegel rounded out the top five. Here's what we got in Moto number 2, lap number 1. Camden Siegel, who took the 5th place position, is now running in the number 1 spot to open this one up. Mitat now in the number 2 spot. He was your Moto 1 winner. He's looking at a 1-2 and still the championship if it were to finish like this. Bradley Colbert, the number 310 machine, running in the 3rd place position, looking at a 2-3 and possibly an overall 3rd with Corbin Vinn and Winston Widrick, who ran 2nd yesterday, back in the 5 spot. Now, we know that each one of these riders finished up different yesterday. Is that a pecking order? Is that just the way they finished yesterday? Will it be different? Horse conditions are different. Start, obviously, very different today as these riders all get off very nip and tuck, and a lot of still great passing opportunities available for this 250C class. As we well know, oftentimes a lot of inconsistencies in novice classes, but again, keep pointing out the fact that we are late in the season, in the novice season, so we should see a lot more maturity out of these novice class riders, so consistency should start being a factor here late in the season, and I think that may be what we're looking at, because we've got consistently the top 5 guys battling out against each other in the different order. What's the pecking order going to break out to today? It's a side-by-side battle right now for the number 1 spot. Mitat trying to get around Segal. Segal now keeping him at bay, at least for the moment. Colbert, Corbin Van, and Winston Widrick all back there as well, keeping a very close eye on the battle up front, as this one not getting too far away from anyone. Vin very close to this battle, and not far behind him, another battle as our leaders check in. Mitat does have the lead. He makes the pass. He makes it stick, and Siegel now back in the number 2 position, is not relinquishing that position so easily. Colbert and Windrick now 3rd and 4th. Vinay back in the number 5 spot, so he drops a couple of spots back, and Colbert and Windrick really on the throttle right now. And still on the throttle, the 23, putting that pressure on Joey Mitat as they head into the back section. Up the step up, now into the Lowville Honda Highlands. Look at that battle for 3rd place coming in behind between Colbert and Wendrick now as those two continue to do battle. Vinay back in the number 5 spot, keeping a very close eye on it. He has company coming in. Zach Pfeiffer, the number 5, back in 6th place as all 6 riders in that camera shot at the top of the hill in the Honda of Lowville Highlands. Right now as they make their way back into the low valley. And over that first tabletop, the Feuds box, and into the Bradaker box section of this race course. Nearly side-by-side coming out of that turn. Mitat, though, able to grab a little bit more throttle, a little bit more traction as they head into this next turn over the breaker box. It was almost side-by-side. It looked like some momentum might be in Siegel's favor, but he gets a little wild and loose in that turn. Loses the momentum he was looking for, but it doesn't slow down his charge. He's still on it. Uses that outside line to take him up to the inside and shave some of that distance back off between he and Mitat, and not far from battling once again. The only thing he's going to do is run out of time. White flag coming out on this one. 1 more to go. Can Segal get back around Joey Mitat for this 250C Moto 2 win? The amazing thing is the win for Moto 2 would only be that. It wouldn't do anything better for Segal. He would still finish 2nd overall. Mitat would still take the overall win if they were to switch positions. But it's a ride for pride in this 250C class, and a statement that needs to be made by both these riders as we end the season and head for that 250B class for them next year. Look at the launch that we see out of Camden Siegel now as he has pulled up to side-by-side here in the Honda of Lowville Highlands. And side-by-side they come. Will we have a new leader as they drop out and back into sight to the main view of the track? Look at this. Siegel side-by-side now as they head for the fuse box. He's got the inside line advantage coming up on this next turn, but will Mitat be able to shut him down? Trying to use every ounce of this racetrack and every ounce of horsepower. A little bit of a mistake coming out of that turn for the Camden Segal. That might be the moment that breaks the race for the 23 machine and the 226 of Joey Mitat, getting that momentum that he needs to get in these final few turns to take this win and solidify the 250C New York State Championship. The checkers fly, and Joey Metot is your winner. He is the New York and Empire 250 Novice Class Champion. Camden Sigel in second. Winston Windrick in the third. Corbin Vinay is fourth, and Brady oh no, Zach Pfeiffer gets him in that last moment, as Pfeiffer will take the number 5 spot on the number 5. Jack Smith will move into 6th. Nick Brownell in 7th in this second moto. Colbert has dropped all the way back to at least an 8th place position. Meanwhile, Metot, Windrick, and Camden Segal will be your top 3 overall. Metot going 1-1. Windrick goes 1-3 for second overall, and a 3-2 for Camden Segal. So maybe it might have been a sense of urgency for him to try to get around. It did mean something for Segal in the end. Let's head on down to the podium, though, because it meant the most for Joey Metot. These guys right now congratulating each other. I know. So, again, a 1-1-2 score for Metot. Winston Windrick, a 1-3. That scores him 4. Camden Sigel, a 3-2 for 5. That's and each one of them, everyone has a lot to be proud of here. But how about it for the 226, man? He really laid it down. Rose to the occasion. Rose to when the pressure was being applied, he was able to fend it off. When the pressure needed to be applied and he needed to push forward, he was able to do it. And that's what makes a champion.
So there it is, the 226. And like we said, we do have Open Pro sitting on the line. So our next Pro Moto coming up. But right now, we got a number 1 title to celebrate down on the podium with Wes Kane.
Hey, I got my guy down here. Congratulations out there. You got to feel pretty pumped, man. You got a championship here. Tell me about it.
I don't know. I got nothing.
He says he's got nothing. Well, I tell you what you got. Let me tell you what you got. You got a championship, bro. You got something for your resume. You got a great bike. You got great friends. And you're up here doing it with great people all the way up here at a beautiful facility here at High Voltage Hills. Now you got something. How you feel about that? Wes Kane has given that to you.
I feel good.
All right, good. Anybody you want to thank?
My mom, my dad. That's it.
All right, mom and dad, he's got everything. Here comes somebody running now. They want to get a picture of you. Take it away, guys. He had nothing, but now he has something.
All right, yeah.
I gave it to him. I gave him reasons of happiness.
I think it's starting to sink in now.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's like, I don't even know where I'm at. Yeah, I know where you're at. All right, take it away, guys, up in the booth.
Yeah, you could see it on his face. It was all starting to, I think he's a little taken back. I mean, it's a C-class rider. This might be something that he wasn't necessarily expecting, the fanfare and winning a race, didn't maybe realize what the weight of winning this one was and being on the podium. And not only that, but being interviewed by the Wes Kane. I mean, that right there's I got nothing, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes me kind of dumbfounded too sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and I would say the same thing about this entire event. I think they've done a great job of really making it a spectacle, if you will. I think it's a big stage. It's a big deal. Obviously, you've got huge money on the line for the pro riders. You've got big names coming out. As on your screen, you're taking a look at the top 5 from Open Pro Moto number 1. Trevor Schmidt, Logan Forward, Trey Basham, Travis Delnicki, and Josh Emmy. I believe Emmy grabbing a win today. Look at this. We've got a first moto replay. I'm telling you what, AG Video and the Racer TV crew are on it today. Look at this. If you missed Moto 1, guess what? Fear not, my friends. Here's how it went down. It was a battle headed into turn number 1. Trevor Schmidt was coming off of a 250 Pro Moto 1 win. You see a lot of riders getting caught up in that first turn pile up. But take a look at this. Schmidt put himself inside the top 2 or 3 early, and that was the pass he made on Forward. Then the battle came down. You see Sky in that middle jump out. Hard on the brakes was the 31 of Mowry, and that would cost him. Stalled the motorcycle. Took him a few seconds to get it running once again. Then these two went to battle. Battle of the 20s, the 22 and the 25. Swapping positions a few times, but up front it was all Trevor Schmidt handling business in your Open Pro Moto number 1. There you see Trevor just about 5 or 6 gates from the inside. He's got France just to the right of him on the Yamaha. So it'll be curious to see how that one shakes up. Along with, there you see the 25, Beecham. He's really feeling the flow here today, Rodney. Look for big things from him here in this second moto.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of big things. Again, I want to reiterate the track, the conditions. If you were watching in the replay, we saw a lot of deep, well-defined lines and a lot deeper ruts and a lot bigger kicking, braking bumps as far and acceleration bumps, and just deeper lines in general. What we're seeing today, a little more harder packed, a little more chatter on that track. It's relatively smoother, as you heard some of the riders talking about it there in some of the post-race interviews. So a different racetrack, is that going to give us a little different results here today? Will we have someone that maybe performs a little better in these kind of conditions, maybe excel out here in this second moto? What we've seen today, there has been a little bit of that separation, but mainly, I think all in all, what we've seen is consistently the pecking order has stayed pretty much the same for the most part whenever the checker flag finally flies. But we have had those surprises today, and can't say that we can't count some out that are getting ready to possibly happen here in this 450A class.
Yeah, absolutely, Rodney. I think you hit the nail on the head. The track conditions shaping up, I think, differently than a lot of people expected here today. Not quite as rough, not quite as deep as we saw yesterday, but still a ton of opportunities for passing. Insides, best believe they're a good line. Outsides, that's right, you can make something happen there too. So what that's going to give us is still a ton of great racing back and forth. But I think everybody knows on the line right now they need to try to keep Trevor Schmidt behind them as long as they can. If this guy gets a good start, which he has all weekend long in 250 and 450, that's bad news for the rest of the field.
It absolutely is, and I mean that could be some saving grace if he were to get buried back. But I mean, not only has he had great gate choice, but the one thing that he has had is great reaction time off the starting line, as a lot of people have. But not only coupling that with the reaction time, but the stick-to-itiveness. I mean, he has a direction, he has a plan, and he wants to, he visualizes that whole shot, and he goes and he makes it happen, and it takes a lot to be able to do that, especially at this level, especially against the competition that he's faced with here at the New York State Championship. Again, when we look at the roster, we've got 3 riders. We got a rider from Connecticut, a rider from Florida, and a rider from Rhode Island. Of the 29 450A riders, so 26 of these riders are all 450A, are all New York riders in this 450A class. So again, a true slice, a true idea of what the New York State Championship title is breaking down to. Who's the fastest in New York? And I think all the fast guys are here today.
Without a doubt, I think, and they all know it too. I think there's a lot of pride on the line. We take a look at our A1 MX Training sponsor, Spotlight. You want to talk about how you can get to this level, how you can eventually find yourself on the line like this? Check out A1 MX Training. We talked about our man Dominic DC from D3. They've had huge things going on leading up to this event. This is kind of the end of a big week. They have had riders like Tim Ferry, Josh Grant, I'm blanking on the third rider. Mike Brown, fresh off of a trip from the ranch. I was like, wait a second, it's a huge name. They've been up here hanging out with the New York Moto community, giving tips on several different tracks, including this High Voltage Hills MX.
And something I think is pretty cool, Timmy Ferry, Red Dog is actually watching the event. I'm sure he's watching several of the riders that he worked with over the course of the weekend, and he's just watching the event itself himself. And I'm sure, like so many, very impressed with what the folks are doing here today. As we're impressed, the gate is down, and who's going to get this early lead? It looks like things are shaking up. We'll see.
Let's see. I think that's the 25 of Beecham grabbing the early race lead. The 22 up in the mix, as is Trevor Schmidt. He's inside the top 3 now, the top 2, as they head towards the shocker for the first time.
Well, Schmidt is going to, look at
launching.
And pancake that out on that step up. That was a beautiful pass as he whipped it out there. Of course, takes over the number 1 spot as they head into the Honda Lowville's Highlands. And as they work their way through and back down and out into Plainview, over here, man, Trevor Schmidt looks like he might have got the whole shot and is just on his way.
I tell you what, blink and you miss it. This guy is
Absolutely.
lightning quick, especially on that opening lap. You take a look at the pro ranks, Ken Roxon, he's known for it. That first lap, the guy is on fire. Well, right now, it is Trevor Schmidt out front. I mean, I honestly think he could have come out of first turn 10th place and been in the same spot.
I mean, when you look at that, I mean, wow, we got a battle going on for second.
And these two have been comfortable with each other all weekend long. The 22 and the 25, Emmy and Beesham, they've gone back and forth. Emmy grabbed a win earlier today. He's fired up. He's got the confidence, but Beesham slammed the door in his face.
But, you know, the question I was going to ask, what is the difference? I mean, what is it about Trevor Schmidt that puts him so far ahead of everyone so quickly? I mean, they're all running equal bikes, basically. And it's amazing how one person can make one work so much better.
I tell you what, Rodney, it's the consistency of his technique. His start form is the most crucial thing to his success this weekend. Being inside that top 5, and I believe the top 3, every single gate drop has made his job extremely easy. Then it's just 1% better everywhere. We watched in that last 250 Pro Moto, he's using those braking bumps as launch pads. He's soaking up things that other riders are not. That's why he's able to push the pace. Then he's got the guts to just go that fast, especially early in these motos, and then he brings it home for a win and a title.
Trey Bisham in the number 2 spot. It's Josh Emmy in 3rd. Connor Mowry in 4th after the first lap. Howard Fagel is 5th, and it's Logan Ford in 6th. Travis Delnicki is 7th. Gavin Walsman is 8th. Wyatt Leonard in 9th, and Aiden Lebrecht rounds out the top 10, 11 through 15. Looking like Keegan Lamante is 11th. Mitchell France in 12th. Tijan Ingersoll in 13th. Nick Prager in the number 14 spot. And Jacob Stevens rounds out the top 15. Smith looking at a 1-1 for the overall, with Bisham at 3-2 for overall second. Josh Emmy looking at a 5-3 possibility and likelihood for 3rd overall, but still plenty of racing left to go. Logan Ford and Travis Delnicki right now staring at 4th and 5th place overalls, but we all know that the most important thing right now is that first place position in the New York State title. But again, don't forget, $5,000 as a part of that $10,000 pro purse is wrapped up in this 450A moto as well. So there's some bucks on the line along with it. So every position counts.
Absolutely, yeah. A little bit of pocket change for sure that they're putting up here at the New York State Championship. But right now, Trevor Schmidt, he's stacking plates like he's doing the dishes. He's looking at a college boy and 250A title already. Why not add a 3rd? Right now, look at the intensity he's still riding with, slamming off of these berms. Let's see if he pancakes it over the shocker once again. A nice little scrub off there. I tell you what, that first lap, he was sideways, fully trying to get the wind to slow him down into the Lowville Honda Highlands, running that really tight line. He was using that a lot yesterday as well. Cuts off a lot of those braking bumps. And those are the small little details that are putting Trevor Schmidt consistently in the number 1 spot. We take a look. Trey Bisham and Josh Emmy still locked into a battle as you see Schmidt launching into that. That's a tabletop, not a triple. Somebody's got to tell him. He's sending that thing out there. Man, Schmidt absolutely on a Sunday cruise right now. We take a look a little bit further back. It looks like things are heating up between Bisham, Emmy, and Mowry. We talk about the 31 of Connor Mowry, currently in 4th place on the Husqvarna. We know he gets stronger as the race goes on. One of those riders just moving up from the B class, maybe a little chip on the shoulder, something to prove here in the closing stages of the 2024 season.
Absolutely, and he's proven a lot, in my opinion, right now. As we watch 458, just an FYI, 2 laps down, working on lap 3, a 1:37 lap time for Trevor Schmidt at the end of lap 2. Lap 3, a 1:38, so he backs it down just a little bit.
Ooh, did you see the back end kick around there on the, I believe that was the 31, getting sideways as he is battling tooth and nail with Logan Forward. Forward goes wide. Let's see if he tries to cut back underneath. There he goes. Oh, but they actually switch back to the opposite sides. You see both of them choosing different far ends of the track. The long way around in the sand trap. That's one of the first passes I've seen on the long side today in the sand trap from Logan Forward. So able to make some moves and puts the 31 one step back.
Well, you know, we saw the long way around yesterday, not necessarily in the sand trap, but the long way around being the advantage in a couple of places. So what's to say that today wouldn't be there in the sand trap as well. As 3 laps down, Schmidt, Basham, Mowry, Ford, and Emmy. That's your top 5 right now. Lap times have dropped down, as we said. We were looking at more in the 142, 43. Now these guys have dropped down as they began their battle into the 140 flats for Mowry and Ford, 139 for Trey Basham right now. So these guys really going along at a pretty good clip. But 6, almost 7 seconds is what Trevor Schmidt was able to amass there in that first 2 laps of racing. So he's got a really good comfort zone going on right now.
That's what I mean. These guys, the rest of the field, they're rolling at close to similar pace, only maybe a second or 2 difference on bad laps, but the ability to do it right from the gate drop. That's where Schmidt is able to do it. He gets the halfway flags. So he knows, hey, just about 4 laps left to go, and we'll be adding another title to the collection. But he's got to be careful of stuff like that, Rodney. That is one thing about when you build up a big gap. Hey, you're not paying quite as much attention, not quite on that razor edge like you're used to, and that's sometimes when we see uncharacteristic mistakes. So by no means are we handing this title over early. Anything can happen, and if you are somebody like the 25 of Trey Basham, you're in the perfect spot to capitalize. Now, we look at Basham, Forward, and Mowry, all 140, 140, and then a rare 142 for Mowry. So that was a tough lap for him. Emmy also having a bad lap running a 144. So we'll see what happens on the backside of the top 5 in these next 4 laps.
Well, you know, you talk like it's we start assuming one thing, and then maybe that Trevor Schmidt might be assuming. One thing that I can say, we get like that. We get a little commonplace, I guess you could say, but I don't believe that Trevor at this level, at least not at this juncture in his career, I don't see him falling asleep on this thing. Oh, yeah, it's just another championship. All right, I mean, that's the way we're looking at it. It almost seems so nonchalant to us, but it's not a bit nonchalant, I don't think, to Trevor. When you think about the training regimen that he goes through day in and day out, everything that he does, from the eating to the physical fitness part of it, to the riding, to the mechanics of the bike, and making sure that the bike is ready to go, the gear is ready to go, the trailer, everything about that. So Schmidt doesn't take any of this lightly. We, I think, as spectators, start to assume things at one point, and we get nonchalant about it. We start expecting things. But the beautiful thing about it, these guys, they don't expect that out of themselves. They work to achieve it.
Absolutely, yeah. They know exactly how much sacrifice, time, and effort have gone into these results. They make race day their easy day, that's for sure. And right now, nothing easy about it is we've got 4 riders on the face of the finish at the same time. Our A1 MX Training sponsor spotlight there, you see these riders, whether it's with A1 or not, they've been putting in the training. They are fighting. Look at that. That's Basham now in the 5th place spot. So problems for the 25. I'm not sure whether that was just a bad lap, maybe a tip over, but he finds himself just fighting for a top 5, and that's going to completely shake up the overalls. Now Logan Forward sits in the 2nd place spot with Basham back in 3rd. Emmy currently in the 4th place position on track, as well as in the overall. So up and over the shocker they go once again to the Logo Honda Highlands. Little more hard pack. Watch this. Basham going to try to run this inside line. Can he lead the brakes off? Not quite close enough. He is all over the back of Josh Emmy. Man, these guys like magnets to one another, whether it's for the lead or for 5th place right now. Basham launches down the hill, going to run the right side of the track, sends it Schmidt style. Up and over. Look at that. You can't count out Del Nicky either. He says, hey, 3's a party, and we got a yellow flag. Let's see who's in front. What happened? Who went down? Basham going to run up the inside. Couldn't quite see a number on that. I believe that was a lap rider. Yeah. Del Nicky making a pass as well. Look at this. Could it be a BOGO? How about that? You like 1? How about 2? He gets Emmy and Basham as well, and there might be some problems for Emmy as he is slowing down. Now getting passed by another rider as well. I believe that was Vagel.
I can't see him being just that far out of rhythm. You know what I mean? I'm with you. It's almost like maybe he's got like an issue with the bike, maybe a flat tire, maybe, I don't know, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, definitely something going on. Connor Mowry checks in the 3rd place spot. He has moved forward. Basham, Del Nicky, Vagel, 4th, 5th, and 6th. France now in the 7th place spot as Emmy continues to to fall back. He checks in the 8th place spot, is now on your screen back to the front of the field. Trevor Schmidt trying to bring home a title and make it 3 for 3 on the day. 250A college boy, and now trying to bring home an Open Pro. Still sending that thing out. I like to see it, too. That just shows the comfort level of Schmidt right now. We saw yesterday, after about the 2nd or 3rd lap, he'd start scrubbing that thing off like a lot of the other riders are. But he's high-flying it today.
Absolutely, he is.
Up and over the breaker box once again. Now choosing to use a little bit more of those outsides, carry the momentum, and avoid some of these braking bumps.
Have you seen a bad line on this track? I mean, I have not seen one line. I mean, sometimes it depends on what's going on in the moto. One's a little better than the other, but to say that there is a bad line or a wrong line choice on this track anywhere, I don't know that there is.
I think if you're able to execute the line the way it should be, each and every one of these is usable, and that is the beauty of this High Voltage Hills racetrack. I see people in the Racer TV chat talking about it, the ability to go outside and make a pass, go inside and make a pass, diamond the corners off and cut back underneath. You're seeing all of that all right here in the same track. So absolutely, I think it's great lines all the way around, and the only bad line is the one that doesn't lead to the track.
Absolutely. Trevor Schmidt in with 7. He's got the white flag out now. Forward in 2nd. It is Connor Mowry in 3rd and Trey Bisham in the number 4 spot. Travis Delnicki in 5th. Howard Bagel 6th now. Mitchell France in the number 7 spot. Not had the best of starts, it don't look like this week, but has had some solid rides. Josh Emme in 8th. Nicholas Niles is now up to 9th. Nick Prager drops back to the number 10 spot as we got a few changes going on there. Keegan Labonte is 11th. Tejan Ingersoll in 12th. Jacob Stevens would be 13th. James Plouffe in 14th. And Mike Lavarnaway is your 15th place ride. But again, all eyes up front on Trevor Schmidt, Logan Ford, and Connor Mowry. But Schmidt is the one that has really been putting it down. 15.2 seconds is the lead that he had when he checked in for the white flag just a few moments ago.
And I tell you what, we talked a lot about dark horse and spoilers. Big shout out to the 31 of Connor Mowry. Did not have the results that he was looking for in Moto 1. So he is currently sitting in, I believe, the 26th spot overall, even with a 3rd place finish. But he's in the mix and he's fighting. So look at how much that has shaken up the rest of the overalls. Trey Bisham, Delnicki, Bagel, France. We've seen all of these riders fluctuating in and out of the podium positions right now, as it is Schmidt forward and Grisham as they stand. Look at that. Trevor Schmidt, a little look over to the crowd. 1-1. He said, you guys can even do that math. 450A champ. 3 titles on the weekend. That's a good day at work.
That's pretty good.
Not too bad at all. On the back wheel, celebrating. Some fans there on the fence. There we go. Taking a look. Logan Forward does cross the line in 2nd place, not only in the moto, but for the overall. And Connor Mowry going to round out that 2nd moto podium. And it looks like Bisham checks in the 4th place spot, and he will round out the overall podium here in 450A. And I believe we're going to hear from all 3 of these riders here from 450A.
So Trevor Schmidt, Logan Ford, Connor Mowry, 1, 2, and 3 in the 2nd moto. As far as the overall is concerned, it will be Trevor Schmidt going 1-1 for the win. Logan Ford looks at a 2-2 for overall 2nd, and Trey Bisham will go 3-4, and he gets the overall 3rd here. So congratulations to him. Our state champion, Trevor Schmidt, down on the podium, and rightfully so, ready to capture the accolades of what a champion gets here in New York. And, man, I got to tell you, these are some hefty bragging rights to have the state championship of New York in here. That's for doggone sure. I myself, if I lived in New York and I was able to carry a number 1 plate, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. If I was able to carry one of these number 1 plates from New York, it would carry a lot of weight. I mean, this is one of those plates. I mean, it's not the national championship plate, but it's pretty doggone close, you know?
Especially with competition like
this. Yeah.
Absolutely. We're down with Wes Cade on the box. What do you got?
Hey, I got him down here. He has went 6 for 6. Did you envision going 6 for 6 when you were rolling up in here thinking about making a plan on your calendar as you're coming here to race?
I mean, yeah, that's always the plan, but sometimes things don't work out. But I always stay positive and just try to keep a good weekend flowing.
Nothing like the pressure, you know. You win one, then you back it up and you go do your college boy, and then yesterday you had a perfect score. And then I evidently followed it up with today a perfect trifecta. So great job out there. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my grandma, my grandpa, Hebler Sales and Service, Scranton Craftsman, High Voltage. Thank you guys again for putting on this great event. It's been getting bigger and bigger each year, so I hope they keep it rolling. And Moto Pro Graphics and everybody else, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, well, you stick close because we're going to do a group shot. You holding that. Where's my second place finisher at? Come on over here. Great job out there. Tell everybody your name, where you're from, and who do you want to thank?
Logan Forward, Bauckville, New York. I'd like to thank my mom, my nana, my pa, my girlfriend, and all my friends, FXR, Alpine Stars, and everybody else that helps me out. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Mr. Ford, move forward up on the box. You're going to hang tight. We're going to do a group shot, and you're back up on the box. Congratulations. Tell everybody your name, where you're from, and who do you want to thank?
My name is Trey Beisheim. I'm from Fairport, New York. I want to thank the Lord again for keeping me up on the bike. I did stall it, but I didn't crash. My mom and dad, my guy, my filmer, Austin, 110 Racing, Van Buren Contracting, Mark Pret Excavating, Moto Pro Graphics, everybody who helps me out. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. We're going to line you guys up. Second over there, third over here. We'll get Trevor in the middle, get behind the bike. I want a nice shot. You guys flank him. Get up there. All right, guys, here's your podium. Great job. And the crowd is going wild down here with our pro ride and also our podium down here. Congratulations to these finishers up here. Hope to see you here next year. Getting that lion's share of that $10,000 purse out here. All right, take it away, guys, up in the box.
All right, I think we might have got his name, Trey's name, right a couple of times.
Yeah. He said, no problem, Rodney. He's not going to come up there. He's not going to challenge you. You're good. I told him, I said, you got it. You got it. Those guys are working hard up there. Hey, so finally, I'm not the only one that butchers names. I know Jason Wygant loves that Loretta's, how many times I butcher name. But finally, somebody has toppled me in that. So thanks, guys, for making me look good.
Not a problem, man. Not a problem.
Back to you guys.
That's why we're here. Speaking of why we're here, here's another reason why we're here. This great battle out on the racetrack right now as we head to our next one. We've got the, is this the senior 40-plus B class, I believe, that we're watching right now with the 180 of Joe Falzo. And Sean Healing actually took the second place position in Moto number 1 on the 469. John Battle Jr. unfortunately did not start in Moto number 1, so it leaves it down to these two riders right here. And that actually might be John McKinney from the 30-plus B class. So we've got 40-plus B and 30-plus B that might be going head-to-head out here on the racetrack right now.
Yeah, we've got three classes on the track at the same time, senior 40-plus B, 30B, and 250 beginner. And we did that stagger gate with the B classes up first. So, like you said, we do have McKinney in the mix. I believe he takes over the physical lead on track. And we've got our senior 40-plus B in that same gate drop. So Falzo and McKinney both check in the 180 and the 519. And then we will get our 250 beginner running order up as soon as they cross the line as well. But right now you are watching John McKinney on the 519 out of the plus 30B class. David Linhart now checks in the second place spot. Your 250 beginner, it's Caden Hoot out front leading the way with Colt Wakowicz on the second place spot. Lucas Van Allen in the third place position as they run. Looks like Cal Hoey and Chris Brown coming across fourth and fifth. Yusuf Whiting and Sam Kelly, your top 7 in the beginner class. Right now, John McKinney hitting his marks. You get a nice little view of the overcast conditions we've got right here. Once again, a consistent little breeze coming across the property, so keeping the air moving as things are heating up on the track right now. Take a look at this. Looks like that's Linhart. And then on your screen, that's Joe Falzo picking his way through. Looks like he's going to run that far left-hand line on that tabletop. And Ronnie, it seems like, not so long ago, that was a beautifully prepped face. And now I'd actually like to try to count the amount of line options in there. It's got to be close to 20 at least.
Absolutely. And, we're talking, it's like that again, all over the racetrack. And even though we were talking earlier and mentioned how much smoother the track is today than what it has been, I am starting, the chatter bumps are there. We aren't seeing those big ruts, but man, the chatter bumps, the acceleration and deceleration bumps that we see out there, they are starting to get very, I guess, notable out there now. So will they become a factor in the race? Of course, that's part of the suspension and timing and everything that goes along with it. But yeah, so the latter part of this day is the track is starting to shape up, maybe get a little bit rougher. But we are way late into the day when you look into it. How many races we got left to go here today? Not a whole lot, I don't think.
Yeah, not too many. I believe we're on 24 of 33 races.
Yeah.
So once again, if you are watching on RacerTV.com, if you look over that AG video rundown that you're seeing on the top of the board, that first number, 24, that is the number in the running order. So if you've got a specific class or rider that you're looking for. But right now, yeah, plus 30B. We've also got our senior 40 plus B and 250 beginner on track. That is the physical leader, John McKinney, leading the way for the 30 plus B class. And yeah, right now he's exactly where he wants to be, trying to secure this, a 1:59 on that last lap. And David Linhar in the second place spot in 30B. Senior 40 plus, it's still Falzo and Battle doing battle out there. Joe Falzo and John Battle Jr., 1 and 2. And then now Colt Wakowicz has taken over the 250 beginner lead as well as the title at the moment. So how about that? Caden Hoot slides back to second place, and Colt overtakes the lead as well as the lead for the title fight. Smart riding there from McKinney, really taking advantage of found a nice smooth line there. Diamond in the rough. You know what they say, leave it to the vet riders to find the smooth lines. They know how to make sure they're not getting beat up out there. And, man, he is smooth or not. He's wide open. Got a great line going through here. Going to launch up and over this step up. Putting another lap in the books, and we'll see maybe a white flag here on this one. Yep, there it is. So one more to go for McKinney. He'll try to bring home a number 1 plate. You can see that back section, a lot more of the sandy composition. It's really starting to get those rollers that you're seeing all the way around. That was a nice smooth corner this morning. Now, it's so funny to watch the way both braking bumps and acceleration bumps are developed in that section.
You know, and one thing I got to say, I think since that second moto, the 450A class, I mean, this track really took on a different face. I mean, I think that the intensity of the battle of all those guys, man, they really churned this track in deep, and they changed the face of it, I think, and made it a little bit more aggressive.
So look at McKinney and that Lovell Honda Highlands. Got that Honda looking good right now.
Colt Wachowicz. Wachowicz, however you say that. I'm sorry, Colt, I apologize. Well, he'll get down to be able to let us know on the podium quite likely. He's looking at a 2-1, and the likelihood of the win in the 250 beginner class. Caden Hoot looking at a 1-2 for second. Chris Brown, a 3-3 for third. 4-4 for Lucas Van Allen for fourth. And Art Ludwig in the number 5 spot overall with a 7-6. And you may have just said that a moment ago, and I apologize if you did. But just reiterating that, Joe Falzo and John Battle Jr. Now, Battle didn't actually race Moto 1, and the guy that didn't race Moto number 2, Sean Healing, so Battle will actually probably be second overall with the best finish in the second moto since both the riders had a DNS. But Joe Falzo is the guy, and he comes out here. He runs consistent lap times at just over 2 minutes, between 2 minutes and 2:10. The last couple laps right in that 2:09 time frame. John McKinney, and there he goes, the 5:19, taking the checkers and the win here. Turning a 1:58 lap time that time around. John Linhar will finish up second in that class. Looking for our 40 plus B again, Falzo and John Battle Jr. going 1 and 2. And let's see what happens with our 250 beginner class. Wachowicz now checking in the lead and the overall win. Colt on the 2-2-2. We'll be down to talk to Wes. Caden Hoot. What a great ride he has had, and a great weekend, but comes up a little bit short in this second moto, the beginner class, to finish up second. Chris Brown, Lucas Van Allen, and looks like Caleb Hoy will round out the top 5 in the second moto. But Art Ludwig will actually be your 5th place overall, going 6th place here in the second moto. So there you go. 3 classes, 30 plus B, 40 plus B, 250 beginner. Now wrapping things up, we head down to the line next with race 25. That'll be our 25 plus A class. But before we do that, let's head down to the podium with Wes Kane.
All right, great job down here. Mr. McKinney, hold that up. The 519 taking the championship. You got to be pretty pumped about it. Tell me about it. Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, I'm pretty pumped. This is my first time here, so I didn't have any expectations, but I'd like to thank Fox Racing Canada, Oakley, Race Tech Titanium, Factory Connection, Anthony Rizzardo, my mom and dad, and Austin Goodridge for filming all weekend. So this place is pretty sweet. I'll be back next year and hopefully bring some more Canadians with me.
Hey, bring a bunch down here. Ben Wall down here. Bring them all down here. Straight out of Triple Crown. You come right over here, and then let's get in that pro class. Congratulations out there. And we got a couple of guys. I believe that was a multi-class out there. So we got a couple of guys over there we're going to bring up. Bring them on up here, Dominic, and we'll get the chat on the chat line going. All right. Thank you, sir, Mr. McKinney. All right, who's next? Come on over here. Pop that helmet off so we can see your face on Racer TV. Hold that number 1 plate. Tell me what class, what's your name, what class?
250 beginner, Cole Vitovich.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad, my whole family. That's about it.
Congratulations out there. Hold that up. You are on Racer TV, and you are a beginner champion. We'll see you here next year. All right, great job out there. Anybody else? Dominic. Okay, good job. Oh, come on over here, big guy. I got the 180. Let's get that plate up here. All right, a lot of confusion. Nothing to do it. Dominic's holding court down here. Throw that bike on there. Got the mustard yellow. Mustard yellow. Help him out, Dominic. You take that. You take that. All right, what's your name? Where you from? What class?
Joe Falzo, Pittsdown, New York, plus 30B. Or plus 40B, I'm sorry.
Plus 40B. Who do you want to thank?
Falzo Connection, FXR, Falzo Training Facility at Pittsdown, New York, Mike Lawler Racing Mods, and Scott Phelps Suspension.
Well, congratulations out there. I'm going to give you a high five from the Racer TV Nation out there. Congratulations on your number 1 plate. Take it away, guys.
All right, thanks. That was a high five with roughly 1,000 people behind it as we've got the masses enjoying some great racing on Racer TV. I want to give a big shout out to all of you enjoying this 2024 New York State Motocross Championship. Big shout out to my buddy Joe Payne. I saw him in there in the chat shouting us out, saying he's been enjoying the coverage. Plus 25A on the track. Krager, Emmy, Nutt, France, and Ubrick, your top 5 in Moto 1. Now we look, it is France out to an early lead in Moto 2 with Sean Nutt in second, Travis Delnicki in third, Nick Krager and Josh Emmy, your top 5. And this is exactly the kind of ride that Mitchell France needs. He was up front a couple of times in some of our other classes, but had a few little mistakes that kind of kept him out of contention for those overall victories. Right now, whether he gets a title or not, I think this is a big opportunity for him.
Absolutely. Josh Emmy actually got a great jump on the gate as we watched him go through the first couple of turns. It came out of that second turn. It was he and France side by side, and as they went up into the Honda Lowville Honda Highlands up there, as they headed up there, France was able to make that pass going down the hill and up and over the step up, but actually Emmy got off to the side of the jump. He landed off to the side, lost a little bit of momentum. He dropped all the way back to a 5th place position there before he was able to get his composure back. But that let Nutt go by, that let Delnicki go by, and Nick Krager also to go by. So France, Nutt, Delnicki, Krager, and Emmy are your top 5. Corey Langdon in 6th, Mike Lavarnway in the number 7 spot. Brandon Ulrich is 8th, Martin Matt in 9th, and Michael Bluey rounds out your top 10 in this one. As we turn our attention back up front, we've got a whale of a battle that is underway as these riders are making their way toward that finish line region now. As they make their way in, it's still the 347 of Mitchell France out front, but look at this battle between Delnicki and Krager and how tight that one is, and also Sean Nutt, as those 3 riders basically nose to tail as they go through that camera shot and as they go by every place on this racetrack, and you got people leaning over the fence all the way around cheering this one on.
Wow, I tell you what, this battle is nuts right now between Sean Nutt, Nick Krager, and Travis Delnicki. They flip-flop positions, I believe, even since they crossed the line just a second ago. Delnicki made some quick moves. Sean Nutt, though, you can never count this guy out, especially later in the motos. Really strong and really creative with his passes as well. Back into the Lowville Honda Highlands. A little more spread out now, actually. A couple of bike lanes between the 4 of them. Oh, and look at that. Hold on to it now. France, he's on that Yamaha 450. I believe he's on a Kawasaki 250 in some of the pro motos earlier today. So really says, I believe yesterday he even said that the Yamaha is better set up for him. He's got suspension on that thing, so he really feels at home on the Blue Crew machine, and he's showing that comfort out front right now. But Travis Delnicki and Nick Krager, both of these guys, you have seen some fantastic rides from today. Krager, we want to talk about a guy that'll leave off the brakes coming into a corner. That guy is making the moon sand work as he is coming through. He's worked his way into third place right now. But like you said, Emmy having some bad luck early in the moto, and Sean Nutt also getting pushed back a few spots. Look for them to start recharging towards the front.
25 plus A on the track right now. 2 laps down, working on lap number 3. We'll see that third lap complete of this, I believe it's a 5-lap moto, I believe, for the A classes in this one. It's either 4 or 5. We'll see when they go by. No white flag on that one, so I'm assuming that we're still good to go. France and Krager through, Delnicki losing a little bit of time out there and dropping to third as Krager's up to second. Sean Nutt in fourth, and Josh Emmy. The biggest gap, the biggest gap right now is between second and third. Delnicki is now 1.8 seconds, so we're looking at almost 2 seconds. And that seems like such an eternity compared to what we've been watching and seeing through the early part of this battle and through a lot of our battles today. And even watching here on the screen right now, that couple of seconds really seems to open up quite a bit of real estate on the racetrack as Mitchell France and Nick Krager still go head-to-head up front.
Look at this. It is on, folks. Nick Krager, he is all over the back of Mitchell France, and he wants the number 1 position. Down the hill they come once again. Whoa, hang on to it. Krager got a big kick on the back end. We saw that yesterday, too. Riders get a little too heavy over the front end jumping down that hill, and they will go for a tumble. Look at the rough entrance to that corner. Man, look at that. Krager once again takes the wide line, slamming into those berms. That's kind of his style, man. Absolutely beating this course up, using those wide lines to carry the momentum, while France taking advantage of the 450 power, puts it to the ground and rockets off the inside.
Now, Krager comes into this one with a Moto 1 win, and a second will set him up securely for the overall win because Mitchell France comes into this one with a fourth place position, so a 4 and a 1 scores 5. Obviously, the 3 that Krager is looking at gives him that comfort zone, but I'll tell you, I don't know either one of two things. Either Nick Krager don't care that he's already got the overall win and he just wants to win, period, or he don't know. I mean, it's one of the two, and I'm going on the probably off chance that he just don't care. He's the kind of guy that just likes to win.
Well, and I think we say there's a lot on the line, obviously a title. Best believe there's some pride, too. These guys know each other as close-knit as the entire District 3 community is. I don't know if they're friends. I don't know if they're foes, but best believe they've probably lined up with each other once again, especially in a plus 25 A-class like that. They got respect for each other's skills as well. So right now, Krager, he is still trying to chase down Mitchell France. France trying to make a statement here in this second moto as to what the weekend could have looked like for him. And Krager maybe starting to let that the thought of the number 1 plate creep in. Not quite seeing the elbow down, full wide open down the hill. But he better not get too comfortable because if you look behind him, Delnicki, he is still feeling feisty in this final lap. Just about 3/4 of a lap left to go. Nice little crossover there from Krager, avoiding a few of those berms and ruts. Look at that, just whooped out, snaking lines all over the place towards the breaker box.
Going to be an interesting one as this one continues to unfold. Our final lap here in the 25 plus A class now. Mitchell France, Nick Krager, Travis Delnicki, Josh Emmy, Sean Nutt. That's your top 5 running order as they headed into the final lap of racing. And it's 5th lap, I believe, is the final lap.
Yep, white flag is out. This one's for all the marbles coming to the line. Mitchell France grabs the win, and that is the fight for the title. Krager hangs on to second and hangs on to grab the plus 25A state championship here from High Voltage Hill. Travis Delnicki will cross the line in third with Josh Emmy and Sean Nutt, your top 5. Mike Lavernway, Corey Langdon, James Plouffe, Brandon Aldrich, and Michael Bluey rounding out your top 10. And Krager celebrating. France doing a good job, giving everybody some props, high-fiving and knuckle tapping. And there it is, Krager. He's got a date with Wes Kane on the podium. They're going to be chatting it up, talking about how he got himself a state championship in plus 25A. All right, look at that. You can get a nice little sigh of relief there. Rolls up, takes a big, deep breath. The Dominator ready to toss that thing up on the stand. And we're ready to toss things down to our man, Wes Kane, waiting on the podium.
Hey, thanks a lot, Zach. Ronnie, you guys are amazing up there. And I've got my man down here, Mr. Krager. Good job. Saw you earlier today. Now you're back down here. Got the graphics on there, high voltage hills. So you are a statesman here in winning this title here in plus 25A.
Yeah, I'm right down the road here, Constableville, New York. Growing up, I used to ride this track before it even became a track, so yeah, it's pretty special for me to win here.
What do you want to thank?
Oh, I got to thank my fiance, my son, High Voltage Hills, my title sponsor this year, AR Collision, Rose Horsepower, D&D, FMF Factory Connection, MPH, Moto Masters, WMX Extreme, my dad, my mom, everybody helping me out. I appreciate it.
Congratulations. Great job out there. Everybody's got to be pumped. A local hero here, and your winner in the plus 25A. Take it away, guys, up in the booth.
All right, thanks, Wes, as we have got race 26 off and rolling, plus 25 BC. It was Garrett Stables grabbing the first moto win with Ryan Morrow, Dylan Rose, Joey Bishop, and Matt Cameron, your top 5. And taking a look on screen, looks like it may be a Yamaha. There you see on your screen, that's your top 5. So Stables, Morrow, Rose, Bishop, and Cameron. And who do we have out front? It's a Husqvarna. Might be Stables. Can't quite get a read on the graphics on the number there. Oh, wasn't in the lead for long. How about that? A Yamaha making the move. Maybe Alex Campo. That's the first Yamaha I see on the list. I think it is. I think that might be the 89 saying, what's up? How you like that? And there it is, coming across the line. Campo leads the way. Bishop in second. Stables, Rose, Cameron, and Morrow, your top 6 with Blake Smith in the 7th place spot. But, yeah, Alex Campo coming in with a 6th place in Moto 1, and they are slicing and dicing. Joey Bishop and Alex Campo. This is a 4-rider battle, all in the same corner at the sand trap at the same time. Staples and Rose getting in on this as well. Getting ready to barrel down the straightaway, headed towards the shocker.
I'll tell you, these guys, they didn't pay attention to Moto 1 results. There is no pecking order, at least here in the beginning. They didn't fall into place and into order out of that first turn or on this first lap. They are out fighting. They are running and gunning right now. These guys are all very serious about the position that they get in this second moto of racing here.
Yeah, I'm impressed right now from Campo. Like we said, takes a lot to really show up with that kind of confidence to say, I'm going to go up there and fight in the podium.
Yeah.
Obviously, it looks like you probably wanted to be up there in Moto 1, so this is more of a, hey, this is what should have happened the first time, but he's got his hands full right now with, I believe, the 410 of Garrett Staples, and that is your first moto winner. So Staples, he needs to hit the ground running and try to get at least up to that second place spot. Campo now with sitting as they run. He has shuffled back to second, but if he gets back in the lead, he would put himself on the podium overall as they sit. So we'll see how things shake up. It does look like Staples going to try to take the long way around him. Not going to work out there. Great defensive riding from the Yamaha. Joey Bishop leads the way and currently sits second. Oh, I'll wait for time and scoring to update because I do think he'll take over.
Did you see how tight the top 4 are? Joey Bishop, as you said, out front, but 0.7 between first and second, 0.4 back to third, and it says that we're looking at a full second all the way back to Dylan Rose. But when you look at that, it doesn't look like there's a second even between that third and fourth place position. These guys are all within each other's shadow, and what a battle we've got going on. I think maybe even another pass just now.
Wow, and it's conditions like these where we really talk about the versatility of this track, the ability to use those outsides and not follow the riders in front of you. How about not following the 3 riders right in front of you, as we have got Bishop, Campo, Staples, and Rose all up in that Lowville Honda Highlands at the same time. 2 outside, 2 to the inside. Bishop still leading the way, trying not to think about the chaos going on behind him. How about that?
Whoa.
Your first moto winner, the 410, Garrett Staples. He had the pass for just a second, but wow, look at the defensive riding from Campo. Slams the door in his face as they head down the hill. Looks like a lot of them favoring that left-hand side of the face. Like we said, probably 20-plus lines just on that one jump. And as they sit, oh, look at this. Bishop doesn't quite go as far. Oh, problems. Campo, he gets crossed up. He's going to lose both of those spots to Staples and Rose. And he knows how hard he fought for that one, so he is not going to be pumped to have to try to go back to work for there. Bishop now has a rear-view mirror full of the 410 of Garrett Staples, your first moto winner. How hard is Staples going to push? He does not need this pass for the state championship, but like we said, there's pride, bragging rights on the line.
I just want to pause for just a moment. I want to say thanks to all the New York State competitors for the great show that they've been putting on. And great racing like this right here. Thanks to the 25-plus BC class as well. As a white flag out on this one, Bishop and Garrett Staples now up to second. Campo dropping all the way back to fourth as Rose now up to the number 3 spot.
Check that, Rodney. Staples now up to the number 1 spot, but for how long can he hang on to it? Bishop had the inside line, headed to the sand trap. Wasn't quite able to make it happen. So now Garrett Staples takes over the lead on the final lap just after the white flag. Joey Bishop will be in the second place spot with Rose and Campo, your top 4, headed down the hill to the shocker for the final time. We'll see what's going to happen here in the Loudville Honda Highlands. Chaos has ensued here, especially late in the motos. Taking a look there, both of your leaders funnel to the inside, launching off of that inside roller. Ooh, almost some problems there. Staples. We saw one of these motos, a rider miss the rut and end up stalling the machine, toss the win away with it. So Staples just trying to bring this thing home. A little bit of lap traffic in front of him. Things are not done for the second place spot, though. Campo, I believe, has fired back up and is trying to find a way around for second place. Man, oh man, take a look at this. Bishop got his hands full. Wants to play offense, is forced to play defense right now. He's got company behind him, liking those outside lines. Rose actually is still holding on to the third place spot for the moment.
I am just amazed still at how tight these battles are as we head to the finish line all the way through this. I mean, we're looking at 1.2 seconds heading into the final lap for the top 3 riders. Now, starting to spread out a little bit as we get to the finish line, but that's the kind of fight that we have as the checkers unfurl. And we have a Moto 2 winner in Garrett Staples, and a 1-1 scenario gives him the New York State Championship for the 25-plus BC class.
Man, 1-1 gets it done, and a hand in the air for Bishop as well. He's fired up, and he should be after a ride like that. A great fight. Dylan Rose crosses the line third in the Moto, and looks like he is going to round out the podium overall as well, with Campo and Cameron rounding out the top 5. But Garrett Staples, a state champ there in the plus 25 BC class. And he's going to be hanging out with our man Wes Kane down on the podium here in just a moment. Look at that, shouting everybody out. Hey, that's some good fights there with the 89 to Campo. That's what I mean. These guys enjoy it. They enjoy the competition, you know, whether they're on the big end or the losing end of the battle. I think they appreciate just how fun this race is.
Look at that smile. You can even
got
see his
glasses
eyes
on. That's pretty cool.
And his eyes are smiling. I mean, he's almost got smiles in his eyes. That's how happy he is right there. That's incredible, man.
Awesome stuff to see. Can't wait to hear from him. We're going to go ahead and toss it down to our man, Wes Kane, standing by on the podium.
All right, great job out here. Dominator in here, throwing it back. Come on over here, pop that helmet off. You look like you got sandblasted out there, but you were able to keep your eyes clean, show that plate off. He is so happy. Tell us about it a little bit.
Oh, that was a hard one. I didn't get a good start in either moto, so as you can see, I got sandblasted quite a bit, but made my way to the front.
Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my mom, my dad for everything they do, my girlfriend Alexis, my brother Jay, my old training partner Cody Doherty. I want to thank all of them. Yeah.
Congratulations out there. Enjoy the moment. Good job out there. And he is very happy out here. Dirty but happy. He has won the battle and the war. Good job out there, guys. Take it away up in the box.
Hey, you can't be a champ if you don't get a little dirt on you for it. You got to work for it, and working now is the senior mini 12 to 15 class, race 27, off and rolling, and it looks like maybe the 750 possibly grabbing the whole shot. Grady Mansfield, I know he was quick off the line yesterday. We'll see. Up and over the shocker they go. I didn't quite catch a glimpse. I think that is. Whoa, hang on to it. Whoa, what a save. We're going to have to see if we can get a replay on that one. It is the 93 of Hudson Vagel, your first moto winner. Out front, taking a look at the graphic, Hudson Vagel, Samuel Hauck, Grady Mansfield, Wyatt DuPont, and Max Miller, your top 5 in moto number 1. Look at that, the back end of that KTM just dancing all over the place as Vagel trying to make quick work of it. Man, Rodney, did you see that save up there? That was a sight to be seen as, man, he went launching down the hill. That Loudville Honda Highlands, I'm telling you, always keeps us on our toes.
It certainly will, and also these riders keeping each other on their toes also.
Taking a look now, Vagel puts himself in a good position. Samuel Hauck on the 23 was second place in moto number 1. Not sure where he's at. I don't know. We'll wait until they come across the stripe, give you a look at the top 3 as they sit. There, okay, so that is the 23. It's 37 on the jersey. I believe 23 was his number at Loretta Lynn's this year. Grady Mansfield does come across in third for Moto 1 and third right now in the second Moto. Liam Wright and Cale Widrick, your top 5. Wyatt DuPont now checks in the 6th place position on the 09. Presley Moore sitting in the 7th place spot. Out of the sand trap they come. Hudson Vagel. I mean, he is flying right now. Absolutely on rails. Takes a little look back over the shoulders. He knows Samuel Hauck is trying to chase him down, and that's exactly what he's got to do. But I'm not sure anybody's going to be able to touch Hudson in this one. This kid seems to be on another level. He shakes off a little bit of close call that he had up there just a lap ago. These guys able to brush off situations like that so easily and just continue to focus forward, pushing the envelope each and every lap as he continues to launch down the hill. He's running the far right-hand side of that downhill tabletop. I tried to count there. I think there was about 20 lines in the face of that jump. That is just cool to see. Reminiscent of a pro national. Look at that, just trying to get the power to the ground, digging through the sand, up and over the breaker box. Making it a ton of fun to watch, ton of fun to call right now is this moto. I'm telling you what, though, Samuel Hauck and Grady Mansfield, they're going to have to figure something out because Hudson, I can't wait to see what this lap time is when he comes across the stripe next. He just seems to be rolling with a whole nother level of speed today.
Yeah, Vagel, and I can't say that I'm not a little bit surprised, but mainly because I hadn't seen the Vagels ride. But I've been very impressed with the name and the abilities that we've seen out of the Vagel name this weekend. And Hudson's doing an amazing job in the senior mini 12 to 15-year-old class. Hawk is another one. These guys, I don't know how much they get out of the state of New York, but if they ever start traveling everywhere all around the nation, look out. They're going to be forces to be reckoned with. Grady Mansfield, Liam Wright, Cale Widrick, another rider that I'm sure maybe a lot of folks may, I don't know. I don't want to say underrated, but this kid, all these kids are amazing and stupendous, and I can't wait to see what the future holds for them. I think this being on Racer TV is kind of like a spark for them because people are going to start searching them out. Oh, no.
Problems. Hauck goes down and gets caught up in the thick stuff. Hang on to it. You know what? I got to give him credit, though. Good job for turning around. He could have just gassed it and tried to run through there and caused all kind of chaos for the Racer TV cables, but he did the right thing. And so a big prop to number 23. And to your point, none of these guys are underrated, but they're unknown. That's the cool thing about a state championship being broadcasted on Racer TV.
People are going to come looking them up.
Yeah, now I would love to see the follower counts for riders, even like Schmidt there in the pro classes. And then you got the future of New York motocross, and who knows, maybe future national champions here in some of these other classes where, like you said, industry members, Oh, we do have a replay coming up of the crash. Watch the bottom of your screen. That's all it was. Just a little too far to the outside. That front tire got pushed into the kind of deep sandier, thick soil. Yep, and it just tossed him right over the front. So not just a small mistake, but I do believe lost one spot to Grady Mansfield. Oh, that one's a lot bigger right there.
Yeah.
Man, so things coming unraveled quickly for Hawk. Going to have to take the goggles off after that hit. White flag coming out. He does seem to be okay. That was, I saw a couple of times the back end was kicking out on him. He was wide open. You could tell just doing everything he could to try to move forward. We'll see if maybe we can get a replay of that second crash because, like we said, the first one cost him a little bit of time, but that one definitely probably hurt a little bit.
Yeah,
that was a tough hit.
That one was a hard, solid hit onto the ground. Bagel checking in with 3 complete now. Mansfield, Liam Wright, Wyatt DuPont in 4th. Cal Widrick now 5th. Samuel Hawk has dropped back at least to 6th.
Here's that replay. Watch this. Bam! He gets the kick, and then it was just along for the ride. And those are those acceleration bumps we talked about. Great job from the Racer TV crew getting that replay because it just goes to show that's not even a mistake. It was wide open.
Yeah.
Foot was out just like it was supposed to be, and then bam, hits that acceleration bump.
Track bit him.
Yep, and was pretty much just along for the ride there. So glad he looked to be okay. Saw he was getting back up, but I did see that the goggles came off.
Yeah.
And that one could definitely hurt in some of these sandier spots. So we'll see what he's able to get back up to. I think checked in the 7th place spot. So no quit for these riders. That's another thing is they've had a great opportunity to show their skill, their speed, but also their determination, their heart as well. So love to see it. Love the things that we're seeing from all of District 3 out here as Hudson Vagel trying to show us another state championship in senior mini 12 to 15. He's dancing through the breaking bumps, and he is a state champion in this senior mini 12 to 15 class.
Yep. So Vega will go 1-1. I'm keeping an eye on Wyatt DuPont right now. Turning a little faster laps out there than Liam Wright and Cale Widrick. He's currently running in 4th place. We'll see if he can better himself in this final lap. But Bagel looking at a 1-1 for the overall win. Grady Mansfield a 3-2. And check this out. Wyatt DuPont with a 4-4 still looking at an overall 3rd on the day today. So good going for him. And what a ride. And good consistency pays huge dividends as we head down to our state champion.
Look at that. He's not even. He's like, forget about it, Dom. I've got enough energy. I'll throw that thing up there. That's when you know you're in shape. That's what my dad always said. If you can toss the bike up on the stand after a hard moto, you've been putting in the work. So right now, he's put in the work, and now it's time to reap the rewards as he hangs out with Wes Kane down on the podium.
All right, my man. There you go. Hold it up high. Show everybody in the Racer TV Nation that you are the man. You got an A+. Great job out there. A+ on and off the track. Tell me about your race.
Good. I don't know. Got a good start. Just didn't look back.
Who do you want to thank?
Parker, Gardner, Factory Connection, Cedar Hill, All Wild. That's it.
Congratulations out there. One more time. You guys put your hands together. He is a champion here at High Voltage Hills MX. Good job out there. Congratulations. Take it away, guys.
All right, yeah, once again, a huge congratulations to Hudson. Great job down there, Wes, keeping them excited. And Junior Mini, 9 to 11, taking off. They watch those guys do work. Now it's their turn. The 101 of Bentley Corthos says, hey, I got a first moto win. I'm trying to make quick work of it. Leads them in and out of turn number 1. We saw one rider having some troubles, getting caught up. Oh, hang on to it. And there it is. It will be the 101 of Bentley grabbing the whole shot. Aiden held on that number 9 gas. Be on the lookout. Looked about 4th or 5th coming out of turn 2. These guys launching the shocker. I mean, just barely making it over, but nonetheless hitting it every lap. Moto 1 results coming up. Bentley Corthos, Aiden Held, Ethan Plaza, Cesar Pazmino, and Case Britton, your top 5 in Moto 1. Let's see how it shakes out.
Corthos has been a thorn in the side of Aiden Held all weekend.
Yes, he definitely has. And like we said, you get those kind of relationships where it's the magnetic effect, right? You guys are in the same classes. You grow up together. And right now it looks like Hudson, or I'm sorry, it looks like Bentley and Aiden are exactly that. And he's making his way around here on lap number 1. I did see Aiden back there. He's got the white helmet and the red gear. Looks maybe about the 3rd or 4th place spot. So he's got a few passes to make.
That's one thing you can say about Aiden Held. He is very good at that, and we've watched him move up the pack and through the pack on more than one occasion this weekend alone, so we know he's capable of doing that. But, again, here we are late in the day, final motos, a lot of different variables, as we pointed out. The track completely different, though it is starting to see a little bit more roughness. It's still not nearly as rough as what we bear witness to in yesterday's Moto 1 action.
Oh, and we have
red
a
flag.
red flag, so
I didn't even know anything was of a problem anywhere, so.
Yeah, so waiting to see. We're both on our feet, taking a look around.
I do see.
Oh, okay, so we have somebody down up at the top being tended to by staff. Looks like one of our Yamaha riders going down. Hate to see that. That's whole section very, very fast-paced, but like we said, getting pretty rough bumps coming into that corner. So going to make sure that rider is properly tended to before we continue the race. And going to re-rack these guys as well, Rodney. Obviously a relatively early red flag as far as full moto time, so these guys are going to go back to the gate and start from the top. Hopefully that one rider going to be okay. Possibly the 464 of Colton Northey. We're trying to take a look at who has not checked in. So whoever it is down, we're hoping for the best. Ashton Thomas possibly as well, another Yamaha rider. Chandler Powell, I do not believe.
I don't think he's
out there. Yeah. So, yep, we're going to take a quick commercial break, hear from our sponsors, and then when we come back, we will restart race 28, Junior Mini 9 to 11.
Ready to take your motocross game to the next level? Introducing Upgrade, the ultimate brain formula, designed for maximum performance. Feel dialed in and focused like never before with increased reaction time that will give you the edge over the competition. Whether you're carving corners or hitting big air, this formula helps you stay sharp and on point. Don't just ride. Upgrade your ride with the ultimate brain formula. Upgrade.
In the sky, our man Gabe Scholl helping us out with the drone, and right now we are watching a restart getting ready to take place for race 28, Junior Mini 9 to 11. We did have a red flag situation going on. Obviously, safety the top priority here at High Voltage Hills MX. So it does look like we've got that rider picked up and taken care of. Hopefully they're going to be okay. Looks like they're taking a ride in the mule. You hate to see it. Unfortunately, it's the toughest part of the sport, but it's also where you really start to see how important it is and how much the people that put on this event care. Obviously, we've got people like Dominic, people like our fantastic flaggers and medical staff that go out of their way, put themselves in harm's way to try to take care of our downed riders. So I want to give a big shout-out and a big thank you to all of them for all day long, rain, shine, whatever we have going on. They're out there constantly paying attention and ready to help us in any way that we can. So as a racing community, I want to give them a big shout-out. As right now, race 28 on the line. Going to try to get everybody lined back up. We talked about this can be kind of a complicated time for riders, but it's also a time that you can really take advantage of it, right? Let's say you didn't get the start that you wanted that first time. You were in the 11th place spot. You're hoping you're going to be able to fight into a top 10, maybe a top 5. Now you have the opportunity to go rip a hole shot, able to be inside the top 5 off the line and arguably compete for a title. So a big reset across the line. Obviously, if you got a good start the first time, you got to figure out how to do it again, right? So
yeah.
it's going to be interesting to watch. And Rodney, we've got some big hitters in this one as well. Obviously, Corthus, he needs to go out and redo exactly what he did, get out front. But then you've got guys like maybe Aiden Held, who had only worked his way up to third, where this is a big opportunity.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. This might be a big saving grace for the number 9 and possibly being able to pull off the win. But the one thing that remember, we saw it earlier, Aiden actually did have the lead at one point over Bentley Corthus. But remember, Bentley was able to make the pass on the number 9 and take that win away from him earlier. So I know that's lingering in the back of Aiden's mind. So he wants to be able to do that himself here late in the day so he can leave a lasting impression likely on Bentley Corthus as they will likely meet again real soon.
Absolutely. Taking a look, there is your early leader from the last gate drop, and I believe, your first moto winner. So Corthus really in a strong spot. There you see the rider with the white helmet. That was Aiden Held. Taking a look at some of the riders on the outside of the doghouse. There is Aiden Held on your screen, putting on a fresh set of Scots, getting ready to try to make the most of this second opportunity. It's one of those things where you've got to be able to focus on the task at hand. Obviously, it's one of those riders where, he's going to have to reset, work hard to try to do what he can and do the best that he can here in this second gate drop to try to get into an overall situation.
So right now, as we check around the situation, the restart getting ready to go. Race 28 is what we're looking at on the gate right now. We're racing through race 33. Our Warrior class will be our final class of the day again. So this one included, I think that we're looking at 5, maybe 6 more gate drops on the race day, which will translate probably roughly into about an hour more of racing here. And, man, it's hard to believe that we're already at the end. Anytime we go into any of these events, whether they're a 2-day event, 3-day event, a 6-day event, it's always that bittersweetness when you reach the end of it. You're always thinking and working to get to point B, the end, if you will. But once you start getting close to that end, as exciting as it is, it's almost depressing because it's almost over.
I'm sad. I didn't need to hear that, Rodney. Quite honestly, I've been enjoying this. I didn't think about it, and right now, all these guys are thinking about is the next few laps in front of them, trying to go out, do the best that they can, because this is the peak of their weekend. This is what it all comes down to. So
look at what these riders had to be faced with right out of that gate. A lot of them, if you notice, missing some of those ruts. They didn't even drop down into those ruts. But did you see that start by Aiden Held?
Wow.
That's exactly what you're talking about, Zach. And this restart could reset the field.
Held, hang on to it. He did. He held on to it. Held on to the lead as well. And where is the 101? Look, he's back in the 4th place position. So this is a big shakeup compared to that first gate drop as Aiden Held launches up the shocker, hangs on to it once again through that Lalville Highlands. But look out, here comes the 101. We got a title fight on our hands.
We do, and look at that, 555
Wow.
on the, oh man, he just
Holy
threaded
cow.
needles right up the inside of that line, man. He took Aiden Held by surprise, and look at this, already put the distance between himself and the rest of the pack. I don't think anyone has anything for Bentley Corthus here today at the New York State Championship.
We're going to have to see if we can try to look at that again, because that was, I mean, maybe 3 or 4 riders he went by all of the inside on the track. Like, that was a perfectly good line, smooth real estate, and man, that was incredible riding for Bentley Corthus.
Back to my point, we were talking about that yesterday. Everyone using every inch of the racetrack, and as you get to the outsides, there's a little bit smoother lines that you can take sometimes that can afford you some big gains, and right there, Corthus found some big gains.
Man, I'm telling you what, obviously Aiden Held doing a great job and made the most of the restart opportunity from the red flag, but the 101 refusing to be denied and forcing his way back into the number 1 spot with an excellent pass. That might be the pass of the weekend, honestly.
I think so. I mean, absolutely it was, because he came from literally nowhere and passed 3 riders to make and take over that first place position like that. First lap down now in this restart, and Bentley Corthus back out front, held into the number 2 spot. Cesar Pazmino in that number 3 spot is Case Britton in 4th. Ethan Plaza is your 5th place ride. Owen Groff in the number 6 spot. Mason Curran in 7th. Carter Sargent is 8th. Blake Cronizer in 9th. And Ace Addison Platt rounds out your top 10. One thing for certain is a little bit of a shakeup, a lot different this time around than what we saw there, I think, at the end of that first lap on the first start.
Yeah, like we said, several riders, unfortunately, not having the luck they wanted on the second gate drop, but this guy, look at the gap. He has already opened up. It was just a lap ago right there that he passed 3, maybe 4 riders in one corner for the lead. Not even in the corner, leading into the corner. I'm still just shaking my head. That was an incredible pass right there. And he's not stopping there. Look at the pace that he's hammering down.
It's almost like he was listening to us. You know, he wants to prove something. I don't know. That's fun.
Yeah, that's impressive riding right now. And Corthus showing what he's got and why he is the one to beat in Junior Mini 9-11. Now, Aiden Held is doing just what he needs to do, riding the best that he can. He's in a good spot, able to capitalize on a mistake from Corthus if he makes it, but he better watch out, because Pazmino is right there and fully ready to get himself into this title fight as well. We'll wait and see behind Case Britton and Ethan Plaza, 4th and 5th, with Groff, Curran, Sargent, Kronsier, and Platt rounding out the top 10. And Held going to go for a wide line through this corner. Let's see how it pays off. He will get a pretty good drive coming up to that next jump. They both get up and over it and get ready to come across the stripe for another lap complete.
2 laps down now for Corthus. Held and Pazmino making their way in and checking in for second lap complete. Also the gap right now, 0.482. So we've got a battle waging for that number 2 position as Caesar is trying to make the pass on Aiden Held now. Half second is what the clock says, but looking at the distance visually, it seems a lot tighter than that. Though Held, might have got a little bit of traction up that hill coming out of that sand trap and is able to find somewhat comfort, but it's not going to last long.
Yeah, without a doubt. Taking a look, Held, he is responding to the pressure from Pazmino, though. It did look for a second like Caesar was getting ready to just go right around him, but he switched it up a little bit, starting to move a little closer to those insides, making Pazmino find a long way around. And just up in front, looks like working their way through some lap traffic as well.
Wow, Pazmino has really closed that gap up here at the top of the hill in the Honda of Lowville Highlands. That's a tongue
Lowville Highlands.
Yeah,
you made the name up.
Lowville Honda Highlands. Yeah, that's what it was. I know, and I have a tendency to do that sometimes. I jinx myself. But Lowville Honda Highlands, and man, what a very peculiar part of the racetrack.
Yes.
It's so much different than the rest of the racetrack. It's seen and caused and been a big integral part of the race and the outcome of the races, I think, here this weekend.
Well, and much like the name, we've seen the lows and the highs.
Absolutely.
Right? We've seen the passes being made there. We've seen the crashes happening right there, as watching the Pasmino pass right now up the inside and around over the step-up. Pasmino making a pass for second place, but will Held get it back? I don't think so. Pasmino takes over the second-place position, but that section of track, that has probably been the most peculiar section. We've seen the most shake-ups right there, and definitely a section where people are going to be going back and saying, that's the spot where I've got to get figured out.
All right, can I stake a nickname now?
Let's hear it.
Pasminian Devil.
Ooh. Yeah, you got
Pasmino Devil, the
yes.
Pasmino Devil. Caesar, the Pasmino Devil.
Man, yeah.
He's a devil in Held's eyes right now because he just stole away that second-place position on that 110 machine.
And he's not sorry about it either. He's
No.
running away with it, headed to the shocker once again, going to find his way around some lap traffic. Here in the Highlands is the 101 of Corthus, doing his thing. I mean, just seems like he's out on a Sunday stroll. Even on the jumps, he's kind of taking some unique lines where he's not landing in any of those big holes that you're seeing. Goes to the far right-hand side and just going to run that all the way up over that next tabletop. So smart riding as much as fast riding here from the 101, and that's, I think, what's got him on the top step and just a few moments away from the state championship.
You watch Jet Lawrence on Sundays or Saturdays, and that's what you're seeing. I mean, those guys, they'll race the heart of that racetrack, but when it comes time to find the time and it comes late in the moto and they're looking to save the energy, where do you think they're riding? They're riding on the extreme outside aprons of those racetracks where the where the smoother lines are located. And he is doing and following suit just like that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and you know these guys. They're watching Jet Lawrence. They're watching the Cooper Webbs, the pros. But they also probably were watching the Wyatt Duffs, the Vincent Ways out at Loretta Lynn's just a few weeks ago and watching the way that they're able to do it on these same size machines. And another thing they were able to do, grab a win just like that. The 101 of Bentley Corthus going to take the second moto win and going to take the state championship in your junior mini 9-11. Pasmino, the Pasminian Devil, gets it. The 110 crosses the line in second. And looks like Aiden Held puts it on the box for the second moto. And going to hang on for second place in the title fight. But it is all the 101. Take the 01 and drop it. Just the number one now as he's waiting on a number one plate. And going to chat it up with our man, Wes Kane. Getting some help from some of the other riders. Hey, I don't know who you are. Here, take my bike. That's what you can do when you're a winner. People just help you out. Taylor doing a great job helping him out.
Absolutely.
All right, we're going to get ready to send it down once we get this FXR helmet off. It's stuck. All right, there we go. We got it. All right, take it away, Wes Kane.
All right, down here, I saw him win one earlier today, and now he's backing it up here. Great job out there. You're champion. You got to feel pretty good. Mom snatched that helmet right off your head. Tell me about it.
Track's really rough. It's all bumpy, and there's rocks sticking out of the ground.
So everybody at home, we all know who you are, but what's your name and where you're from?
Bentley, and I'm from New York.
He is from New York, and he is Bentley. He has no last name and no city. He is just from New York. He's got a wild hairdo, and he's looking good. Who do you want to thank, Bentley?
Mom, Dad, my mechanics, and my pit boy.
Congratulations. You got a big crowd of people up here. They're all, hey, make some noise, everybody. Crowd going wild down here for my man Bentley. All right,
Bentley.
Good job. 2004 Junior Mini Champion right here. And take it away up in the skybox. It's a lot of fun down here, guys.
I love it. I love it. Did he say he had did he think his pit board or his pit boy? Does he?
No,
have
he's got a pit board. He's got pit boys. He's got pit mom.
Pit posse
He's
going on down
got
there,
the posse. He has got a crowd down here. He's got the mullet. He uses that Palmachel hair care products.
Hey, man.
Hey,
Everybody's
shake
your
that mullet
friend
out
when you're
one
on
time.
top. Yeah, look at that.
Mullets are alive and well down here at High Voltage Hills MX.
All right, Wes, start growing yours. You can rock it.
No, I got it, man. I got a baby
he's
mullet.
got one going.
I got a baby going.
I noticed that earlier. I said, Wes is growing a mullet.
Hey, I'm thankful that I can because there's a lot of people that just can't do it. I'm
Like me?
blessed I have it.
Like me?
All right, take it away, guys. No, you guys are looking good. You guys are all bringing sexy back. So
Hey,
keep doing what you're doing.
All right, on track right now. You're looking at plus 40A. The Moto 1, it went all to Sean Nutt. It was a nuts race, no
Yes.
kidding. It seems like every time that guy's on track, the battles are nuts as well. Jeremy Parsons and Jeremy Tiffany, who you're seeing on screen, they were second and third. So the question is, where is Sean Nutt? Did he get at the start? How far back is he from this battle? Because look at this, the table for two is set, and the state championship might go along with it. Who is the top Jeremy? That is the question, and they spell it the same, all right? So Parsons and Tiffany go into battle, and right now it's Tiffany leading the way.
Yeah, Sean Nutt, look at that, almost 4.5 seconds out ahead of everyone. We see Sean McGibney checking in there, but again, that is, what is that, our 450, our 40-plus C class, maybe?
Yeah, so we've got McGibney, Kavanaugh, and Falzo, your top three in the BC class. Like we said, Sean Nutt is leading the way in 40A with Parsons and Tiffany just behind Chad Giesler and Art Ludwig running 1 and 2 in our plus 40C class. So 3 classes on the track right now. The battle for second in plus 40A on your screen. As we're watching Parsons trying to remount a charge, find a way back. He had the inside going down the hill, but it sets him up for the outside in this corner. Is he able to make it work? Doesn't quite get the drive. Pulls up alongside of him. He's got that scoop tire. He took Wes's tire advice, putting it to work. Oh, going to take another wide line. So the Suzuki doing a great job of protecting those insides. You see Parsons trying out some different lines, diamonding back on the corners. But right now, Tiffany locking down that second place spot in 40A.
And he is working, trying to force a mistake. Look, right here, he might have him right here. We'll see. Yep.
Slams the door. I was about to say, Parsons not afraid of a little bit of contact.
Wow. He's fighting back, though.
Yeah, and he's got the inside. And yeah, like I said, Tiffany will not be denied. He is not scared to mix it up either. And I looked like that was maybe a little way from Parsons there. I don't think they quite meant to do that. So cool little sign of respect between those two riders.
Well, regardless, that was a good setup.
Yeah.
It took him a while to get him in that position, but once he got him there, I was able to take the line away and make it work in his favor. So we'll see if this can change back around. But I don't know. I see that 78 machine. He's really got his head down and charging right now. So he's going to be tough to beat Jeremy Parsons at this particular point. And I think he's got his mindset really on trying to chase down the number 1 spot of Sean Nutt, but that's going to be a tough one for sure.
Yeah, and I do believe this is either his 3rd or 4th class of the day. So Sean Nutt, or I'm sorry, Jeremy Parsons.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the guy's tired because, like I said,
he should be.
Exactly. He should be, especially as hard as he's been riding in every one of these classes. No easy rides out here. He's had to fight each and every time he takes the track, but yeah, maybe a little bit of fatigue, maybe just kind of getting worn down. I mean, I'm sure he probably took a little bit of upgrade before he hit the track, but upgrading right now. Sean Nutt continuing to lead the way. Parsons trying to track him down.
When he was on the podium earlier talking, you could tell, one of the things that he and Wes were talking about, he says, I'm just going to go home. I'm going to take a couple of weeks off and rest. And what's happened is he's really been head down, training, charging, and looking for the ultimate and peak results heading into this late summer season. Obviously for the Amateur National Championship a few weeks ago, but I think he also kept the training regimen up, knowing that he was coming to New York for the New York State Championship, because he knew that coming into this one that it wasn't going to be an easy task.
And nor should it be. Right, no. And I think that's why all these guys take it so seriously, is they know it's a big deal. We've got a fantastic track, fantastic coverage, and fantastic competition, and that's why they've got such big smiles when they're holding up those number 1 plates. As Parsons, he's not going to be happy with this either. He's not going to be stoked that Sean Nutt is currently out front leading the way. He is not going to be. He said he wanted them all. We heard from him yesterday in that interview. He says, I collected plates last time. I want them again this time. And right now, Sean Nutt's got something to say about it.
Yeah.
As he is out front leading the way. Parsons getting just hung up a little bit. Both of them actually taking just a split second to cut a little bit deeper to the inside, avoid some of those acceleration bumps.
So how far out front is Nutt? I know he was some 5-6 seconds at one point, but I'm not sure how far out Nutt is ahead of the 78 just yet. He's not showing up on our timing and scoring monitors right now, but We do know that he's still out front according to timing and scoring. They've got him listed right now as a 1-1 and an overall championship for the 40+ A class. And Parsons looking at a 2-2 for overall second. It's, it's nothing to be ashamed of by no stretch of the imagination. But like you said, he came to collect the plates this weekend. So this is going to be a tough one to swallow for Parsons. White flag is out on this one now as we are in our closing moments of the 40+ classes.
All right, so I did a little stopwatch action here. I watched Sean go over and take the white flag in just about 10 seconds or so was Jeremy Parsons when he took the white. So he's got some time to make up and not a lot of time to do it.
All right, so final lap of racing we've got underway right now, and about 10-second gap. So, but again, I think Jeremy probably that battle that he had with Tiffany in the early part of the race, it took a lot of steam out of the sails, I'm sure, and not only that, but it allowed your leader the opportunity to stretch that gap out and bring it to that 10-second comfort zone that he's riding in right now.
I tell you what, Sean's feeling comfy too. A little wave to the crowd, I think, over the shocker, letting everybody know he's pumped up, feeling good. And as he should be. Like we said, he fought hard for this plus 40A championship. Parsons coming off of a podium from Loretta Lynn's in, I can't remember exactly what class, maybe plus 40 or plus 45. But Nutt says, hey, I don't care where you've been, what you've done. You're going to have to beat me straight up. And right now he is the superior rider in the plus 40A class. Just about half a lap or so away, working his way through some lap traffic. Sean McGivney still leading the way in 40BC. Chad Geisler leads the way in plus 40C. Sean not too worried about rushing to get past this guy. Says, hey, hang on, I'm going to help you out. Take you down the line. And here it is, your plus 40A champion, Sean Nutt, going to get the job done and take the win and the title to go along with it in your plus 40A class.
Chad Geisler will get the checkers in the 40+ C class, by the way. He'll go 1-1 for the overall win in that one. He'll be headed down to talk with Wes Kane. Looks like in the 40+ BC, Sean McGivney going 1-1. Should be going down to talk with Wes Kane. And your overall winner in the 40+ A class, the 203 of Sean Nutt, going 1-1. As he will be your 40+ A overall champion. He is on the podium down with Wes Kane now and about ready to celebrate his New York State Championship.
All right, I got him down here. He's going to pop that helmet off. Sean Nutt. Yeah. Great job out there. For an old fart. Yeah. All right. Good job, bud. You going to hold that up?
Oh, thanks.
Show everybody at the Racer TV Nation. You are the man. Tell us about it. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, for starters. My dad died 5 years ago. Had to take over the family business. Between me and my fiance, thank her very much. We got 4 kids between the two of us, so that adds to the weekend. Motorworks, Taylor Rental, Plattsburgh, FXR, Lake Champlain Sanitation, Clarity Wealth Management, the Borough Bar and Grill, Adirondack, 80K MX. You want to ride ruts, Northern New York? That's the place to go. I can't thank everybody enough. Kind of an unknown. And I'll tell you, Jeremy, Parsons, Josh Emmy, they kept me on my toes all weekend. Hats off to those guys. I wanted to beat Josh, just didn't get it.
Congratulations out there. Great job out there, Sean Nutt. What a resume. Business owner, family man, kids, and sponsored by a bar. Great job. Hey, I'll take that. I'll give it to the next guy. You'll get one down there. Come on up here. I need my next guy. Come on up here, bud.
While Wes Kane is riling up our next podium contender, Gavin Betts does take the whole shot in 450B. Nico Holmes and Spencer Burley, your top 2 in moto number 1. Behind Betts. And the number 85 sitting in the second place spot right now, that's Joey Bishop.
All right, my man. Down here, we're gonna keep just cutting in. We're gonna get him right back to you. I know Betts is down there doing a great job. We're gonna talk to Mr. McGinney. Great job. You hold that up. There's the Racer TV. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my boy and girl, Stella Levi, my girlfriend at home, Jose, and the girls. This goes out to Chandler Powell, my little buddy. He got hurt yesterday, and he's on his way home. So if you're watching, dude, this is for you.
All right, congratulations out there. Good job. We'll have that award for you. There's my man. He's coming in. Put your bike on the stand if you like. Or you're just going to come front and center. Come on over here. When you get back to Gavin Betts, hold that up. Be careful now. There you go. There's the world. Say hello. Shake a hand, make a friend. All right, I'll shake your hand, bud. Good job. Congratulations. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank my wife, my mom and dad. My mom passed away about 10 years ago. My brother, any of my riding buddies back at home that pushed me and just helped me get here. I want to say thanks to my wife again for letting a 41-year-old live out a little boy's dream. Thank you.
Congratulations out there. Thanks. Good job out there. All right, back to you, Gavin Betts, out front. Take it away, guys.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, Gavin Betts out front handling business here in 450B. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We do have a vehicle that needs to be moved immediately. A silver Saab LJR 4253 is the license plate. Once again, a silver Saab license plate LJR 4253. Please move your vehicle immediately. We have some folks trying to leave, and they've been waiting on you, seeing if you were coming back, and you haven't. So once again, silver Saab needing to be moved on site, and whoa, back in, moving around for Gavin Betts. Your top 5 from Moto 1 on your screen. Holmes, we'll see where he checks in at. That was Trevor Hazlett on the number 65. We saw earlier just before we talked to Wes Kane in the second place spot, and Spencer Burley looking Burley back in position number 3.
Yeah, a lot of changes. Betts, though, I mean, he is looking at a 1-1 situation right now, but Trevor Hazlett, who's running second, finished 4th in Moto number 1. Spencer Burley looking consistent with 3-3. Nico Holmes, who finished second in the first Moto, currently running in 6th. Garrett Winton running pretty consistent with a 5th place ride in the second Moto, as he's looking at a 6.5 right now. And one rider that we're not noticing out there is the he got one of the top finishes out there. Henry Bagel, that's the one. Bagel not even, I don't think, started this one, or at least he's not showing up on the timing and scoring as of yet. And if that's the case, I mean, he could have been one of the contenders out there, as he was a top 5 finisher. He finished 5th in the first Moto. But as I said, I haven't seen him so far here in this second Moto.
Well, and I tell you what, our timing and scoring here in the tower only goes to the top 15. There are 40 riders in this event, so we'll see whether or not he has checked in. Yeah, we're taking a look at the overall as well, and we're not seeing him.
I'm not seeing him anywhere.
Yeah, he may not be out there. Betts, though, he's out there, and he is handling business, launching almost all the way down that hill. This is exactly what he wanted to do. He was kind of the other standout rider yesterday. Like I said, Schmidt kind of the guy to beat in A, and Betts the guy to beat in B. But the guy who has brought the competition to him on day 2 is the 65 of Trevor Hazlett. Once again, Trevor, a 4th place in Moto number 1, so solid result by all means.
Did he do this earlier in another class?
Yes, the other B class. That's what I mean. He has shown up here on day 2, fired up and ready to make a statement. And best believe we saw in the 250B class, Gavin Betts was looking back going, what is going on? Who's behind me right now? And it's the same story here in 450B Moto number 2. So race 30 on the track. Hazlett getting a little crossed up, exiting that corner. But, man, he is right on the rear wheel once again. No breathing room for Betts. They head back down the hill towards the sand trap. Starting to see some more of the chatter down through that section. Oh, Hazlett, how about that? Launching into that jump. That's not a jump, actually. That's the berm. Good line for Betts through that section. Goes wide and misses a lot of those bigger bumps. Over the shocker they go. Gavin has been launching that thing all weekend long. Somebody's got to tell him that they shaved the landing down some. He keeps sending it into orbit. As Hazlett, doesn't matter. You can launch that thing as far as you want. I'm still going to try to chase you down. The Cowie rider funnels back into line.
Well, 1.6 seconds is the gap. He was turning about 0.3 of a second slower lap time last time around whenever it was all said and done. I'm wondering, though, is Trevor Hazlett maybe just a smidge faster, at least in some of these sections of this race course, because it almost looks like that lead is starting to shrink a little bit for the 72 machine in some sections of the track as they come in and out of these turns, and I think we'll probably get a little better look at that as to whether or not we're right or not once we finish getting through these next couple of turns at the finish line. I mean, Betts has got some good drive, and heading into this final turn here in just a moment, a good drive down here into this finish line jump could do a good job of separating. Right here's where a lot of the separation may be coming because it was tighter, but man, Gavin Betts gets a good drive coming out of that final turn into the white flag, a 141.5 for Gavin Betts, a 141.3, so the gap now down to 1.3, so it is shrinking just a little bit, but not enough yet for Trevor Hazlett to actually put a wheel in, to put the pressure on, to force a mistake. But will that be coming up in this final lap? Because it looks like Hazlett might be picking up the pace just a little bit as you see starting to get a little more hungry.
Well, and I tell you, right, I think you're right. I think Hazlett has got just a little more pace, but he wants it so bad. He's right there. It's like dangling a steak in front of a dog, right? But he's almost overriding just a little bit. You see him slamming into these berms, and it's costing him a tenth here, a tenth there. You actually just saw the same thing from Gavin Betts in that corner. So Betts maybe now starting to feel the pressure from Hazlett, but Hazlett right now, he's got to try to keep things smooth if he wants a chance to even put a wheel in and shake things up in the final few corners. But he's running out of time. He better do it quick.
Absolutely. And in this section right here is where we got to see the time be made up. If it doesn't start shrinking right here, then it pretty much is a Gavin Betts race all the way without any pressure applied, because past this point right here is where Gavin really seems to wick it up and start to put that separation back in between. And that's exactly what we're bearing witness to right now, as Hazlett is starting to see that, that opportunity fade away as Gavin Betts wicks it up on this final lap of racing and charges to the checkers. And a 450B New York State Championship as the checkers fly, and Gavin Betts is your champion.
There it is. Got to feel good to complete the sweep of the B classes for Gavin Betts. Once again, a solid ride for Trevor Hazlett here in Moto 2 with a second-place finish. That should put him second in the championship. Spencer Burley going to round out the podium with Nico Holmes and Garrett Winton, your top 5 in 450B. And there you see your champ giving some props to Hazlett. Like we said, those guys really put on a show in these second B-class motos, and got to be fired up with their results as we get ready to hear how fired up Gavin is. And you know who's always fired up? Our man Wes Kane, hanging out down on the podium and going to chat with your brand new 450B New York State champion, Gavin Betts. We'll have 450C coming up next, race 31. And we got Wes Kane holding down a number 1 plate.
Let it be known that our podium is electrifying down here. And now all bets are on Gavin Betts, and they have cashed in World Ride in Dubai. They said, you're the man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I got off to a good start. Pulled the whole shot, and then just kind of rode my race. Track's getting more rough out there, so it was a little bit tougher, but we made do.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, MX6, Chris over there, and Ryan, my mechanic. They're great. ETS Gas, Callus Gear, Scott Goggles, Moto Star, Wicked Bar and Grill, Teakwood Builders, and anyone else who's got it. Thanks.
Congratulations out there, Gavin Betts. He cashed in all the bets, and now he's ready to go get a steak dinner tonight. All right, great job. I got one more over here I got to talk to. Gavin, I'll let you grab your bike. Come on up. Nope. Okay. All right, take it away, guys.
All right, thanks, Wes Kane. Yeah, on your screen you did see the early race leader go down, and that's a tough section for it as well. As your new leader takes over, headed back down the hill, we'll keep you updated as to the race situation. I know that they're tending to that rider right now. I think they're trying to get them off the track, but tough luck. Talk about going from the top down. And I am seeing out the window, it does look like they have the red flag in hand. So this may be another red flag situation.
Rider's up. He's up. And he's picking his bike up now.
Oh, well, that's great to see. He was down hard.
I think he was just collecting himself.
And they are bringing the green flag out. So we had a couple of different riders down. We're trying to get our information here. It looks like they do have them moved. And they're throwing a green flag. So we are racing here in 450C. Good to hear, because like we said, that was a tough crash for your early race leader, as now Carson Smith, Garrett Weaver, and Justin Labombard check in on lap number 1.
So Carson Smith, Weaver, Lombard, Joseph Rosser, Ren Sharp, Gabe DeFore. We'll see how this all works out in this 250C class as time goes on. And there's the other crash that you were referring to. The one I was referring to was the crash on top of the hill there.
Yeah, unfortunately, that low section just before they hit the face of the shocker, it's really high speed, and it's got those bumps on it. We talked about it. When the riders aren't going to commit to the jump, they check up, they hit the brakes, and it makes those kind of bumps like that. So that rider down. Looks like we've got yellow flags waving coming back down the hill.
Extra precaution.
Yep, and
no, we got another rider down.
Another rider up ahead, so making sure that rider is going to be taken care of. Unfortunately, man, things like we said, the track, it's getting tricky. It's getting a little complicated. It's not the giant braking bumps we're accustomed to see, and that usually leads to higher speeds. So, unfortunately, when you go down at a high rate of speed, things go awry. As right now, we do have a battle on your screen for the lead between Garrett Weaver and Carson Smith here in the 450C class, and it looks like that was Smith maybe making the pass back on Weaver. So not sure if we missed the pass.
Well, we'll get a better
we'll get
look
a read
at
here in just a second as they come across the strike.
Again, noting it as we did at this point yesterday, the entire racetrack being utilized out here is Garrett Weaver leading Carson Smith now by 1.6 seconds, was about 3 seconds faster, so he was able to make up quite a bit of time on that lap, it looks like, Zach. And Justin Lombard back in that number 3 spot. Gabe DeFore is 4th, Ren Sharp in 5th. Thomas Orton in 6th, Joseph Roser in the number 7 spot. Zach Pfeiffer is 8th, Kyler Tilson in 9th. Alex Palo rounds out 10th place position. Weaver looking at the overall, it appears, with a 3-1 scenario unfolding for him, as Lombardo is looking at a 2-3 for second, and Carson Smith looking at a 4-2 for third overall.
Watching on your screen, Weaver weaving his way through. Looks like they've got the yellow flags put up, coming back down the hill. Good to see. So he's going to be able to use that left-hand side, or the right-hand side of the track, I'm sorry, once again.
Man, you talk about differences and inconsistencies, and not necessarily meaning to point this out, but, you know, in how well or how much a good start means, especially in those second motos, and to back up those first moto results. Corbin Vinay, Ben, the number 92, who took a Moto 1 win in his division race, currently running back in 14th place position.
Yep. Yeah, it just goes to show, just like that, things can shake up. And some people rise to the occasion. Some people, not even due to their own fault or a lack of executing, but just different circumstances. And you can have a huge shakeup inside the top 10, especially in these 450C classes. And so right now you see white flag in the air, 1 to go for Weaver.
Callum Schrader, I think same case scenario. He's running back in the 20-somethings right now, according to timing and scoring.
So your leaders headed down to the sand trap for the final time. A 450C title at stake. They head back by us in the tower. The fans cheering them on as they make their way back around past the downed rider. Both of them doing a great job of checking up as they make their way through. Then they get back on it, head up and over the shocker into the Lowville Honda Highlands. And Garrett Weaver right now 153.9 on that last lap, a 153.6 for Smith. So this is not over. More than half a lap to go. Plenty of time for Smith to try to chase him down and perhaps make a pass. Rodney scratching our table like it's a scratch-off. There's no prize under there.
Well, it's got paint on it. It's been driving me crazy.
I was picking at it early yesterday, too. So. Calling you out. You're just that anxious. You're watching the race right now. You don't know what's going to happen.
I know.
Weaver and Smith, who is it going to be? Weaver did a good job. In just those last two straights, he put probably 2 to 3 bike lanes. He's only got 2 turns to go after this. And so I think he's done exactly what he needs to do to grab not only a win, but a title as well. Third, I believe, in Moto 1. Yeah, third in his qualifier. And taking home a win. There it is. Checker flags out. Weaver going to come across a 450C New York champion here from High Voltage Hills. I want to give a lot of props. You see Justin LaBombard crosses the line in third and brings home second in the championship. And looks like Carson Smith going to round out your top 3 with a second here in Moto number 2. They're hanging out, high-fiving, patting each other on the back, talking about how much fun they had out there. It was a good race for sure.
Yep.
And going to be chatting it up with Wes Kane here in just a second. And you see the 434 hanging out, chatting with them as well. I believe maybe the 155 on the side of the bike. As we will try to get the number 42 with Garrett Weaver to the podium. Wes Kane's going to have to go lasso him down.
Don't want that to happen.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's fired up, electrified down there on the podium. I love it. He's just giving everybody some props here. He wants to give everybody a high five. And, oh no, turn around. The 42, Garrett Weaver, come back.
He doesn't know he's supposed to
Garrett,
go to the
we got a number 1 plate. Look, that's Dad running after him. Left, right. That's a track athlete at work, folks. Zoom in on this. Look at the arms.
Hey, I put the boys on him.
Wow.
Dom said, go get him, like 8 people running over
out.
there.
This is incredible. We have live drone coverage here as this gentleman tries to chase down. This might be some of the best action we have had. It's not. We've had great racing all day, but it's still impressive to watch. And now starting to run out of steam. This is the endurance we talked about. He's going to move it down to a light jog.
It was a sprint. It started out as a sprint. Somebody give him a ride.
He's going to stop over, grab a nice cold water. Look, he's screaming. What are you doing?
Get over to the podium.
The podium.
Watch him. He's going to throw up now. Get your butt over there. Go, go, go.
We want to remind Garrett not to click 4th gear as he heads back towards the podium, please.
Dad's right
Look at
back.
that. He is not running back.
Not
he
going
said,
to
you
run
are
back.
giving me a ride.
How about
a
it,
nice
Gary
little
Weaver?
scratch on the side of the rental.
I don't know, guys. I haven't ever seen anybody.
They're coming back, Wes. Don't worry.
I've never seen anybody run that fast.
You need to interview. If that's his dad, you need to get an interview with him as well because
it looked like Steve Austin in that $6 Million Man intro. Like the guy just started sprinting. It wasn't a trot. It wasn't, hey, give me a ride. It was a sprint. And he's giving him a ride back.
He was actually making up time on Garrett on foot. So
and I think he had cowboy boots on. Yes, he does. I've never seen anybody run that fast.
The Tacova's got a hole in the back of him.
Look at this guy. He's tired.
Wow,
he's
yeah,
happy.
look at that. He's hooting and hollering. He's pumped up. And so is this guy, Garrett Weaver.
Give this guy water, man.
Great stuff. That's what you like about the 450C class. Look, Dominic giving him a little bump there. Says, how could you forget about the podium? Take it away, Wes. What do we got?
All right, I need the intel. Who was the guy that ran after you?
Sean Murray.
Did you know how fast he ran? Like he looked like
He ran pretty fast. He's good at sports.
even with cowboy boots on, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, so tell me a little about yourself. How you doing? Tell me about your race. How does it feel to be a champ?
It feels pretty good. This is my first time getting one of these, and I'm just nervous. I've never done this before.
That's all right. Hey, you do it once. and you get used to it, and then you became like, hey, I'm a podium guy. Once you crack that first one, dude, you're ready for more. Tell me about some of the good people out here cheering you on.
That's my family. They support me everywhere as I go. They're the reason why I'm up here. And, yeah, that's.
So where do you live? What do you do? Are you a student? Are you do you work 9 to 5? Are you a banker? What's up? Tell me about yourself.
We've got a hay farm, and we do hay during the week, and yeah, I'm a student at Madison School, and that's
Do yourself a favor, stay in school. You're never too cool for school. Are you in high school or you're in college?
I'm in high school. I'm always in school. I've got good grades.
Yeah, because you know what? You don't want to keep I love that you're out there, you're making hay while the sun shines while you're out there racing. But let somebody else do the hay. You stay in school. That way you can climb that ladder of success and you can be at the top of the food chain, not the guy out there hustling that hay up and down, right?
Yeah.
All right, so what's up? Tell me about yourself. What do you do besides that? What's your hobby besides racing motorcycles?
We tractor pull. We got a couple of tractors, and we usually travel around, go all over the place to pull tractors, but we're broke right now, so the tractors are broke, and we haven't had time to fix it with motocross going on.
You get the 300-foot full pull, right?
Yeah.
That's your home. You got the big diesel?
No, we got alcohol.
Okay, good. All right. Stay off the alcohol, but here's what I want you to do. I want you to tell everybody who you want to thank.
I want to thank Mom and Dad, and that's it. They're my only people. And Grandma and Grandpa, everybody that's been watching me this weekend. Yeah, she's been mean to me this week.
All right, well, listen, here's the deal. I'm going to turn it over. I want all y'all to come up there. They'll get a picture of you guys, the whole crew. Y'all get up here with your guy. He's the man. Give me a little high five, bud. Good job. Coming to Podium. You're welcome all the time. Take it away, guys, up in the booth. I believe I got like 1,500 people now coming up to the podium.
I want to know if that guy chased them down as well because, yeah, there he is, the red, white.
Yeah, dude's a soldier. Cowboy boots. That's what you get.
He needs to hold the number one place.
Well,
but great stuff there from the whole crew, enjoying time on Racer TV. And we're enjoying our time, too, man. And what a weekend this has been. Don't go anywhere. We still have 2 great classes of racing coming up to close off the action today. But we are going to get another quick word from our sponsors, hear from them before we wrap up the 2024 New York State Championship live right here on Racer TV.
Introducing Upgrade, the ultimate brain formula, designed for maximum performance. Feel dialed in and focused like never before with increased reaction time that will give you the edge over the competition. Whether you're carving corners or hitting big air, this formula helps you stay sharp and on point. Don't just ride. Upgrade your ride with the ultimate brain formula. Upgrade.
was sitting up when I looked over. He was sitting up in the passenger seat of the side-by-side, so that's a plus and a positive. And I believe we may have had another rider that may have been attended to as well, but I think he may be still working with some medics off the side of the track someplace.
Now this
as
is
well.
this is what the riders are having to deal with.
Wow.
Oh wow, how about that? So 450 beginner off and rolling. Those ruts just after the graded start is what they're dealing with. And man, look at that, one of the Yamaha riders. That might be Caden Hoot.
Did I say this track was smoother today? Is that what I said earlier?
You know, and it's funny too because it seems like in the blink of an eye it happened.
It
like
happened.
We were sitting there and they're like, wow, you know, that's not too bad. And then all of a sudden it's like, man, what's going on?
It was after that 458 second moto. The second moto 458 class, once it ran, it was like things just went completely downhill. Caden Hoot coming into this one with the win. Chris Brown was second. Lucas Van Allen, Sam Kelly, and Caleb Campa is what our Moto 1 results were looking like for our 450 beginner class.
And Hoot doing a good job right now of showing what he's capable of. Like we said, the beginner class really kind of a cool and unique type class for riders to get their bearings, get things figured out before they move on to some of the bigger lineups and bigger groups of riders in different skill levels.
Absolutely. And again, you know, we talked about, I talked yesterday a lot about the beginner classes, and I think the importance of what these classes bring, especially with, you know, the ranking system now and how much things have changed over the course of time and since the actual first ranking systems were put in. And I think that's why we see a lot of different classes where you've got either a D class or a beginner class or something like that, because, you know, I think it does warrant that now, especially with the way that you've got the national, amateur national championship campaigns and stuff like it. It has changed the face of what an A class, a B class, and a C class rider is nationally on a motocross field.
Well, and to your point, you know, we've got kind of locally and nationally as well. So we talked yesterday, you know, your beginner and C classes, I feel like where you see the widest range of skill levels. A high-level national C-caliber rider is probably an upper local B-level rider at least. So obviously kind of depends on the goals that you're chasing in your motorcycle racing career. You know, I think a lot of these guys, Caden Hoot, for example, I think he's making a lot of great strides, and I would assume by the end of the 2024 season, he would be looking to move out of that beginner class because, you know, a lot of people, they sit there, they're sandbagging. They don't want to race good people. I don't agree with that. And I think, especially here in this District 3 group, I think they chase competition. I think they want to go where everybody's going to be. They want to move up to the faster riders and continue to grow as racers themselves. So, like you said, I think with the growth of the sport, not only on a local level, but internationally and worldwide, having these beginner classes, these C classes, B and A, I think it's needed. And right now you're looking at the battle for fourth. It is still great racing action as we have a rider down. That might have been your leader. That might have been Hoot. Wow, so Caden Hoot going down the hill. We talked about how treacherous that section was getting with those ruts. That is just after the big jump down the hill. Not sure what happened, but that is not a good spot to go down in.
No, not a good spot to go down in at all. And regardless of who it is, that's a tough break and a heartbreaker there for sure. We'll see for sure whether or not it was Caden. That rider was down for quite some time, I think.
Yeah, that was Caden Hoot. We are getting word.
Okay.
So that was your leader. Now Chris Brown takes over the #1 spot, also on the Yamaha. And we'll wait and see. Hoot, like we said, tough spot, but we did see he was up. He moved off the side of the track, so maybe not feeling the best, but able to get up and get off the side of the track, so a good sign there.
Yeah.
And you can see, like we said, track really breaking down. I think you're completely right, Rodney. That's final open pro moto. Oh, no, another rider with problems. That might have been Brown. As he checks in, that might be the other leader.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. This is insane here, folks. Now the 777 checks in. Yes, that was Chris Brown that went down.
Dembluski now moves into the lead. Sam Kelly up to second, Dale Mortensen into third, Caleb Kempa into fourth, and Lucas Van Allen moves up into the #5 spot.
Crazy situations going on here in this 450 beginner class. As, right now, it seems like everybody get in the lead and they have some kind of mishap going on. That's great. Take a look out of the.
Can you imagine what Dubluski's feeling like right now?
Yeah, probably a little nervous.
Do I want to be here?
Yeah, they're saying, I'm not sure what's going on. But, yeah, hopefully all of those riders are okay. Hopefully the 777 can keep it on 2 wheels. That's what I'd be telling myself. You know, he probably saw as he went by, hey, those were the guys that were leading.
Hey.
So, yeah, right now the 777 in control.
Looking for the jackpot.
Yeah, and we'll wait until he comes across the finish line to see how that's going to shake up the overall picture.
I'm like, don't jump. Keep the wheels on the ground.
Yes, I'd be playing it safe. Best believe it.
The way this moto's
exactly.
been going.
Just like that. I'd be keeping it low and slow. Looks like that was Hoot getting back on the bike. So a great sign there from your first moto winner. Looks to be okay enough to be able to remount the motorcycle. So possibly going to try to unlap himself. Might be just be taking a slow ride back to the truck. Either way, completely understandable. And behind 777, Sam Kelly, I believe, is the next rider you're seeing trying to chase him down on the Suzuki, the 585. And he's not trying to chase him down. He's catching him.
Caught him, yeah.
How about this? So as if the chaos up front wasn't enough, now we've got a 2-rider duel between Sam Kelly and Jonathan Dummelski.
You wonder, do they realize that they're the leaders right now?
And they may not. You honestly, like we said, especially Brown, when he was down, he's kind of off the side of the track. So, yeah, they may have no idea. Yellow flag still down, checking up. White flag out as well.
Okay. All right, so as this changes, it'll change more as the lap rolls on. But all of a sudden, check this out. Guess who moves into the number 1 spot overall?
Who's it going to be?
With a 4-2, Sam Kelly running the 585 is looking at the New York State Championship title right now. Dubluski is looking at a 6-1, so that gives him 7. So he's actually going to score 2nd overall. Lucas Van Allen a 3-4 for 3rd overall.
Ooh, hang on to it, Sam. Sam getting tossed left and right all over the place, up and over the shocker, and currently in control of the title in 450 beginner. Lap traffic up ahead. He's going to tuck to the inside. Starting to lose touch just a little bit with Dubluski, but to your point, I think he's playing the wise game, trying to say, hey, let's just bring this thing home. Obviously, for the 777, a very solid ride from a 6th place in Moto number 1. So a 6-1, good enough for a number 2 right now, and it's not over yet. Still got to make it through the breaker box. And those final couple of corners, as he is re-closed in on the back of the 777, he says, hang on. And then, yeah, exactly, race control saying we're not sure that he's aware that he's got the title. These guys, I didn't see any pit boards being handed out. And quite honestly, I think this is just good old-school competition. They want to beat one another. The 585 has been fast. I think he's got a little more pace, but he gets a little out of control sometimes trying to make something happen. Dubluski doing a good job of protecting the insides. 1 corner left after this. A solid exit for the 585. He's got the RM Army representing on his shoulders. Oh, a huge crash. That's the overall. Sam Kelly, a big end over end. He was pushing the envelope. He can't even get it fired up before he loses 2nd place. There we see the 777 coming across the line, grabbing the 2nd moto win. Oh, no. He's trying to get it fired back up, and the Suzuki's not having it.
That might have been the gimme that Dubluski was looking for the win here.
No.
Right now, Sam Kelly still has overall, but Lucas Van
Allen going to steal it away with a 3-3. Man, what a finish. We're going to have to see if we can get a replay on that crash. He was going for broke. He definitely, race control was totally right. I don't think he had any idea. Look at this. Bam! Just got a kick off of that takeoff, and there was nothing he could do.
He was thinking, if I beat this guy, I bet I win. I'm sure that's probably what he had in his mind, and not understanding or realizing he already had the national championship in his hand. But Lucas Van Allen, the 113 going 3-3, will score the overall win. The 777 of Dubluski is 6'1". That's 7 for him, so he's actually second place overall. But Lucas Van Allen, 113, is your New York State 450 beginner champion.
How about it? Can't wait to hear how excited he is down on the podium with Wes Kane.
The Marlboro man, I love the graphic.
Hey, yeah, absolutely.
Hey, he won.
Dubluski,
Hey, congratulations. Yeah. He did an amazing job. He's happy and should be happy for that moto win. He got second overall, and he maybe for a moment might have been in that position, but again, that sixth place finish is what did it for him. A 6-1, scores 7. Lucas Van Allen goes 3-3 for the 6. So that's where we get the overall state championship for the 113 machine.
All right, so the final moto of the weekend underway, and what better way to close it off than the Warrior class, the class that we've got the appreciation for as much as anything, reserved for military and first responders only. And this is going to be a quick one. It's been a long weekend. I think this is green, white, checkered, and that's from their own request. We talked to them. They said, hey, we've done a lot of battle this weekend. We've had a great time, and we're ready to get the show on the road, be ready to head back home. Moto 1, it was Hagen Lilly, Scott Usmail, Dorian Whitfield, Troy Miller, and Austin Davis, your top 5. Believe that is Lilly out front once again, and Usmail trying to chase him down SWAT style on the number 32. To the bottom of the hill they go for the green flag lap. And man, oh man, that shot right there, that's it. That has been the theme of the weekend. Beautiful scenery, great racing on a great racetrack going on underneath it, Rodney. I mean, it's kind of starting to sink in, starting to hit. This thing's almost done. State championship plate's been handed out all day long. Man, crazy. Seems like it went by in the blink of an eye, but at the same time, it was a long weekend, some long motos, some grueling racing, and it's been fun to watch.
Tomorrow morning, I'll be back on the radio scratching my head saying, wow, can't believe just 24 hours ago, 18 hours ago, I was wrapping up the great racing in New York, and here we are ready to face a brand new week, man. I mean, it goes that quick. White flag is out on this one.
One to go. Lilly styling and profiling out front. Believe Hagen was also one of our whip contest contestants yesterday. So he's having fun, doing a great job. Like we said, these guys extremely accomplished in their own careers, whether military or first responder, and obviously got skills to pay the bills on the bike as well. As Usmail and Whitfield check in second and third, Davis in the 4th place spot. White flag is waving. Final lap of racing underway from High Voltage Hills MX. The Warrior class bringing us home in style. There it is. If he wasn't in the whip contest, he should have been. Laying it flat over the shocker. Tossing it for the fans. Going to make his way through that Lowville Honda Highlands for the final time. Man, what a section that has been for racing. Back down to the main sections of the track. Down the hill he goes. Going to take that far left line for the final time. And man, oh man, has this been a good performance. He's putting on a solid ride here to close out the weekend as well. Lilly making it count, just about half a lap away. He'll be chatting it up with Wes Kane here shortly with a Warrior class title. Whitfield back there in the 3rd place spot. Davis and Darren Law. Would make sense if he was a police officer.
It would make perfect sense. Yeah. Officer Law, the law officer.
So here we go. Final corner coming up. Hagen Lilly trying to staple himself on the top and take away a number 1 plate in the Warrior class. Ladies and gentlemen, the final checkered flag of the weekend. Your Warrior New York State champ, Hagen Lilly, gets the job done in dominating fashion. Looks like Scott Usmail going to come across the line in the 2nd place spot. He says, I'm going to wait on him. We're going to...
Our Warriors, again, first responders, and military men and women, of course, that are participating in this. And, again, our thanks, whether you lay your life on the line in the military services, or whether you lay your life on the line through being a first responder, through being a police officer, a firefighter, or even an EMT. You know, those are the folks that are on the front line for us, that are protecting us and keeping us safe here at home, and those that are abroad keeping us safe in the military. Just thank you all. And I love what the promoters are doing across the nation and allowing this. This is a free class. These guys sign up. They don't have to pay anything. It's just an opportunity for them to come and be a part of the action. They can have it as an addition to what they're already doing, or it can be the only class they run.
Hey, absolutely, yeah. Taking a look at the big picture that is life in the world, these guys and gals, like you said, they're put others before themselves in a variety of different ways. Like you said, everything from EMS operators to firefighters, police officers, and military personnel as well. And taking a look, we are going to hear from your Warrior Class your Warrior Class champion coming up here in just a minute. And while we do that, once again, everybody on site, make sure if you are one of our Fly Gear recipients, Case and Airline, Dalton Cummins, Joey Matat, Connor Borowski, Nico Holmes, Austin Davis, Carson Smith, Jason Sarski, Zachary Martin, or Callan Lopez, make sure you grab your Fly Racing gear. And the gas can going to Eli Labonte, Joshua Healing, Kelly Myers, Madeline Paulus, Anissa Ingersoll, Carson Lideker, John Meyer, Jeff Williams, Derek Vagel, and Jeremy Ferguson. But right now, let's hear from Wes Kane.
All right, Hagen Lilly, congratulations out there. Tell us, you're a Warrior. What qualifies you to be in this class?
Well, I'm personally a first responder, but all these other guys out here are all military. We appreciate everybody that serves and, gives up their volunteer time just to help out others. It's really appreciated.
I appreciate you. First responders are very important. If we have any situations with Rodney right there, we know that you're here. You can resuscitate Rodney and get him back going again. He's got to be home on the radio tomorrow. So we are very, very thankful and fortunate that you are here, as well as our military. Who would you like to thank?
Good old mom and dad, and there's a lot of guys that helped me along the way. This is probably the only interview I'll ever be able to get. So here we go. We got Mitch Simpson, Fran Brown, Mike Parker, Jimmy Weinert, and 100%.
All right, congratulations out there. You're going to keep that number one plate. Everybody's been trying to take it, and you're going to keep that one. That is your personal plate. Congratulations out there. I am Wes Kane. Hey, I am out. Hit me up on Instagram at Wes Kane, and let's do this. You guys bring it on home. I'm Wes Kane from the Podium here at High Voltage Hills MX. It's been a great time. I want to thank everybody from Racer TV. Rodney, Zach, bring it on home. I am out.
Thanks, Wes Kane. You have been killing it down there on the podium, keeping the vibes high, chasing down anybody that tried to avoid us, and keeping us rolling forward as just like that. You blink and you miss it. Rodney, I can't believe it. The New York State Championship for 2024 is over. What a weekend it's been.
Absolutely. A lot of thrills and chills and even spills as far as the weekend is concerned, but an amazing weekend. I just want to say thanks to everybody for allowing me the opportunity to be back here. Thanks to Nick and Dom and everybody that invited me out, all of New York and the Empire State for allowing Racer TV, you yourself. It's been great working with you, and thanks to all the racers for the amazing show they put on this week.
Without a doubt, absolutely. It made our job easy, putting on a show for us. This AG video replay encapsulating basically the best of the best here from this weekend, days 1 and 2. The sportsmanship, the camaraderie, the highs and the lows. We've seen them all right here at High Voltage Hills MX. We say it and we mean it. You feel the electricity, and we're talking about the racing. The power lines have got nothing to do with it. We've had some great battles back and forth. We've had some riders, I think, walking away with a brand newfound confidence as well. And, of course, I think everybody here in person and around the world is looking forward to the 2025 New York State Championship, except maybe that guy. He's probably tired still by next year. Our Warriors in the Warrior class, we can't thank them enough, as well as thanking all of the fantastic people that help put on these events. Here's what's coming up next. In 2 weeks, we've got GNCC Round 10 from the Buckwheat 100. We'll have the best of the best on ATVs on Saturday at 1:30, and then at 12:30 on Sunday, we will go pro bike racing. We also have the GNCC Round 11, the Mountaineer, coming up on September 14th. That's Saturday for the ATVs. And then every Wednesday at 7. We've got the GNCC highlight episodes coming out on YouTube. So if you haven't seen the 2024 season so far, you can get caught up right before we get ready to pick back up on the tail end of the season for round 10. Like we said, it takes a village here from High Voltage Hills. Everybody at RacerTV.com, our executive producer, Carrie Jo Russell, our operations producer, OPAG, Adam Gordon, there from AG Video, our producer, Don Hampton, our director, Jack Renner, rocking the graphics. That's going to be Nick Gross. The replay, Ben On Point, JC Nagel. The audio, Ken Ketchum, our EIC, Jordan McFadden, and second engineer Corey Chamberlain. Utilities, of course, Sarah Zick on top of everything. Our camera operators, Gavin Hampton, Eric Cathers, Kylie Spencer, Kirsten Rolson, Leah Myers, Josh Hefner, Chandler Kaler, Colton Kuntz, Adam Atkins, and Aaron Chase. The drone pilot, Gage Shull, handling business. I'm Zach Herron for Rodney Tomlin, Wes Kane, and all of us from High Voltage Hills and Racer TV. Thank you, and we'll see you next time out at the races.